Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was Fallen Dragon King. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Issei always felt like a burden, weighed down by the memories of his parents' murder. Since that tragic day, he had struggled to survive on the streets, feeling the weight of loneliness as a mere 14-year-old boy. His life took a turn for the worse when he was caught stealing food for the last time. The townspeople chased him through the forest, eventually catching him and leaving him beaten on the forest floor. As the crowd dispersed, one woman lingered behind. Issei opened his eyes, his vision blurry, and saw an old woman smirking at him. "Please help me," he pleaded weakly. The woman regarded him with a sinister grin. "Now why would I help you after I toyed with you?" Confused, Issei managed to ask, "What do you mean?" In an instant, the old woman transformed into a young girl, her appearance striking with pink eyes, long black hair, and a pair of black feathered wings sprouting from her back. "Who are you?" Issei gasped. "What do you mean you toyed with me?" "Since you're about to die, it doesn't really matter," she replied coldly. "My name is not important. I am a fallen angel, and you are dead." Before he could react, she lifted him by the neck, choking him, and stabbed him in the chest with a light spear. The pain was unbearable, and he couldn't even scream. As she twisted the spear, he coughed up blood, and then she dropped him, leaving him to die. Issei lay on the forest floor, bleeding and fading. He closed his eyes, accepting his fate and reflecting on his life. An orphan, mistreated in foster homes, forced to run away. "So that is it, huh? My life really was a waste." Just as he was about to welcome death, a voice broke through the darkness. He opened his eyes, barely holding on to consciousness, and saw the most appealing woman he had ever encountered. She was around his age, with stunning blue eyes and long crimson hair. "So you're the one, huh?" she said. "My name is Rius, and now you're all mine." With that, she pulled out 8 pawn pieces and merged them with Issei. He felt a surge of life return to his body, but it was short-lived as the pain in his chest intensified, paralyzing him. He passed out from the agony. When he awoke, he found himself in a bed, the memories flooding back. He checked his chest and saw that the wound was gone, replaced by a massive scar that burned when touched, a painful reminder of his near-death experience. Rius entered the room, accompanied by 3 other young women and a young man. The girl with long black hair and pink eyes was Akino, the short girl with blonde hair and green eyes was Asia, the girl with short white hair and golden eyes was Kaneko, and the handsome blonde was Kiba. Issei felt a mix of gratitude and resentment for his rebirth. He was now a devil, forced to become a pawn in Rius's peerage. Over the next 5 years, he fought relentlessly, unlocking his sacred gear, a small red gauntlet that doubled his power. Despite this, he often felt weak and used, enduring the harsh treatment from his peers. Rius and her team relied on him as a shield in battles, and even with his newfound abilities, he struggled to prove himself. Akino's playful cruelty, Kiba's indifference, and Kaneko's aloofness left him feeling isolated. Only Asia showed him kindness, healing his wounds, but even that felt obligatory. Despite his own suffering, Issei found strength in helping his friends. He assisted Kiba in seeking revenge against the man who had harmed his childhood friends, saved Asia from a low-class stray devil, and helped Akino embrace her fallen angel heritage. At Kuo Academy, Rius and Akino were admired by all, while Kiba was seen as a celebrity. Kaneko was adored as the school's mascot, and Asia was cherished like a little sister. Issei, however, remained an outcast, often targeted by bullies who used him as a scapegoat for their own mischief. One day, they received orders from the Devil King Surzex, whom Issei viewed as a big brother figure, to eliminate a stray devil. As Rius and her peerage approached the warehouse where the stray was last seen, Rius called out provocatively, challenging the creature to reveal itself. The stray devil emerged, a fearsome half-man, half-horse creature with a powerful reptilian tail and 2 horns. Kiba sprang into action, using his speed to intercept the beast. He struck repeatedly, but the stray's tough hide resisted his attacks. As the battle raged on, Kiba was eventually struck by the stray's tail and sent crashing through a wall, leaving Issei and the others to confront the threat ahead. Kaneko charged forward with her strength as a rook, while Akino unleashed her fallen angel lightning, managing to critically injure the stray. Despite their efforts, they were exhausted, as the stray was more formidable than it appeared. Asia remained hidden, and Issei felt overwhelmed, unable to fight after witnessing his friend's fall. Rius stepped up, using her power of destruction to erase the stray from existence. She toyed with it, inflicting pain before it lay there, barely breathing. As everyone approached, Asia focused on healing Kiba, who had just regained consciousness, while Rius addressed the stray. "You put up a good fight. Any last words?" Rius asked. The stray glared at her, adopting a helpless demeanor. "Yes, I do. Please hear me out." Everyone turned their attention to the stray, unaware of the tail that was stealthily extending behind Rius. "Spit it out already," Rius urged. "Die," the stray shouted, revealing its true intentions. Rius noticed the tail descending towards her and braced for impact, but Issei suddenly pushed her out of the way, taking the hit himself and collapsing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Rius eliminated the stray before it could strike again. Issei was rushed to the underworld hospital, where doctors informed them he was in a coma. A week passed, and Issei remained unresponsive. Rius and the others visited him, feeling a mix of concern and frustration. One day, as they sat in silence, Issei's mind wandered to a dark dreamscape, where a voice broke through the void. "How long are you going to stay like this?" the voice asked. "Who's there?" Issei replied, startled. From the darkness emerged a large red dragon with green eyes, surrounded by flames. "I am Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, and you are my host," the dragon declared. "Host?" Issei echoed, confused. "It's time we talked. I've tried to reach you before, but you couldn't hear me." "Perhaps you weren't strong enough," Drake explained. Issei's expression turned defeated. "Yeah, I know I'm weak. What else is new?" Drake's frustration was palpable. "Wipe that look off your face. You are the host of the Welsh dragon Drake, and I refuse to let this continue when I can help you change it. And what can you do that I haven't tried? I've trained endlessly and fought countless battles, yet I barely grow stronger," Issei challenged. "I'll show you the truth you've denied all these years," Drake replied. "What truth?" Issei asked. "That you've accepted your life as it is and refused to fight back. You have a rage inside you that rivals a dragon's. You never shed a tear, fearing mockery. Your so-called friends put you through torment, labeling it training. You don't fight back because you're afraid of becoming like them, a monster. It's time to give them a taste of their own medicine," Drake urged. "How? I'm too weak," Issei exclaimed. "That's why I'm here. I'll help you because we are partners," Drake insisted. Issei fell silent, contemplating Drake's words. "Use your rage. Embrace the burning dragon's fury and hold nothing back. I'll help you avoid becoming a stray. Now wake up and unleash your power," Drake commanded. Issei jolted awake, his dull brown eyes replaced with a fierce intensity. The small gauntlet on his arm transformed into a full red dragon gauntlet, complete with golden spikes and sharp claws. He rose from the bed, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. Creating a magic portal, he stepped into his apartment in Kuo town. Moments later, a nurse noticed Issei's absence and alerted Rius, who was in the hospital cafeteria. "He's gone? No need to worry. We know where to find him. He's my pawn and I'll handle it," Rius assured the nurse. Rius tracked Issei's pawn pieces and was surprised to see he had traveled to Kuo on his own, despite his weakened state. She sent Akino, Kaneko, and Asia to check on him while Kiba fulfilled a contract. They arrived at his apartment and entered without hesitation. "Issei, where are you?" Akino called out. Issei emerged from his room into the living room. "Ever heard of knocking?" he replied, his tone sharper than before. Akino's anger flared. "How dare you speak to me like that?" She unleashed her lightning at Issei, but he dodged effortlessly. Kaneko attempted close combat, launching a kick, But Issei caught her leg and tossed her outside, where she collided with a lamp post, bending it. Asia stood in shock at the scene, while Akino rushed to check on Kaneko, who, despite her strength, was taken aback by Issei's transformation. The fear in Kaneko's eyes reflected the realization that the Issei they knew was gone, replaced by someone entirely different. "I'll only say this once, leave," Issei commanded, his voice low and menacing. The chilling growl that followed sent shivers down their spines, prompting the three to retreat and report back to Rius. Rius ordered them to return home, stating she would handle the situation. She approached Issei's door and knocked, ready to confront her pawn. Issei opened the door and sighed heavily. "What do you want?" he asked, his tone sharp. "Is that any way to talk to your emsir?" Rius replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Issei shot her a glare. "Just answer my question or leave." Rius hesitated, sensing the anger rising in him. "Can we talk inside?" He grunted but stepped aside, allowing her to enter before closing the door behind her. "Start talking, Rius," he demanded. "That's the first time you've ever called me by my name in 4 years. It's always been Lady Gremory or just plain R," she noted, trying to keep the conversation calm. Issei shot her another glare. "What about it?" "I'm here about what happened with Akino and Kaneko," Rius said, her expression serious. "What about it?" "It was self-defense," he replied. "How so?" she pressed. "They attacked first. I retaliated," he explained. "That's not like you. You would never raise your hand or even talk back to us." "What happened to you?" Rius asked, her voice rising. "I got sick of being your pawn and meat shield for 5 years. You think I didn't notice how I was being used? I tried to show you that I cared for you all," Issei retorted, his frustration evident. Rius's anger flared. "After everything I did for you, this is how you thank me? I used all my pawn pieces on you hoping you'd be something useful. I would have let that fallen angel kill you." Issei's eyes widened at her words, then he smirked. "So you admit you never saved me because you cared? You knew I was being targeted, yet you let her kill me. Selfish and pathetic, just like your fiancé Riser." "Excuse you?" Rius exclaimed, taken aback. "Wait, you don't know?" Issei teased. "Know what?" "Talk," she demanded, her power flaring around her. He laughed. "You seriously don't know that Riser is cheating on you? Well, better late than never." "He would never," Rius protested. "Oh, but Rius, he has, and he's likely doing it as we speak," Issei replied, a smirk on his face. "How do you know this?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I've seen him with other women plenty of times. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Clearly, you don't know about real love at all," he said. "Oh, and a weakling like you does?" Rius shot back. "More than you since I was the one who used to love you," Issei admitted. "You loved me?" she asked, surprised. "At first. I risked my life again and again. Last week was no exception. I was in a coma for a week after taking that hit, but not anymore. I'm not going to risk my life until I'm free from being your pawn," he stated firmly. Rius then said something that shattered any hope she had with him. "You know what? You never would have had my love. Riser is the only one for me. If you say so, but don't come crying to me when you see the truth." "Now, if we're done, leave," Issei replied coldly. Rius stormed out, her heart heavy with doubt. She made her way to the underworld, fearing that Issei's words might hold truth. Arriving at Riser's house, she was greeted by his younger sister, Ravel, who led her to Riser's room, sensing the urgency in Rius's expression. As Rius opened the door, her eyes widened in shock. Riser was in bed with another woman. Riser noticed her and panicked. "Rius, baby, it's not what it looks like," he stammered as the woman hurriedly gathered her clothes and fled. "Rius, it's not what you think. I was just testing her physical abilities," he tried to explain. Rius slapped him hard, tears welling in her eyes. He was right. "You're a lying piece of work." "Wait, who was?" Riser demanded, wanting to know who had ruined his moment. "I did, you coward," Issei said as he appeared in the room. Rius immediately hugged him. Issei, you were right and I'm so sorry for hurting you. Suddenly, Rius kissed Issei, but he pushed her away. Don't you dare try that again. Got it? He warned, his expression serious. Issei? She asked, confused. Just because he hurt you doesn't mean I'm the one you can cry to, he replied, his tone firm. Rius began to cry, the weight of betrayal crashing down on her. Her fiancé had cheated, and it made her rethink her choices. She realized that Issei had done more for her and her team than anyone, and now he didn't care if they lived or died. Desperate, she tried to use her status as his MSTR to win him back. Sit. I'm your and you belong to me, heart, body, and soul. She placed her hand on his chest, but Issei removed it gently. My heart no longer beats for you. I don't want your so-called love, especially with the mountain of trouble that comes with it, he said coldly. Rius froze, her expression blank. Riser, tired of being ignored, shouted, How dare you ignore me, you low-class pawn? He attempted to punch Issei but was struck by a large red metal WHP, sent flying against the wall. Both Riser and Rius stared in shock at the appendage attached to Issei's back. What is that, and when did you get strong enough to send a high-class devil flying? Rius asked, astonished. Doesn't matter. I'm out of here, Issei said, teleporting home and leaving Rius alone with Riser. Riser fumed. How? How dare he attack me? Rius walked up to him and slapped him again, leaving a mark. I never want to see you again, you liar. Riser's parents arrived, curious about the disturbance. Rius recounted what had happened, and they were disgusted by Riser's actions. They arranged a meeting with Surzex in 2 days at Kuo Academy. The following were asked to attend: Riser, his parents, and his peerage, including Ravel, Rius and her peerage. Surzex and his wife, Graphia. Tension filled the room as everyone remained silent for a few moments. Rius stood on one side with her peerage, except for Issei, who stood alone by the window, avoiding eye contact and gazing outside. Riser's parents looked at him with a mix of anger and worry, fearing that Surzex, the Devil King, might take severe action against him for cheating on Rius. Asia, Kaneko, Kiba, and Akino stood quietly, having learned about the situation from Rius. Surzex finally broke the silence. Thank you all for coming. Let's skip the pleasantries and get to the point. As we all know, Riser has been found guilty of cheating on Rius, which goes against our laws and moral code. There are several eyewitnesses and I have confirmed their accounts. Riser also attacked my sister's pawn, Issei, when he exposed Riser's actions. The public sees Rius and Riser as the perfect couple, unaware of what has transpired. Do any of the heads of the Phoenix clan wish to speak? Riser's father spoke up. My king and Lady Rius, we sincerely apologize for our son's actions. It was a despicable act, and we beg for your forgiveness. Please do not break off your engagement. Rius looked at them in shock, unable to comprehend how they could ask her not to end things. How could I not leave him after this? He cheated on me the entire time we were together. He'll continue to do so even if we marry. Riser's mother interjected. We understand your anger, but there are so few pureblood devils with strengths like yours or Riser's nowadays. Rius replied, So I'm just a breeding tool? That's not what we meant, Riser's mother insisted. Issei, unable to hold back, spoke up. Just end it already. Can't you see that this will only lead to disaster? If Rius marries him, she'll be bound to someone she clearly doesn't love, and it will only bring suffering to any children they might have. Issei. Rius began, but everyone was taken aback by his words, as he had voiced what many were thinking. Riser, furious at Issei's disrespect, shouted, You have disrespected me for the last time, boy. Riser and his all-female peerage prepared to attack Issei, except for Ravel. Surzex and Graphia released their powerful auras, causing Riser and his peerage to freeze in fear. Their combined presence felt overwhelming. That's enough, Riser, Surzex commanded. If I weren't the Devil King, I would teach you a lesson myself. Consider yourself fortunate that I restrain myself. Weiss, my king. I apologize, Riser stammered. Graphia then asked, How do we resolve this issue? Everyone pondered until Issei suggested, how about an unofficial rating game? A small private match. No one will interfere, and the winning team decides the next course of action. I agree, Rius said firmly. Riser, I challenge you to a rating game. Right here, right now. Riser scoffed. You can't be serious. I've won 7 official rating games and have a full team. You only have 1 knight, 1 rook, 1 bishop, your queen, and your 1 weak pawn. This weak pawn sent you flying, Issei retorted, causing a few to stifle laughter. Looks like the phoenix got burned, Rius added, smirking. Riser growled, Fine, I accept your challenge. Surzex cautioned, Rius, you should think this through. Riser has a significant advantage. Take some time to train and plan. No need. We are more than capable of handling them, Rius insisted. Riser asked, What are the terms? If we win, the engagement is off, Rius stated. And if you lose? Riser inquired. Rius hesitated, and Issei interjected, You can have me. I'll join the Phoenix clan, and you can marry Rius. Everyone was stunned into silence. Issei, have you lost your mind? Rius exclaimed. Pretty much, but I know what I'm doing, he replied confidently. Riser smirked. You'll join us? And what can you offer? If you beat me, I assure you that you won't be disappointed. Being a phoenix doesn't sound so bad, Issei said. Asia gasped. You're willing to leave us? Oh, absolutely. At least Riser isn't abusive and actually cares for his peerage, Issei replied, surprising everyone. Surzex, Graphia, and Riser's parents exchanged glances, noting the tension among Rius and her team, who avoided eye contact. Riser felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Rius's discomfort. Ha, I'm almost starting to like you, Riser said. All right then, I accept your terms. Shall we begin? Surzex sighed, and Graphia teleported both teams to a small field while they, along with Riser's parents, watched from a distance. The field was dotted with large boulders and trees that could serve as cover, with various plants and mushrooms growing around. Graphia announced, Each team has 10 minutes to plan. Your time starts now. Rius turned to Issei. Why did you offer yourself to him? I have my reasons, Issei replied cryptically. Aquino chimed in. Care to at least share that with us? No. Just focus on the match. Remember, he's a phoenix, Issei said, signaling the end of the conversation. After 5 minutes, Rius had a plan. Aquino, you can handle his queen. Her explosion magic is strong, but you're the only one who can manage her. Use your holy lightning. Kaneko, you can take on the rooks. They, like their MSTR, are too arrogant to train, making them easy targets. Kiba, I want you to set traps for his 2 knights. Asia, we need you to heal any injuries and Issei. Issei looked at her expectantly. Think you can handle the pawns? You can promote, but so can they, Rius said, leaving the outcome uncertain. Rius stood firm, determination etched on her face. Then I'll fight Riser. Issei nodded, a serious look in his eyes. Just keep him busy long enough for me to get there after I'm done. Kiba interjected, concern evident in his voice. Issei, we've noticed you're a lot stronger than you were a few days ago, but taking on Riser alone is risky. He can regenerate. It's a signature ability of the Phoenix clan. That won't help him, Issei replied cryptically, a wild grin spreading across his face, sending shivers down their spines. The match began with Kiba using his speed and the surrounding trees for camouflage, setting traps along the way. Kaneko and Aquino advanced cautiously, waiting for Riser to make the first move. Moments later, 2 knights from Riser's team charged in, grinning maliciously, unaware of the traps. They triggered the pitfalls, falling in just as Kaneko pushed large boulders down upon them, while Kiba distracted them with his swift attacks. Both of Riser's knights have retired, Graphia announced. Next, 2 bishops and 4 pawns entered the fray. 1 pawn wielded a staff, another was a fist fighter, and the last 2 carried chainsaws. Kaneko unleashed her rook strength, shattering the ground, while Kiba summoned multiple swords from the earth using his sacred gear. Without proper balance, the bishops and 3 pawns were swiftly impaled. Riser's 2 bishops and 3 pawns have retired, Grafia declared. The 4th pawn, using her staff, propelled herself forward and promoted to rook. She and Kaneko engaged in close combat, neither gaining the upper hand during their grueling 7-minute battle. Fatigue began to set in, and Kaneko narrowly dodged a critical hit from the staff, seizing the opportunity to break it. She then delivered a powerful punch to Riser's pawn, sending her crashing through several trees. Riser's 4th pawn has retired, Grafia confirmed. Kiba, already exhausted from digging traps, and Kaneko, though still able to fight, were both feeling the strain. Just as Kaneko caught her second wind, an explosive spell struck nearby, and she looked up to see Riser's queen, known as the Bomb Queen. Realizing she was outmatched, Kaneko braced for another blast until she heard a crack of thunder. Akino soared into the air, challenging the Bomb Queen to a one-on-one duel. The 2 queens clashed fiercely, unleashing lightning and bomb magic upon each other. Both were injured, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Just then, Akino was enveloped in a green light, her injuries healing rapidly. "How are you healing yourself?" the Bomb Queen exclaimed, bewildered. "I'm not. Our bishop is our healer. You have Phoenix Tears, we have her," Akino replied confidently. The Bomb Queen's gaze shifted to Asia, who stood beside Rius, noticing the sacred gear rings on her fingers. This realization fueled her anger, providing Akino with the distraction she needed. With a surge of power, Akino unleashed her holy lightning, striking down the Bomb Queen. Riser's queen has retired. Only Riser and his 4 pawns remain, Grafia announced. Rius quickly called her team through a communication circle, instructing them to regroup. "Back to base, everyone. Take a small break and recover. We can win this." Everyone except Issei returned to Rius. "Alright, so now only 4 pawns remain." "Wait, where's Issei?" "Riser's last 4 pawns have retired," Grafia reported. The team looked around in shock as Issei returned to base a minute later, his hands stained with blood. Issei, is that your blood?" Kiba asked hesitantly. "Nope. I just took out the last 4 pawns while Riser was distracted by your fight. He and his pawns didn't notice me as I sped by. I gave them a little beating, hence the blood," Issei explained nonchalantly. "But how did you manage that?" "Just drawing blood from punches isn't enough to stop them," Akino questioned. "There were a few poisonous plants around. I used shards of wood to prick their skin and waited for the poison to take effect. It will paralyze them for a while, but they'll be fine," Issei replied with a smirk. "That's a really good plan." "Nice work," Rius acknowledged. "I don't need you to tell me that," Issei shot back, his glare intense. For a moment, Rius thought she saw his eyes flicker with an unusual color. Suddenly, Riser appeared in the center of the field, calling them out. "Rius, this has gone on long enough. I invite you and your team to fight me." Rius exchanged glances with her team, and they nodded in agreement as they approached Riser. "Glad you came," Riser said, a smug smile on his face. "Oh, shut it, Riser. We just defeated your entire peerage and still have all our members." "You can't win," Rius retorted. "And people think I'm arrogant. I told my team to take it easy on you to make you let your guard down. I wanted the fun of taking you and your whole team down all on my own just to teach you a lesson," Riser replied. "Why would you do that?" Rius asked, puzzled. "Look at your team. You lack members and they're barely ready to fight. Just look into their eyes. They are distraught. But I commend you for taking out my team in your current state," Riser taunted. Rius glanced at her team, noticing the weariness etched on Kiba, Akino, Kaneko, and Asia's faces. "You should have taken some time to train and compose yourself, like I said," Riser continued. Rius sighed, realizing he had a point. "I hate to admit it, but you're right. I'll take you on alone." Her team immediately protested. "Like hell you will." Akino shouted. "We fight together," Kaneko added firmly. "Yeah," Kiba and Asia echoed. Issei remained silent, sitting on a rock, seemingly indifferent. Rius felt a pang of hurt. Issei's earlier words echoed in her mind, and she felt her heart shatter. "I'm sorry, everyone. I was impatient and dragged you all into this. I'll fight him alone," And that's an order from your king, Rius declared. Though her team was about to refuse, Rius insisted they stay back. She approached Riser without hesitation, launching an attack with her power of destruction, unleashing her full strength. However, Riser regenerated from every blow. She erased his limbs, organs, and even his head, but he continued to recover. If blasting his head off won't kill him, then what will? Rius thought, feeling utterly drained as she fell to her knees. Are you done so soon? Riser taunted, a smirk on his face. Rius was struck by the realization that she and her team were on the brink of giving up. But she couldn't surrender, she needed to make things right with Issei. Her team was too exhausted to fight someone who seemed immune to all her attacks. Just give up, Rius, Riser urged, his voice dripping with condescension. Rius stood at the edge of despair, tears threatening to spill as she faced the hopeless situation before her. She felt like a terrible emissary, having hurt her team, and now she was forced into a marriage with Riser. Issei rose to his feet and approached Rius. Looks like I'm up. Why don't you go back to the others and let me handle this? Rius blinked, momentarily snapping out of her sorrow. But he can regenerate. Can you really defeat him? That's what I'm counting on, Issei replied confidently. Wait, what? Rius asked, confusion evident in her voice. You heard me. Now go back and let me finish this, Issei urged. Riser smirked, his confidence unwavering. About time you stepped up. That fierce look in your eyes has me fired up. I might just end up killing you. You won't get the chance, Issei declared. In the next moment, Issei and Riser charged at each other, both landing solid punches to the face. They stumbled back, but Riser quickly recovered and lunged for another strike. Issei dodged and countered with a punch to Riser's temple, disorienting him. Seizing the opportunity, Issei struck Riser's knee, the sound of the impact echoing through the air, followed by Riser's pained cry. Kaneko and Asia flinched at the sound. Riser's healing factor kicked in, and his knee healed almost instantly. He retaliated with a kick, but Issei blocked it and countered, breaking Riser's leg again before tossing him through a boulder. Issei then picked up a large rock and hurled it at Riser. Riser dodged, but a smaller rock followed at incredible speed, piercing through his chest. Though he healed almost immediately, anger surged within him. No longer holding back, Riser charged at Issei, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing through several trees. Issei quickly regained his footing and approached Riser again. This time, Riser unleashed fireballs, hitting Issei squarely in the chest. The burning sensation made Issei cry out in pain, and he struggled to catch his breath. Before he could react, Riser tackled him to the ground, one hand engulfed in flames while the other choked Issei. Struggling for air, Issei felt his strength waning. You fought well, but you lose, Riser taunted. Rius will be mine, and I'll enjoy torturing you starting now. With that, Riser pressed his flaming fist against Issei's chest, igniting a searing pain without killing him. Issei's vision blurred, and he felt himself slipping away, memories of his past flooding back. Oops. Looks like he's dead, Riser said, a grin spreading across his face as he stood victorious. The onlookers were stunned, watching Issei lay motionless. Rius, filled with rage, flared her aura but soon broke down in tears, joined by her team. No need to cry for such a weakling, Riser sneered. Suddenly, a dark energy filled the air, causing Riser to tense. All eyes turned to Issei, who was now standing. A dark red aura surrounded him, shocking everyone, including Surzex and Graphia. Issei glared at Riser, his intent clear. Balance break, he declared. A full red gauntlet appeared on Issei's arm, and his energy surged. A red dragon with green eyes manifested behind him, roaring powerfully as it enveloped him. When the light faded, Issei stood clad in full red armor, complete with a metallic tail, dragon wings, and a helmet adorned with golden horns. Rius gasped, Incredible! Ignoring her, Issei ignited his thrusters and soared toward Riser, delivering a roundhouse kick that shattered Riser's ribs. An uppercut followed, sending Riser flying into the air. Before Riser could spread his wings, Issei descended and kicked him down, creating a small crater upon impact. Issei landed beside Riser, who struggled to rise, breathing heavily. "So, this is what you meant by a surprise," Riser gasped, trying to steady himself. "Not bad, but you won't win." Gathering a massive fireball above his head, Riser prepared to strike. Issei, determined to act first, charged at him. Flames erupted from the spikes on his elbows as he pierced Riser's chest. "Give up or face the consequences," Issei warned. "Are you foolish? Crushing my heart won't work. I'll just regenerate," Riser laughed. "I warned you," Issei replied, squeezing Riser's heart without causing damage. Riser began to tremble, pain coursing through him. "What are you doing? It hurts. Let go." "I'm not crushing your heart. I'm just stopping the blood flow enough to cause pain without killing you. You're having a heart attack," Issei explained. All right. I give up. You win. Just let go." Riser pleaded. "All right, but only because you said please." Issei tossed Riser aside, who finally conceded. Riser Phoenix has surrendered. Rius Gremory wins, Graphia announced, disbelief rippling through the crowd. Issei dispelled his armor, leaving only the gauntlet. "Well done, partner," Drake praised. "Achieving complete balance breaker on your first attempt is a remarkable feat." Exhausted, Issei leaned against a tree, trying to catch his breath. Rius and the others took their time to regain their composure after the surprising turn of events that led to their victory. Once she processed what had happened, Rius rushed toward Issei, but he shot her a glare that made her pause. He then closed his eyes, leaving Rius standing there, torn between emotions, with regret and sorrow weighing heavily on her heart. Surzex appeared alongside Graphia and Riser's parents. Issei stood up and bowed to them, maintaining his respect. "Issei, I am truly impressed by what you just did." "Congratulations," Surzex said. "Thank you, my lord," Issei replied. "Issei, I've told you before that you're like a brother to me, so there's no need for formalities," Surzex continued. "Yeah, sorry, Surzex. You are the Devil King after all," Issei chuckled lightly. "That's true. Since you turned the tide, I'll grant you any wish you longing," Surzex offered. Thank you, but if it's all right, can I have some time to think about it?" Issei asked. "Of course. Now, the rest of you should get your injuries checked, except for you, Rius. You should stay," Surzex instructed. "All right." Rius responded quietly. Aquino, Asia, Kaneko, and Kiba teleported to the medical room. Riser's parents stepped forward. "Issei and Rius, we want to apologize for everything our son has put you through," Riser's father said. "If there's anything we can do to make it up to you, please let us know," Riser's mother added. "We appreciate the offer, but there's no need. What matters is that it's all over, and no one will know," Issei replied. "I hope I'm not wrong to say this, but I'm glad you won," Riser's father said, surprising both Issei and Rius. Riser was too full of himself. Despite our best efforts to teach him humility and respect, hopefully his loss will teach him that lesson. We should check on Riser and Ravel. "Take care," Riser's father concluded, and they both teleported away, leaving Graphia, Surzex, Issei, and Rius. "Now, can someone explain what happened to your team, Rius?" "They were not performing at their usual level," Graphia inquired. "Yes, do tell," Surzex added, both of them serious. Despite the difficulty, Rius shared the truth about everything that had transpired over the past 5 years. Graphia and Surzex were furious at how Rius had treated Issei but managed to calm down as they listened to the recent events leading up to the match. "I'm really disappointed in you, Rius. Normally, I'd punish you by handing over your territory of Kuo to Sona Citri and revoking your high-class status, but I think you've been punished enough. Issei, I'm sorry you had to go through all that. Why didn't you come to us about this? If you were unhappy and no longer loved Rius, I would have done something," Surzex said. "I did it because I owed her for saving my life, even though she was partly responsible for my death. I didn't want to trouble you with something like that," Issei explained. "You think what you went through was little? You suffered for 5 years and 14 before that. You endured every step of the way," Graphia said. "Yeah, but no more. I'm done. I saved her life like she saved mine, so now we are even, and I'm no longer the weakling everyone knew, Issei declared. You did get strong and became the Red Dragon Emperor. That's impressive, Sirzex acknowledged. Thanks. Well, we should all go home. Is that all right with you? Issei asked. That's right. You have school tomorrow, but it's understandable if you want to take a day or two off, Grafia replied. I actually want to. There's something I need to do there, Issei said. Like what? Rius asked. We'll see. It's going to be fun, Issei responded with a hint of mystery. Fun for whom? Grafia questioned. I guess we'll find out, Issei replied. All right, you two go home, get checked by the medical team, and then head back, Sirzex instructed. Both Issei and Rius bowed and left. Later, Team Rius sat in the medical room, patched up from their injuries. The medic allowed them to leave, and they were teleported to a park in Kuo town. Silence enveloped them as they stood there. Issei gazed at the night sky, feeling a cool breeze, and checked his phone. It was almost midnight, and he had plans for tomorrow. He began walking toward his apartment. Aquino, wait, he heard. What is it, Aquino? He asked, his tone laced with annoyance. Thanks for saving Rius, and we're sorry for how we treated you. We just wanted you to get stronger, Aquino said. Aquino, stop, Rius interjected. Issei's anger flared. You wanted to make me strong? Cut the nonsense. You turned me into your punching bag under the guise of helping me. After everything I did for you? Kiba, I helped you with the Holy Sword situation, saved Asia from a terrible fate, and assisted you, Aquino, with your fallen angel side, even though I despise them as much as you did. But here's the difference. Humans killed your mother, not fallen angels. I was the one they killed. And Rius, when you reincarnate someone who was killed by a light spear, make sure they don't have shards of that spear still embedded in their skin. You only made me suffer more than I already did. It still hurts to this day. To feel my body burning, to struggle to breathe. It was just like that day 5 years ago, and you were there, watching as the fallen angel impaled my chest and twisted the spear. Do you have any idea how that feels? Why did I ever think I could love you, love any of you? They all fell silent as he released everything he had held in for years. After a moment, Issei continued, his voice low and broken. No one wanted me. I was cursed, but I gave my life to you because you gave me a place in this world. I thought I was finally doing some good. But you are. Rius began. Meeting you was the worst luck of my life, Issei interrupted. He finally let it all out, tears streaming down his face as he couldn't bear to look at any of them. If I had known this is how I would be treated, I never would have helped any of you. Asia, I could see it in your eyes when you healed my injuries. You saw me as a burden. A part of me is grateful for your help, but now I wish you never did. Unlike a certain redhead, I wish you would have let me die. Everyone was stunned by Issei's words. He spoke with a coldness that mirrored their own past treatment of him, and it made them realize he was speaking the truth. This was their breaking point. Tears began to flow as they grappled with the weight of his statement. I'm done with all of this. I helped you all and saved Rius. My debt is paid. Congratulations, Rius, on being free. Now it's my turn, Issei declared. Wait, what? Rius responded, confusion etched on her face. With a swift motion, Issei summoned his gauntlet, enveloping it in green energy before plunging it into his chest. The others sprang to their feet, desperate to stop him, but were pushed back by a surge of energy. When they opened their eyes, they saw Issei holding 8 pawn pieces, which he dropped to the ground. But why would you do that? You'll die. Those were linked to your soul. Rius cried out, panic rising in her voice. Issei felt a trickle of blood from his nose, his vision blurring. Like I even care anymore. Oh, and don't worry, I set up a barrier so no one can see or hear us. Goodbye. With that, Issei walked away, disappearing into the darkness, leaving the others feeling rejected and miserable. Rius picked up the pawn pieces, noticing they had changed from red to pure white, devoid of their magical properties. In a state of urgency, she contacted her friend Sona for help. Sona, I need your help. It's an emergency. Please, come quickly. Rius pleaded. Sona teleported to the park, her eyes widening at the sight of everyone on their knees, crying. What happened? She asked, panic lacing her voice. Rius showed her the 8 pawn pieces, and Sona gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Those are Issei's pawn pieces. Don't tell me he's dead. He removed them by force, and now we have no idea where he is. Please help me find him. Rius urged. Sona nodded, quickly contacting her team and ordering them to spread out. They couldn't have gone far, but unbeknownst to them, Issei had used his balance breaker wings to fly to his apartment. He gathered essentials like cash and ID, but just before leaving, he began to cough up blood. Drake, it seems the Gremory girl was telling the truth. You're dying, but I can help fix that, Drake said. How so? Issei asked, curious. Since you're human again, I can transform your body into that of a dragon. You'll regain your powers and be stronger than before, able to use Balance Breaker for longer PRDs. But? Issei hesitated. But you'll develop draconic features over time, and it won't be painless. It might take months, Drake explained. I'm used to being in pain, Issei replied resolutely. Very well then, but we should go somewhere secluded. I sense devils approaching, Drake warned. The mountains. They won't suspect me there. There's a forest beyond that, it'll be safe, Issei decided. We should leave now before it's too late. But what about your plan at school? Drake asked. I can execute it later. Let's get out of here, Issei said, taking to the skies. He flew into the forest just moments before Sona and Rius arrived, searching frantically for him. Where is he? Rius asked, her voice filled with worry. Rius, look, Sona pointed to a puddle of blood on the ground. Oh no. No, and... Rius sobbed uncontrollably as Sona wrapped her arms around her in comfort. Sona contacted Rius's team to inform them of the discovery. The news soon reached Surzex and Grafia, who were devastated when Rius showed them the pawn pieces. No, not my little brother. Why didn't I look after him? Surzex lamented. He went through so much and we just let him go without helping him or comforting him, Grafia added, tears in her eyes. We need to send out a search party. As soon as possible, Surzex commanded. Despite their efforts, no one could find Issei anywhere, as if he had vanished completely. Surzex, along with Rius's and Sona's teams, searched every corner of Kuo, but there was no trace of Issei's energy. It felt as if he had truly disappeared, leaving only memories and blood behind. After a long, fruitless night of searching, everyone returned home, knowing Issei wouldn't survive long after forcefully removing his pieces. Yet Rius refused to give up. For 2 days straight, Rius and her team searched tirelessly, even scouring the nearby mountains, but to no avail. The loss of Issei weighed heavily on them, especially after witnessing his power as the Red Dragon Emperor. Guilt consumed them, and they ultimately declared him dead. News of Issei's death spread throughout the school, eliciting mixed emotions. Some felt relief, while others were genuinely saddened, as Issei had never harmed anyone. As life went on, nothing felt the same. Rius struggled with the guilt, and her team kept 1 or 2 of his pawn pieces as reminders to treat others with kindness, regardless of their strengths or weaknesses. For the first month, Rius was haunted by nightmares of Issei lying in a pool of blood, replaying the words he had spoken to them. She would wake up screaming or crying, trying to avoid sleep to escape the torment, but the lack of rest led to hallucinations where she would catch glimpses of Issei, yet he never smiled, only reflecting anger and sorrow. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to make things right, Rius whispered to herself. Her team and Surzex checked on her frequently, as they fared better than she did. No words could bring her peace, and she remained isolated in her pain. Everyone, including the students at school, noticed her suffering, which began with Issei's death. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Issei sat beneath a tree, preparing to embrace his transformation. All right, now let's do this, he said, determination in his voice. Right, Drake responded, channeling his draconic energy through Issei's body. Issei grunted from the pain as his body began to change. He felt himself growing stronger, his eyes shifting from brown to emerald green with slit pupils. Scales emerged on his skin, and his claws and teeth transformed into sharp fangs. The pain finally subsided, and Issei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Drake spoke, "I apologize for the pain. I had to accelerate the process to save your life." Issei replied, "I'm glad you did. The quicker, the better." Drake continued, "It's not over just yet. Your horns, tail, and wings will grow soon, and it will be more painful than what you just experienced." Issei sighed, "Why am I not surprised?" "Rest for now," Drake advised. "We will begin training your newfound power in a few days after you adjust to your new senses." "Sounds good," Issei agreed. "You continue to surprise me, Drake." "Noted." Issei responded, curious. "Not only did you achieve Balance Breaker, but you also became the first devil to remove his pieces by force and live. Then, you turned into a dragon by your own volition." Issei chuckled, "Thanks. Dragons are way better than devils." "That's right," Drake laughed. "Now rest. You need it." Issei immediately fell asleep. Over the next few months, he trained and lived off the forest, occasionally visiting town. He grew stronger, and his horns, tail, and elbow blades began to appear, though they were still hollow, with flames erupting like a blowtorch. Issei learned to control these flames and even incorporated them into various attacks. His wings, however, took longer to develop, but Drake kept Issei's aura hidden from detection. Eventually, Issei decided he was strong enough and no longer wanted to live in the forest. He had matters to attend to at school and felt it was time to make an appearance. The next day, he used his magic to present himself well, wearing black jeans, sneakers, a nice red t-shirt, and a black jacket. He tied his now long hair into a small ponytail and used magic to conceal his dragon features, appearing more human but taller, having grown from 5 feet 7 inches to 6 feet 2 inches. As Issei walked into school one morning, everyone stared at him. No one recognized him at first, except for one girl, Murayama. She approached him, eyes wide with disbelief. "Issei? Is that really you?" she asked. "Yeah. It's me," Issei replied. "Oh my gosh, you're alive!" Murayama exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone around. Shock spread through the crowd as they realized the once weak and skinny boy had transformed into a striking and strong young man. The news quickly reached Rius and the 2 perverts, who were in disbelief. Rius had spent months mourning his loss and still hadn't fully recovered. The 2 perverts approached Issei first, grinning. "Issei, my man, you're back," one of them said. "No way. We're happy you're back, dude. How about we check out some girls for old time's sake?" the other added. Issei's expression darkened as he grabbed them by their necks and lifted them off the ground. "You haven't changed at all, have you? I came here to clear my name and move on with my life. Since you two were the cause of my troubles, I'll prove it to everyone," he said, his voice low and threatening. Both perverts struggled to speak. "Dude, we're friends. Why would we try to do wrong by you?" "Friends? You don't know the meaning of the word. You're going to confess that you set me up." A crowd gathered, phones out, recording the scene. "Now tell them that you were the ones who put those magazines in my bag and locker. Tell them that you made me come with you to peep on the girls and then let me take the fall when you were caught." "What are you talking of?" one of them began, but Issei swiftly broke his hand. "Each lie will earn you a broken bone. You have 5 seconds to tell the truth." "Yeah, we never did that," the other shouted, panic rising in his voice. "Wrong answer," Issei snapped, breaking the second pervert's arm. The crowd gasped in horror, witnessing a side of Issei they had never seen before. The commotion caught the attention of Rius and Sona, who pushed through the crowd, but Rius recognized Issei's voice. "Tell them the truth now or I won't hold back," Issei warned. Okay, I admit it. It was us," one pervert cried. "Yeah, we did it all. We're sorry. Please let us go," the other pleaded, tears streaming down his face. "I showed mercy. You can still manage with your other arms," Issei retorted coldly. The crowd gasped at his words. Finally, Rius broke through the crowd and saw the 2 perverts, each injured and trembling. Her gaze shifted to Issei, who stood tall and resolute. As he turned to leave, The crowd began to disperse, and the perverts fled, fearing the wrath of the girls who had witnessed their betrayal. Rius rushed to Issei and hugged him tightly. "You're alive. You came back. We all thought you were dead." Tears of joy streamed down her face, and the crowd watched in awe as Rius Gremory embraced the boy who had just displayed such ferocity. Issei noticed the whispers among the onlookers and sighed. "Rius, let go. As far as everyone is concerned, the Issei you all barely knew is gone." "No. You're wrong. You're still the Issei we love. Please just come back to us." "I won't let go until you do," Rius insisted, her voice filled with emotion. Akino, Kiba, Kaneko, and Asia approached, curious about the scene, while Sona observed from a distance, aware that something significant had transpired. Rius's team gathered around Issei, realizing that he was indeed back and stronger than before. Issei noticed Rius's pale skin and dark circles under her eyes, a sign of her distress. "I don't want to make a bigger scene, so let's go to the ORC and talk. Also, call Surzex." "I actually missed that guy," Issei suggested. Rius and the others agreed, and they made their way to the ORC, where Rius called Surzex. "Surzex, do you need something?" he answered. "There's someone here you need to see ASAP," Rius replied, her tone serious. "I'll be right over." Surzex stepped through a magic portal, accompanied by Grafia. He looked around the room and noticed a tall man radiating a familiar energy. "All right, so who's the one you want me to meet?" Surzex asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. "I can't believe my eyes. Is that you? Issei?" Grafia exclaimed. "Hey guys. I missed you," Issei replied, a genuine smile lighting up his face, a sight neither of them had seen in years. Both Surzex and Grafia rushed to hug him, tears welling in their eyes. "We missed you too, little brother." After a heartfelt embrace that lasted a minute or two, Surzex was the first to pull away. "Issei, where have you been for the past few months?" Akino chimed in, "We looked everywhere for you." Ignoring Akino, Issei focused on Surzex. "I guess I owe you an explanation. I simply had enough of my life and wanted to be free. I removed my pieces and went deep into the forest, where I asked Drag to change my body from human to dragon." Surzex raised an eyebrow. "I can sense a dragon's aura, but you look completely human." "Wait a second," Issei said, dispelling his magic. His eyes transformed from brown to green, resembling those of a dragon. Horns, claws, a tail, and elbow spikes emerged, though no flames were released. Everyone stared in astonishment. "I wouldn't have survived if it wasn't for Drag," Issei added, summoning his sacred gear on his arm. "Greetings, everyone. I am the Welsh dragon, Drag." The dragon introduced himself. Surzex and the others greeted Drag, expressing their gratitude for saving Issei. They shared drinks and caught up like old friends, while Rius and the others sat in silence, watching Issei laugh with Surzex, a sight that pierced their hearts. The realization that Issei had preferred to be away from them was painful. "I'm really glad that you're all right, but there's one thing I want to know," Surzex said. Issei nodded. "It's about whom I will join, right?" "Yeah. I've thought about it and I won't join anyone," Issei replied, causing a wave of sadness to wash over the group. "But I'll be your ally since you and Grafia have been kind to me. However, there's one condition." Grafia asked, "Which is?" "I'll help you and Surzex only. No one else. I won't join your sister's peerage ever again." Rius and the others felt a chill at his words. Surzex and Grafia noticed their lingering pain and decided to change the subject. "So, I heard you broke the arms of two guys here. What was that about?" Surzex inquired. "Payback," Issei said, his tone darkening. "They made me look like a pervert and turn my school life into a nightmare while pretending to be friends. Just because I was weak, I became a target. But now everyone knows the truth. They recorded it and I might ask one of them to share the video with me. Their screams and broken bones are music to my ears." A chill ran through the room. "Why didn't you go to Sona for help?" Grafia asked. "Honestly, I don't know. All that was part of my everyday life, so I guess it didn't seem worth it." "I wish you had told her. She could have helped." "We could have, Graphia said softly. It doesn't matter now. I handled it and I cleared my name. It was very satisfying, Issei replied, a grin spreading across his face that made everyone uneasy. Now that I think about it, I've been gone for months since the start of my 3rd year, and I have a lot to catch up on. Should we tell him? Surzex asked Graphia. I'll do it, she replied. Tell me what? Issei asked, curious. After you were declared dead, the school decided to give you an honorary graduation certificate in your memory. Really? But I was hated, so why? Issei questioned. The administration didn't want to do it because of the title of pervert forced upon you, but most students protested, saying you were treated unjustly. Eventually, the administration yielded. Congratulations on finishing your academic life unless you plan on going to university. So, I guess there are some people with humility here. No, I'm done with my academic life. I'm almost in my 20s now, and I want to be free as a dragon should be. Did Sona take part in it? Yes. She insisted on it, Surzex confirmed. Good. I should stop by and say hello. It's the least I can do. All right, but before you go, there's something you should know, Graphia said. Yeah. We received word that the fallen angel Kokobile is coming to Kuo town with a small army of fallen angels. Issei's expression darkened, and his aura flared, causing his former teammates to kneel. Why are they coming? Kokobile is a war maniac, and with all the factions at a ceasefire, he's lost his mind, Surzex explained. I want in. I need to see how strong I've become. Sure, but you won't do it alone. Rius and her team will fight as well. I have to go back and stop people from panicking about another war. Fine, but Kokobile is my target and mine alone. When will he arrive? In a few days. Azazel, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, tried to stop him but was unsuccessful, so he contacted us. Kokobile plans to attack the school first. No, he won't get the chance. I'll stop him before that. I think you're the only one who can. All right, Graphia and I are going to the underworld. See you later. They need to know that the Red Dragon Emperor is back. Take care. Both Surzex and Graphia teleported away. Issei stood up to visit Sona, but Rius stopped him. Issei, wait. What do you want, Rius? He asked coldly. Can we just talk for a few minutes? Alone. Rooftop. 5 minutes, he replied. Rius nodded, relieved that he would talk to her. They left to converse, while the others waited in the club room, happy to see Issei back but hesitant to speak due to his newfound power. On the school roof, Issei asked, So, what did you want to say? Unable to contain her excitement, Rius jumped on Issei and kissed him. He was taken by surprise and quickly broke the kiss, setting her down. Rius, stop. Just stop. I told you that I don't feel that way anymore. But I do. I've been in love with you since you saved me, she exclaimed, her emotions spilling over. Flames flickered from his horns in response to his anger. Don't mistake adoration for love. Don't make my mistake. Rius looked at Issei, confusion evident in her eyes. What do you mean? Issei took a deep breath, his mind racing with thoughts from the past few months. I've had time to think and realized that I mistook my admiration for you as love. But I do love you, Rius insisted, her voice trembling. I know my true feelings now. There's so much I want to say. Maybe I should start by apologizing. Issei, I'm sorry for making you suffer. All of us are. You helped us through our struggles, and all we did was hurt you. You helped Kiba, saved Asia, and helped Akino accept her past. You made everyone stronger, yet you were the only one who called me by my first name because you loved me for who I was. Then you saved me from Riser. You helped everyone. Issei shook his head. That's where I messed up. Rius frowned, unsure of what he meant. What do you mean? After I did all that, after you all became stronger, you started to belittle me and treat me poorly. I used to love you for giving me another chance in life despite everything I went through, but the last straw was when we fought that stray. Rius remained silent, absorbing his words. Tell me, Rius, Issei continued, his voice steady. Did anyone take that hit for you? Kiba had the speed, Kaneko had the defense, Asia had magic, And Aquino had all three. So why didn't they save you? They were just as capable, if not more so than I was, yet I took the hit and ended up in a coma for a week. Rius was at a loss for words. If you're asking me to love you again, then forget it, Issei said firmly. Let me prove it to you that we've changed, Rius pleaded, pulling out Issei's pawn pieces. We kept your pawn pieces. We mourned you for months. I had nightmares every time I closed my eyes and hallucinated when I opened them. I cried myself to sleep, only to continue seeing vivid nightmares of you dying. No smile, no laughter, just pain. In a moment of desperation, Rius jumped on Issei and pinned him against the wall, tears streaming down her face as she buried her head in his chest. We really did miss you and wanted to make things right. Just give us a chance, please. Drake, Issei's dragon partner, communicated with him mentally. Partner, she's not lying. I sense that she truly wants to make things right. Issei sighed, knowing he wanted to forgive them but feeling unprepared. I want to move on, I want to forgive, but I'm not ready just yet. I don't know when I'll be able to forgive. It could be a week, a month, or even longer. Rius looked into Issei's eyes, sensing his sincerity. All right, we'll give you some space, but please stay. The last few months were unbearable without you. I'm not going anywhere. Not yet, at least, Issei replied. Are you sure? Rius asked, her voice filled with hope. I didn't oppose fighting alongside you all, did I? I just don't want to be on your team anymore. None of the MSTR and pawn stuff. I want to fight Kokubio while you all take care of the smaller threats. Rius nodded, understanding. Okay, let's go. The others are waiting, and I have to visit Sona. With a smile, Rius agreed. Yeah, let's go. Once in the club room, Rius was immediately surrounded by her peerage, their expressions filled with concern. What happened? Asia asked. Does he still hate us? Kiba inquired anxiously. Will he give us a chance to talk to him? Aquino added. Kaneko echoed the same question. Rius hugged them tightly, her heart aching. Just give me a moment, and I'll tell you everything, okay? After a group hug, Rius calmed down enough to share what had transpired between her and Issei. She revealed her nightmares and hallucinations, and to her surprise, everyone admitted they had gone through similar experiences but were too afraid to speak up, believing it was their punishment. They all let out their pent-up emotions, crying together as they shared their pain. Outside the clubroom, Issei listened to their heartfelt confessions, feeling a mix of emotions. Drake spoke up, I believe they have suffered enough, partner. Maybe, Issei replied thoughtfully. He chose not to visit Sona immediately after his conversation with Rius. Instead, he hid his presence and listened to the others, surprised by their genuine regret. With newfound resolve, he walked away to visit Sona. He knocked on her office door, which was opened by her queen, Tsubaki. Sona! Issei exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. It's good to see you. Good to see you too. How have you been? Sona asked, her eyes lighting up. I've been okay. It hasn't been the same since I defeated Riser on my own. Word has spread throughout the underworld. You're a legend now, Sona said. I was hoping to avoid that, Issei admitted. It was unavoidable. It was quite the feat, Tsubaki added. So, I assume you saw the match? Issei inquired. It was recorded. If it's all right, can I ask you something? Tsubaki asked. Sure, Issei replied. How did you come up with the plan to beat Riser? People tried seals, magic, and force. Nothing ever worked. During the match, Riser always regenerated any part of him that was destroyed, so I thought of squeezing his heart. I figured it wouldn't be damaged, but it would stop pumping blood to his vital organs. Basically, I gave him a very painful heart attack, Issei explained. That was brutal, Issei. You could have killed him, Sona remarked, her eyes wide. Believe me, I wanted to, but I don't want the underworld on my tail, Issei replied with a smirk. Also, how is Riser? Is he still that arrogant fried chicken? Tsubaki giggled and Sona responded, actually he's better now, aside from his health. Really? Issei raised an eyebrow. After getting defeated by you, his ego shattered. A low-class devil made him see life more clearly, Sona explained. As they continued their conversation, Issei felt a sense of relief. Perhaps there was a path forward after all. Issei stood in the room, a diploma in hand, as Tsubaki expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Issei," she said. "For what?" he replied, puzzled. "For teaching those two troublemakers a lesson. They won't be bothering any girls for a while." Sona added, "We couldn't use force, but a fully graduated student can. Here's your diploma." Issei accepted the diploma, then shifted the conversation. "Now that the small talk is out of the way, you want to know why I left, don't you?" Sona and Tsubaki exchanged glances, realizing he was right. "There's no point in denying it. We want to know why you have such strong feelings against your former Emstar and comrades," Sona admitted. "I can show you," Issei replied, using magic to project his memories onto the wall. As the images played, Sona and Tsubaki's expressions shifted from curiosity to anger. They had been kept in the dark about much of Issei's past, and as fellow devils who had fought alongside him for 5 years, they felt they deserved to know. From their expressions, Issei could tell they were shocked. "I take it you didn't know everything," he said. Sona shook her head. "We were only told that Riser was found cheating on Rius and that you challenged him for her freedom. After that, you went missing and were presumed dead. Only your pawn pieces were found. Right now, I want to confront Rius about this." Tsubaki added, "I can't believe what Kiba did. The others were so cruel. And to think I liked him." "I still haven't forgiven him or the others," Issei admitted, "but there's something you should know. Rius and the others have changed for the better." Both girls looked at him, surprised. "Huh," they said in unison. Issei explained his conversation with Rius and what he had overheard outside the clubroom. Tsubaki was particularly taken aback. "Kiba, cried? I've never seen him cry," she said, astonished. "I know it's strange coming from me, but get to know him," Issei urged. "What?" they both replied, confused. "Don't get me wrong. I haven't fully forgiven them, but I won't be so cruel as to block him. He's not the person you came to hate just moments ago. Sona, I know you're a good friend to Rius, but now that you know the details, please help her after the fight." "Of course. We need to deal with Kokobile first," Sona agreed. "Yeah. It's getting late. I've taken enough of your time, so I'll be going now." "Take care, Sona." "You too, Issei," she replied as he left the school to search for a new apartment. He found one and paid several months' rent in advance with the money he had saved from his previous endeavors. Sitting on his bed, he listened to music, his current favorite song playing softly in the background. Then the day arrived. The fight with the war-loving crow was about to begin. Sona and her peerage were tasked with creating a barrier to contain the fight. Inside the clubroom, tension filled the air as Issei stared out the window, his eyes reflecting a fierce determination. Rius and the others felt a mix of fear and anticipation, unsure whether they were more afraid of the fallen angel army or Issei himself. Asia finally broke the silence. "So, what's the plan?" she asked. Issei remained focused on the view outside but answered, "You stay behind cover. Kaneko, Kiba, Akino, and Rius, you four can handle the fallen angels while I take on Kokobile. There's something I need to ask him." Akino inquired, "Which is?" "The name of the one who killed me," Issei replied, a hint of anger in his voice as he placed a hand over his chest, recalling the painful memory. Suddenly, the sound of 100 wings filled the air. Issei and Rius's team stepped outside to face a legion of fallen angels, with one towering above the rest. Kokobile, his 10 black wings spread wide, wore a menacing smile. "I'm disappointed. Only the Gremory girl is here with her peerage. Where is Surzex?" Kokobile taunted. "He won't waste his time with you, so just go home," Rius shot back. "You've got some nerve talking to me like that," Kokobile sneered. "Then talk to me," Issei interjected, stepping forward. Kokobile's eyes narrowed. "Now this is a pleasant surprise. The Red Dragon Emperor makes his appearance after months. But you were said to be dead. Do I look dead to you?" "I'm more alive than you'll be very soon," Issei retorted. Kokobile's anger flared. "Why you little? All of you attack." But the red dragon is mine to fight. As Kokabile commanded his army to attack, Issei shouted, "Balance break." He activated his balance breaker, joining Rius and her team in the fray. The battle raged on, with Issei and Kokabile clashing fiercely in midair. They exchanged blows, dodged light spears, and Issei even took down several fallen angels that tried to intervene. But he could feel his stamina waning. "I want answers, Kokabile," he demanded. "Oh, like what?" Kokabile taunted. "I want to know the name of the fallen who killed me 5 years ago." "Beat me and I'll tell you," Kokabile laughed, a cruel sound that only fueled Issei's determination. "Have it your way," Issei growled, pushing himself to the limit. Meanwhile, Rius and her team fought valiantly, their spirits lifted by Issei's return. They were taking down fallen angels left and right. Just as Rius was about to strike another enemy, she was tackled by a woman. "Quite the displeasure to meet you, Rius," the woman said, rising to her feet. Rius recognized her immediately. "You? Oh, you remember me?" the woman smirked. "I should have killed you 5 years ago," Rius spat. "You really should have. I wasn't strong enough to kill you then, but I was strong enough to kill that weak pawn of yours, and now I'm strong enough to kill you," the woman declared, revealing her 4 pairs of black feathered wings. "By the way, my name is Rainier, and I was the one who killed him." Rius's anger flared, and she engaged Rainier in combat, hoping that if she could defeat her, Issei might forgive her, and perhaps she could forgive herself. As the battle continued, only a few fallen angels remained, keeping Kiba, Akino, Kaneko, and Asia occupied. Rius fought fiercely but was nearing her limit. In contrast, Issei was gaining the upper hand against Kokabile, having ripped off his wings. Kokabile crashed to the ground, and Issei landed beside him. "Now answer my question," Issei demanded, stabbing his claws into Kokabile's back. "All right, I'll talk." Kokabile screamed in pain. Issei's anger boiled over as he confronted Kokabile. "Just stop," he demanded, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. Kokabile smirked. "Oh, I'll tell you, but don't you want to know who killed your parents?" "What do you know about that?" Issei shot back, his heart racing. "I'm the one that killed them, and Rainier did the same to you on my orders," Kokabile taunted. Issei's fists clenched, ready to unleash his fury. "Why?" "You were too dangerous to be kept alive," Kokabile replied, a cruel grin spreading across his face. In a swift motion, Issei used his tail to pierce Kokabile's back, causing him to scream in agony. "Now, before I finish you, where is Rainier?" "She's over there, about to kill your girlfriend," Kokabile laughed, pointing. Issei turned to see Rius pinned against the wall by a fallen angel with 8 wings, a light spear aimed at her heart. He couldn't let that happen. He couldn't allow another tragedy to unfold. "Say goodbye, Red." Rainier sneered, but before she could finish, Issei lunged forward, driving his arm through her chest and grasping her heart. "You're still alive." Rainier gasped, disbelief etched on her face. "Unlike you," Issei replied coldly as he ripped her heart from her body, and she fell lifeless to the ground. Rius, shaken but grateful, looked at Issei. "You saved me again." "Thank you." "I did it for Surzex, not you," he said, trying to mask the concern in his voice. Rius felt a pang of hurt but managed a smile, only for it to fade as blood splattered across her face. Horror washed over her as she saw a light spear pierce Issei's chest. Rius!" Issei murmured before collapsing. Rius's heart shattered as she witnessed Issei dying before her eyes once more. In a surge of rage, she unleashed a wave of destructive power, obliterating every fallen angel, including Kokabile. Sona and her team rushed to her side, witnessing the aftermath. Rius held Issei tightly, her hands shaking as she destroyed the spear embedded in his chest, ignoring the burns on her skin. "Asia, get over here!" Rius cried out. Asia rushed to her side, but her expression turned grim as she assessed Issei's condition. "Rius, the damage is too great. I can't heal him in time. Please, just try. Issei, please wake up." Rius pleaded, desperation creeping into her voice. As Issei lay on the brink of unconsciousness, a woman appeared, She wore a black and red kimono, her striking golden eyes shining with determination. "Kuroka, what are you doing here?" Kaneko asked, surprised. "Now is not the time for formalities. Focus on saving Issei," Kuroka urged. "Get away from my Issei. I don't trust you," Rius shouted. "He's dead if you don't let me help, so be useful for once and call for help," Kuroka retorted, urgency in her tone. Everyone fell silent, and Sona was the first to break the shock, teleporting everyone to the underworld hospital. Issei was rushed to the ER, where doctors worked to close his wounds. Kuroka continued to use her magic to keep him alive. After a tense wait, the doctor approached Rius and the others. "We managed to stabilize him, but his heart is too damaged. If he weren't a dragon, he would have died already." Rius felt numb as the weight of the situation settled over her. Kuroka, however, stepped forward to visit Issei. Just then, Surzex and Grafia entered the room, having been informed of the crisis. "Where's Issei?" Surzex asked urgently. "He's in there," Rius replied, her voice barely above a whisper. As they entered, Grafia noticed Kuroka and immediately bound her with a magic seal. "Stop, Grafia," Rius interjected. "She's an SS-class stray. She killed her MSTR," Surzex warned. "But she helped save Issei's life," Akino argued. Both Surzex and Grafia paused, considering Kuroka's actions. Grafia unbound her, asking, "Is she telling the truth?" "Yes," Kuroka confirmed. "Why would you help us?" Grafia inquired. Kuroka blushed slightly. "It's because she's my lover," Issei interjected, surprising everyone in the room except Kuroka. Rius's heart sank, but she forced a smile. "Congratulations to the two of you. If you'll excuse me," she said, leaving the room, her feelings clear to everyone but Kuroka. "What just happened?" Kuroka asked, confused. Sighing, Issei replied, "I'll tell you when the time is right." The doctor returned, breaking the tension. "Everyone, I have some news." "What is it?" Surzex asked, leaning forward. "When we were taking Issei to we found him holding an actual heart. We took it for testing," the doctor explained. "Are you saying that Issei can have a heart transplant immediately?" Grafia asked, hope flickering in her eyes. "Yes, but the heart belonged to a fallen angel. Since he's a dragon, I'm not sure if his body will accept it, but there's a chance it will work. However, we need her help," the doctor said, gesturing to Kuroka. "How can I help?" Kuroka asked, ready to assist. "You used sage magic to save him, correct?" the doctor inquired. "Yes," Kuroka affirmed. "Then we can use it to make the transplant a success, but I can't guarantee there won't be side effects. It's your decision if you want to proceed with this experimental procedure," the doctor concluded. "I'll do it," Issei declared, determination in his voice. Everyone except Kuroka gasped in shock. "Are you sure about this?" Akino asked, concern etched on her face. "I am," Issei replied firmly. "Then I'll prepare the ER. We will begin right away. Everyone else, please wait in the waiting room," the doctor instructed. As they left, Rius was already in the waiting room, visibly worried. Surzex comforted her, knowing the gravity of the situation. The surgeons and Kuroka performed the operation, and it went well. "It took a few hours. Everything went as well as we hoped," the doctor said. "I'll inform them of the news, and he should wake up after a while." Kuroka shook her head. "No. I'll do it." Issei was taken to the recovery room, and Kuroka headed to the waiting area. Rius approached her, her voice trembling. "It'd be okay?" Kuroka smiled and nodded. The room erupted in cheers. Kaneko hugged her big sister tightly, while Rius stood there, tears of joy streaming down her face. "All right, everyone," Surzex announced, gaining their attention. "I'd like to say something. Miss Kuroka, you helped save my little brother's life, and for that, I will remove your status as a stray. Consider it a thank you. From us." Surzex bowed to her, and Kuroka was taken aback, especially as others followed suit. "There's no need to thank me," Kuroka replied, flustered. "I just did what I could." "Regardless, you are now a free devil," Surzex continued. But I have one request. You must tell us how you and Issei met. Kuroka blushed. How about we wait for Issei to recover, and then we can share the full story from both our perspectives? Everyone agreed and took turns watching over Issei. Rius and Kuroka were the first to stay with him while the others went home to rest. As they sat beside Issei's bed, Rius noticed Kuroka trying to avoid her gaze. I know you want to say something, so please just say it, Rius urged. Kuroka hesitated. You wouldn't like what I have to say. Do you love Issei? Rius asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Obviously. I've known him for months. I know all about him. I've known him for 5 years, Rius countered. Kuroka shook her head. You know of his existence, but nothing of his hopes, dreams, favorite music, foods, or hobbies. Rius fell silent. Do you even know his last name? Kuroka pressed. Rius remained quiet. It's Hyudo. 5 years, and you didn't even know that. I also know about his past. But I want to know why. Why, Rius? Don't know, Rius admitted, her voice breaking. Give me a real answer. I don't know, okay? I don't know why I hurt him again and again. He saved me from the stray and got hurt. He fought Riser alone to save me, and now he carries the heart of the fallen angel who killed him 5 years ago because of me. I could have saved him without letting her hurt him. I kissed him twice in my life, and he hated it. He hates me, and I can't blame him after everything I put him through when all he ever did was save me and see me for who I am. Just Rius, not the Gremory heir or the ruined princess. Just me, and I was too blind to see it. He could have been the one, but my misguided feelings for Riser blinded me. Kuroka looked at her, surprised. You kissed him? Twice. Rius let out a small laugh, tinged with sadness. Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. Since the night he left after the match, I thought he died hating me, and I had nightmares every time I closed my eyes. I realized he never smiled or laughed as long as I've known him. Believe me when I say that I regret everything I ever did and said to him. I just want to make this right. As Rius wiped her tears, Kuroka used her magic to sense Rius's sincerity. She could see the pain in her heart. Listen, Rius, Kuroka said gently. Issei made those choices on his own. He would have done so even though he does harbor anger towards you. A gauntlet appeared on Issei's arm, and Draig's voice echoed in the room. She's right, Rius. Rius jumped at the sudden voice. Eep. Nice one, Draig, Kuroka chuckled. That was funny. I didn't mean to startle you, Rius, Draig continued. But there's something you should know. Issei's rage is equal to that of a dragon's, yet he wants to let it go. That's the kind of person he is. He wants to forgive you and the others, but you'll have to be patient. Then I have a chance to make it right, Rius said, hope flickering in her eyes. Thank you for telling me, Draig. Glad to be of help. Issei will wake up soon. I'm currently strengthening his new heart. We shall speak again soon, ladies. Take care. With that, Draig fell silent. Kuroka turned to Rius. I knew he was really angry and rightfully so, but still wanting to move on and make peace. He continues to make me fall for him. Rius sighed. So you two really are in love, then? I have no chance to be with him, do I? Kuroka looked apologetic. Rius. I'm sorry. Don't be. I can only blame myself. Just then, Issei grunted and began to wake up. Issei, you're awake. How do you feel? Both girls exclaimed. Tired but alive. Looks like the heart transplant worked. Thanks, Kuroka. What would I do without you? I'll give you two a moment, Rius said, stepping out of the room to inform everyone that Issei had woken up. They all rushed in and hugged him, and for once, Issei truly felt the love surrounding him. The doctor came to check on Issei and advised him to relax for a month. Afterward, he was discharged, and they all headed to his apartment. All right now, everyone, Rius announced. Since he is back to full health, I believe we are owed a story. What do you say, Issei? Time to tell your story. Sure. Let's begin. And with that, the chapter came to an end. The day after he left, Issei began to transform into a dragon slowly. His horns, elbow spikes, and tail were gradually forming. His body was undergoing a transformation on a cellular level, and it was neither quick nor painless. Issei was still emotional after everything that had happened with Rius and the others, and the physical pain only intensified his turmoil. Reaching his emotional threshold, he decided to take a walk and found himself in a place that brought back painful memories, the very spot where the fallen angel Rainier had killed him. But why me? What did I do to suffer so much? He cried out in anguish. His power flared, and in a fit of rage, he unleashed energy projectiles, tearing apart the forest floor. Issei roared in pain and anger as his horns, tail, and spikes grew rapidly, fueled by the dragon's power that surged through his rage. Issei, I understand your frustrations, Draig's voice echoed in his mind. But you have to calm down before you fully transform into a raging dragon. Issei couldn't hear Draig at all as he continued to unleash his frustration on the forest, creating a massive fireball that left a huge crater in the ground. Tears streamed down his face as he roared in pain, but eventually he calmed down and sat at the edge of the crater. His mind was a whirlwind of emotions until he suddenly felt a sense of calm wash over him. It was a new experience, and he barely registered the sensation of two slim hands holding him from behind, one on his head and one on his chest. Surprisingly, the pain in his chest didn't flare up. Don't move. I'm trying to help, a voice said softly. Why help me? Issei asked, still conflicted. You're in pain. Let me help, she replied. Issei was torn. Why would a stranger want to help him? He had been hurt before, and he was wary of her intentions. Yet she had calmed him down, and it felt good, something he hadn't experienced in years. If she meant to harm him, she would have done so already, and he could defend himself if needed. After a moment of deliberation, he decided to give her a chance. Thank you, miss, he began. Kuroka. My name is Kuroka. Now don't talk. Your mind is in disarray, your ki is unstable, and your heart is racing. I don't know what you've been through, but I'll do my best to help, she said. Thank you. I'm Issei, he replied, closing his eyes as Kuroka began to use her sage magic to stabilize him. He felt a wave of calm wash over him, his mind started to clear, and his heart rate began to normalize. After a few minutes, even the pain from his transformation subsided. You'll be okay now, but this is just a temporary fix. You'll need to sort out the cause yourself, Kuroka said. Issei turned to look at her, noticing her kimono, her two black tails, and her cat ears. Her golden eyes captivated him, and they shared a moment of silence before he snapped out of his trance. If only it were as easy as it sounds, he said, getting to his feet. Do you want to talk about it? Kuroka asked. No, Issei replied, moving to sit by a nearby. Kuroka followed and sat on his lap. What are you doing? He asked, surprised. Full disclosure, when I saw you, I felt something pulling me toward you, and it wasn't just your power, she admitted. Kuroka fit perfectly in his lap, and as she cuddled him, Issei found himself confused. Why was she helping him? Why was she clinging to him? He felt a longing for comfort, something he had missed for so long. He wrapped his arms around Kuroka, and she hugged him back. They sat together, watching the sunset until they both fell asleep, holding each other. Kuroka could feel Issei's heartbeat, and it brought her joy to know he was okay. Over the next few months, Issei and Kuroka spent time together daily. Issei remained emotionally distant and didn't share much about his past, but Kuroka didn't push him. Instead, she shared her own story. I know you keep your guard up around me, and I understand, but I want to earn your trust, Kuroka said one day. Issei remained silent. 6 years ago, my little sister Chiron and I were part of a devil's peerage. Our emissary was performing illegal experiments on us to make us stronger. When he planned to do the same to my little sister, I couldn't let that happen. I killed him and his peerage, and we ran because I was marked astray. Eventually, we were hunted down by Graphia, and I knew I couldn't match her strength. I tried to escape with Chiron, but she was captured. I had to flee. Does your little sister have white hair, is short, and has one cat tail? Issei asked. Yeah, but how did you? Kuroka started. I know Graphia and Surzex. They're the only kind-hearted devils around. I used to be a pawn in Rius Gremory's peerage. Your sister is a rook in that team. She's strong and doing well, but she doesn't talk much. She has a stoic expression most of the time. She goes by the name Kaneko. Kuroka felt a surge of joy knowing her sister was all right, but then realization hit her. Wait, what do you mean you used to be? She asked. Issei sighed. You trusted me with your past. It's only fair that I do the same. Look into my memories. Are you sure? I'll be going right through your memories, Kuroka said. I have nothing to hide, Issei assured her. All right then. I trust you, she replied, placing her hands on his head and closing her eyes. Using her magic, she delved into his memories, witnessing glimpses of his painful past, his parents' death, the abuse he suffered in orphanages, surviving on the streets, and the battles he fought as a pawn. It was overwhelming, and when she pulled away, tears streamed down her face. Just what did they do to you? Kuroka exclaimed, her voice trembling. What haven't they done? Issei replied, his tone heavy with sorrow. I'll confront Rius when I see her, Kuroka declared, anger rising within her. As tempting as that sounds, you shouldn't. You're still being hunted, and it would only make things worse for both of us, Issei cautioned. I can't believe she had the nerve to treat you that way. She started loving you just because Riser hurt her feelings, even after you loved her from the start. It's infuriating. Kuroka said. After everything you saw, that's what caught your attention? Issei asked, deadpan. Kuroka blushed and stammered, No, you misunderstood. Well, I mean to say that. Issei interrupted her with a gentle kiss. Kuroka's eyes widened in surprise before she closed them, savoring the moment. She realized she felt something for Issei, something deeper than friendship. When he pulled away, he spoke softly. I trust you enough to say that I feel something for you too, and I think I just proved it. Yes, you have. Now more, Kuroka replied eagerly, and they shared another kiss, lost in each other's embrace. As time passed, Issei thought about using magic to disguise himself and sneak into town. Got a few part-time jobs, used my cash saved from my contracts, and Kuroka stayed with me in my apartment since then. Now here we are. Kuroka snuggled up to Issei and stayed by his side the whole time, while Rius looked on with jealousy. Akino asked, if you came into town daily, then why didn't we notice your magical signature? Issei replied, because I became a dragon. My very being has changed, so that's why you couldn't find me. I could have walked right by you, and you wouldn't have noticed. Kaneko chimed in, so that's why you left? Kuroka nodded. Yes. I knew you would be okay because Lady Grafia was kind enough to protect you. I could tell by her aura, strong but compassionate. Issei agreed, she's right. Grafia responded, you're too kind. Kaneko added, that explains why you didn't visit in 5 years. Kuroka explained, I was a stray. I was being hunted. If I showed up, then you would have been found out and used against me. Surzex interjected, Miss Kuroka, you mentioned that your emperor experimented on you. Please shed some light on that subject because I was led to believe you went berserk. Kuroka nodded. Of course. It's the least I can do. Back when my emperor was experimenting on me, I saw him take notes of everything he did and kept them in an item that he hid in plain sight. I wanted to show it to Lady Grafia that day, but she was gunning for me, and any action taken that didn't result in my survival would have been the end for me. Grafia replied, your MSTR was a friend of our family, but we never knew of his actions. I was too angry at you to think rationally. I should have tried to look beyond my anger. I am sorry. Kuroka reassured her, no need to apologize. I hope you forgive me for what I did to your friend. I had no choice. Grafia responded, you saved Issei's life. How could I not? Surzex smiled. So you mentioned that he kept his research hidden, and you know where it is. If you provide that, you'll clear your name. Kuroka pointed to Kaneko. I would love to. She has it. Everyone looked at Kaneko, who was just as confused. How would I have his research? Kuroka explained, your hair clip. The one with the black cat on it. The research is hidden. Issei remarked, he picked one hell of a hiding spot. Kuroka agreed, Yeah, my Mr. Shalba was quite clever but too power-hungry. Surzex asked, Kaneko, would you be so kind as to give us the research? Kaneko nodded. Yes, sir. She handed the hair clip to Surzex. Surzex examined it. Interesting. There are dozens of seals placed on it to prevent the content from being viewed. This will take a long time to break. Ajuka and Azazel can help. Everyone here can continue enjoying themselves. I have work to do. Take care. With that, Surzex teleported away, followed by Graphia. The rest continued to enjoy themselves. In the underworld, Surzex and Graphia arrived at a research center and met up with a fellow Devil King, Ajuka. A tall man with green hair stood in his lab, busy with his research. Hello, Ajuka. How are you? Surzex greeted. Ajuka replied, Surzex and Graphia. I'm busy as always. So what brings you here? Something that may change the course of history, Surzex said seriously, making Ajuka alert. Ajuka responded, Whenever you use that tone, I can tell you're serious. What's going on? Surzex recounted Kuroka's story and showed him the hair clip. Ajuka examined it and noticed the powerful seals on it. The seals alone make me worried. Just what was Shalba doing? Ajuka asked. That's what we all want to know, so I came to you. I know that you can break the seals, Surzex replied. Ajuka nodded. Glad you have faith in me. This will take a few days or even a few weeks. It's hard to say. As long as it's done, that's all that matters, Graphia said. I'll get right on it, Ajuka promised. Surzex then asked, Did you find out why Issei's pawn pieces lost their abilities? Ajuka shook his head. No, but I do have a theory. Graphia added that when he removed them, he absorbed the properties. If that's the case, then I don't know what changes may have occurred in Issei. Interesting. Guess we will just have to wait and see. In the meantime, why not ask Azazel to help you? He's a fellow scientist after all, Surzex suggested. Excellent idea. That would help out a lot, Ajuka agreed. Both Surzex and Graphia left to fulfill their duties as Devil King and Queen. Ajuka called Azazel, who appeared via teleportation. So what's the interesting news? Azazel asked. Ajuka replied, There are two actually. One involves illegal research related to enhancements sealed in this hair clip, and the other concerns the forcefully removed pawn pieces that lost their attributes after their owner removed them. Interested? Azazel grinned. Hell yeah, bro. I assume that the owner of said pieces is dead, right? Ajuka clarified, he is very much alive. Issei Hyudo is a unique existence. He's the first to survive such an event. Azazel exclaimed, Wait, Issei? Rius's pawn? I thought he was dead. No. He's doing just fine, Ajuka assured him. Azazel chuckled, I missed that guy. He was my drinking buddy. I used to form contracts with him under an alias. He never figured out my identity and was a good listener. I should visit him. Ajuka added, He's also the Red Dragon Emperor. Azazel laughed. This kid is something else. Graphia interjected, Wait, you made Issei drink with you? Since when? Azazel suddenly looked worried, realizing he and Issei had been drinking before he even turned 18. Well, sheet, he stammered. Graphia warned, Azazel, run. Azazel took off, and she was right behind him, knowing he was going to be in for a rough time. Back at the apartment, Issei and Kuroka were finally alone after the others had left. Both were tired, so they headed to the bedroom. Looks like things are finally looking up, Kuroka said. Yeah. I'm alive, and you're a free devil now, Issei replied. What do we do now? Kuroka asked. I want to sleep. I'm sick of passing out from pain or near-death experiences, Issei said with a chuckle. I want the same for you, and I've used up most of my magic and didn't get much sleep last night, Kuroka admitted. You used it to save my life 3 times now. Back when we first met, after the fight with Kokabeel, and during the operation. What could I ever do to make it up to you? Issei asked. Kuroka winked. Oh, I'll let you know. Issei sat on the bedside, letting out a small grunt. What's wrong? Kuroka inquired. It hurts. I feel pressure in 8 places, Issei replied. As he took off his shirt, Kuroka felt the thick lumps on his back and noticed the pressure building up. What the hell are those? She asked. Do me a favor and cut the skin using your claws, Issei requested. There is something under my skin. Kuroka looked at Issei with concern. Are you serious? Yes, but please, just do it. The pain is getting worse, he replied. All right, this will sting a bit, she said, taking out her cat claws. With a swift motion, she cut through the lumps on his back. What emerged were 4 pairs of black fallen angel wings with red edges. As Issei spread his wings, some feathers detached and floated to the ground. The red scales on his body also had a black edge. Kuroka's eyes widened in shock. What in the world? Issei stared into the large mirror hanging on the wall, disbelief etched on his face. What is happening? That's my line, Kuroka said, still processing the sight before her. I'm so confused right now, Issei admitted. Drake's voice echoed in his mind. It seems this is a side effect of the transplant. When Kuroka used sage magic, it merged the heart with your body, combining different DNA. You, Issei, are the first fallen dragon. I hope you're not too disappointed. Issei pondered for a moment. Honestly, now that I think about it, I'm not. I never hated fallen angels, just Kokabeel and Rainier for what they did. Kuroka pointed out, yet her heart beats in your chest. She destroyed mine and ruined my life, but now it's my heart. Each beat is a reminder that she's gone and I'm alive. My old self is dead, and so is my old heart. I have a new one now, and this one beats only for you. Kuroka smiled, a mix of admiration and teasing in her eyes. That's the most morbid yet romantic thing you've said. Thanks, lover. She leaned in and kissed him. You have an interesting outlook on life after everything you've been through, she remarked. Yeah, I guess I do, Issei replied, glancing at his wings. Kuroka stepped closer, curiosity shining in her eyes. Issei, do you mind if I touch them? Go ahead, he said. Kuroka ran her hand through the soft plumage. The center was as black as the darkest night, fading to blood red at the edges. Issei twitched at her touch. Fallen angel wings were sensitive, and he felt his face heat up. Kuroka noticed and smirked, clearly amused. Then she felt it, a gentle warmth radiating from his wings. Wow, your wings are really soft and the warmth is incredible. I can't get enough of it. Issei, I have a request. He asked, intrigued. Wrap me in your wings tonight, please. If it makes you happy, then let's do it. Winter is coming, he replied. Yes, Kuroka exclaimed. That night, they went to bed, and Issei wrapped her in his wings as she cuddled against him. She was enveloped by the gentle warmth and quickly fell asleep. Sleep tight, my little cat, Issei whispered. The following day, Surzek sat in his office with Grafia. I've been thinking about everything Issei has gone through. He saved Rius again and stopped another war from breaking out between the 3 factions. He nearly died if it weren't for Kuroka. I should do something to help him and Kuroka, Surzek said. You already made Kuroka a free devil and cleared her of all charges, but Issei definitely deserves something, Grafia replied. But what? Surzek pondered, staring at a pawn piece he had borrowed from Rius's team. Suddenly, he exclaimed, I got it. Grafia nearly jumped from her seat. First of all, never scare me like that again. And 2, what did you come up with? Sorry, but I have an idea. Why don't we promote Issei to a high-class devil? He's stronger than 1, and his contract reviews are outstanding. He's clearly loved by almost everyone and is already a legend in the underworld. That's actually the perfect gift. I'm surprised you thought of it, Grafia teased. I didn't see you coming up with any ideas, honey, Surzek shot back, laughter in his voice. They discussed the idea with Ajuka, Azazel, and Seraphal Leviathan, who was also a devil king. After hearing about Issei's heroic actions, they all agreed that he deserved the promotion. As a bonus, they decided to give him a rare but forbidden piece, the king piece. Issei had suffered for years due to his weakness and had nearly died multiple times while protecting others. He had controlled his dragon rage and still chose to help in times of need. If anyone deserved this power, it was him. Back to Issei, who woke up the next morning. He and Kuroka were still in each other's arms, a testament to the peaceful night they had shared. "Morning, cat," he greeted. "Morning, my little dragon," Kuroka replied, smiling. "Want some breakfast?" "Always. That was the best sleep I've ever had. I honestly didn't want to get up." Issei stretched his limbs and wings. "Same here, but I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything real since before the fight, and hospital food doesn't count. I'll get started on breakfast." As Issei prepared the meal, Kuroka freshened up. It was a peaceful morning, and they decided to keep Issei's wings a secret for now. One noticeable change had occurred. His horns now released flames that were red instead of the usual yellow. After finishing breakfast, Issei noticed a look of confusion on Kuroka's face. "What's bothering you?" Kuroka snapped out of her thoughts. "Oh, it's nothing. I can tell something's up, so there's no point in hiding it." "Tell me." "Fine. Yesterday, when I told Chiron the truth, she still looked like she hated me. She's young. She needs time." "I would know," Issei reassured her. "I haven't seen her in 5 years, and the hospital was the only time she hugged me. That means you're still her big sister, and she clearly missed you. She just needs time to process everything and accept it. She knows why you disappeared." Kuroka smirked. "Hello, Mr. Kettle. Mr. Pot called, he says you're black." Issei chuckled. "Nice reference." "Thank you," Kuroka replied, grinning. "I think we should talk to Kaneko and spend time with her. That might help speed things up." "Good idea," Kuroka agreed. "We can start after Kaneko finishes her classes. Maybe you can train her in Senjutsu." "That would be perfect." Both of them agreed to talk to Kaneko after school. As the time came, both Kuroka and Issei approached Kaneko, ready to discuss their intentions. They sought a private space to talk, but Kaneko hesitated. "Kaneko, why do you want to train me?" she asked, her voice uncertain. Kuroka smiled gently. "It'll be a chance for us to catch up and for you to embrace your Nikomata heritage." Kaneko remained silent, contemplating her sister's words. Issei encouraged her, "If you have something to say, just say it." Taking a deep breath, Kaneko finally spoke, her voice trembling. "I want to know why. Why didn't you leave a sign? I thought you abandoned me. I don't know if I can trust you. I know the truth, but accepting it is something else entirely." Kaneko's emotions spilled forth, her usually expressionless face revealing years of pent-up feelings. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and Kuroka wrapped her arms around her, offering comfort in the silence. Issei observed the scene, noting Kaneko's accusation of her sister being a terrorist, something he would ask about later. "I understand your anger, and you have every right to feel that way," Kuroka said softly. "I was scared that if I tried to reach out, you would be in danger again. We were lucky last time, and I couldn't risk it. I'm truly sorry." Kaneko sniffled, recalling the good moments. "Well, it wasn't all bad. Surzex and Graphia gave me a home, and I was doing okay. I'm just glad things are finally looking up," Issei added. Kaneko hesitated before continuing. "Issei, there's something I want to say." "Yeah," he replied. "I'm sorry. I feel guilty for making your life difficult when you joined us. You have every right to hate me, but you don't." "Why?" Issei shrugged. "I have my reasons, but the biggest one is that I just want to move on." "I don't blame you." "But I want to make it up to you," Kaneko insisted. "Can I?" "If you really want to make it up to me, then talk to Kuroka, train with her, and try to be sisters again," Issei suggested. "Consider it done," Kaneko replied with determination. "Really?" Kuroka asked, surprised. "Yes," Kaneko affirmed. Issei smiled, sensing the change in Kaneko's aura. "I can tell you're happier now. Let's head to my place for dinner. I'm hungry." "Same," both girls chimed in. The trio made their way to Issei's apartment, where they enjoyed dinner together. Kaneko observed the bond between Issei and Kuroka, their laughter and closeness bringing a smile to her face. For the first time in a long while, she felt genuinely happy. As night fell, Kaneko decided it was time to return to the clubroom. "I should get going." Rius will be worried. But before I leave, there's something I need to say. Issei? Yes, he replied. Be good to her, okay bro? Kaneko said, extending her fist for a bump. Of course, Issei assured her. Kuroka felt a wave of emotion at the sight of their bond. Kaneko was happy to have her sister back and had come to see Issei as a brother, effectively forgiving her. Kaneko headed to the clubroom, where Rius greeted her with a smile. Someone looks happy, Rius noted. Hey boss. I was with Kuroka and Issei at his apartment. We had dinner and chatted, Kaneko explained. Oh, about what? Rius inquired. About everything, Kaneko replied. I see. It sounds like it went well, judging by your smile. I'm happy for you, Rius said. Thanks boss. I'm happier now than I've ever been. I used to be afraid of my Nikomata powers, but now that I know the truth, I'm ready to accept it. As if on cue, Kaneko's white cat ears and tail finally appeared after 6 long years. I'm done running. Rius smiled to herself, grateful for Issei's influence on Kaneko. I'm proud of you, Kaneko. Kaneko, she corrected. I'm going back to using my B-art name. Is that okay, Rius? Yes, it is, Rius confirmed with a warm smile. A month passed, and life continued for everyone. One evening, Issei and Kuroka were out on a date, enjoying the night. After a movie, they strolled toward the pier to watch the sunset, arm in arm. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures approached them, and Issei recognized them immediately. Remember us, Jerke? One of the guys said, his arm in a cast. Wish I didn't, Issei muttered. Not only are our arms broken, but we got the worst beating of our lives because of the girls. You'll pay for that, the other one threatened. Kuroka glanced at Issei. Babe will miss the sunset. Yeah, I'll make this quick, Issei replied, stepping forward. Before the two could react, Issei punched them both in the gut, sending them to their knees, clutching their stomachs. Hey, honey, do you love it when I put fools in their place? He asked playfully. Oh, you know I do, Kuroka replied, enjoying the sight. Maybe one day you'll learn, Issei said, glaring down at the bruised men. Just because you're unhappy with your life doesn't mean you can drag others down with you. Just give up already. The 2 men were battered and beaten once more. Did you really think you could jump me? Issei taunted. Go to hell, one of them spat. Been there, now let me show you, Issei said, grabbing them by their collars and pulling them close. He revealed his dragon eyes and fangs, letting out a low growl. The 2 men went pale, fear washing over them as Issei flared his aura. Who knew your fears smelled like that? He joked, tossing them into a nearby dumpster before walking away, his appearance shifting back to human. Kuroka laughed. That was hilarious. But who were those fools again? The morons who made my school life miserable, Issei replied. Oh, now I remember. I saw their faces in your memories. They only have lewd thoughts, it seems. That's all they ever think about, Issei said, shaking his head. Pathetic, Kuroka agreed. They reached the pier just in time to enjoy the sunset, but Kuroka sensed something. Rius is following us. Looks like I need to have another talk with her, Issei said. No, I'll handle it. She needs to understand that you don't feel the same way about her, and you tried, but clearly it didn't get through, Kuroka insisted. Then let's give her a reminder, Issei suggested. That's just cruel, Issei. I love it, Kuroka said with a mischievous grin. They shared a deep kiss, and Rius, witnessing the moment from a distance, turned away with a heartbroken expression. You're happy with her, but I won't give up. I will win you back, Rius vowed to herself as she returned home, already plotting her next move to convince Issei to love her. Issei and Kuroka were enjoying their date, feeling a sense of freedom now that Rius was no longer watching them. Finally, she's gone, Issei said, relief evident in his voice. Kuroka looked at him thoughtfully. You know she really wants you back. She cried when you were recovering in the hospital. Issei shook his head. She can't get back what she never had. Kuroka smirked slightly. By the way, she kissed you once, which I saw through your memories, but you didn't tell me about the second kiss. When did that happen? Issei sighed, recalling the moment he wished to forget. It was after I went back to clear my name at school. She saw me and begged to talk alone. I wanted to say no, but I didn't want to cause a scene, so we went to the roof. As soon as I closed the door, she jumped on me and kissed me. Kuroka raised an eyebrow. And then what? I pushed her off. I was still so angry at her, and she was just making it worse. I wanted to punch her off the roof, but I didn't. Kuroka's expression turned serious. So you felt nothing for her? After Riser's secret was exposed and I rejected her advances, she tried to use her authority as my MSTR to make me love her. So, to answer your question, no, I felt nothing but hatred and anger. I still do. I only put up with her because Surzex and Graphia are her siblings, and they genuinely care for me. Kuroka frowned. She tried to make you love her? That's just sad. You can't force someone to love you. She just gave you another reason not to. Yeah. I also told Kiba to ask out Tsubaki. She really likes him. But I thought you still hated him, Kuroka said, surprised. Not enough to block the guy. Kuroka smiled. So far, you're cool with Chiron and Kiba. That just leaves Asia, Aquino, and Rius. Asia, I can practically forgive because she was kind enough to heal me during our devil days, even though I knew she didn't want to. She's sensitive, and healing is her only ability besides basic magic. So I'll let it slide. Kuroka nodded. She also willingly helped save you after what Kokubile did to you after you killed Rainer. Speaking of which, what happened to the crow? Issei asked. Killed by Rius. She annihilated every fallen angel in a fit of rage after you were struck down. That light spear went right through your armor, and with that injury, you couldn't maintain it. The armor dispelled and you fell. She even tried to remove the light spear with her bare hands. I saw it burning her hands before she broke it completely. Issei was taken aback. She went into that state after I went down. I don't know how to feel about that. Kuroka looked at him sympathetically. I couldn't get to you faster because of the barrier, but I could see and hear everything. Even though she had to suffer to understand how much she made you suffer, it helped her see her errors. She wants to make things right. How do you know all this? Issei asked. She told me herself, and she wasn't lying. Issei sighed deeply. Kuroka continued, she does love you, you know. She's confusing guilt with love. I feel none of that for her. I hate her for what she did to you, I really do, but she's acting out of guilt and wants to make things right. She loves you because you cared for her in ways others didn't. Emphasis on used to, Issei replied. I'm not asking you to love her. I'm asking you to forgive her so that you can find peace. You still have nightmares from those days. I'll try for both of us. Sound good? Issei said. That's all I'm asking of you, love. I never got to kill Kokubile, but I made him suffer. He's dead now, so my parents have been avenged, even though Rius was the one who killed him. I suppose I should thank her. You got revenge on that fallen angel, let's not forget that, Kuroka said with a grin. Issei looked at her and kissed her gently. You always know what to say to make me happy. They shared a tender moment until the sun set. After finishing their date, they returned home. Kuroka went to bed early while Issei sat on the couch, reflecting on what Kuroka had said. Suddenly his phone rang. Hello, he answered. Issei, there's something I need to show you. Can you and Kuroka come to my office tomorrow? Also, bring my sister, her peerage, along with Sona and her team, Surzex said. We'll see you in the morning, Issei replied. The next morning, Issei contacted everyone, informing them that Surzex had summoned them urgently. They all arrived at Surzex's office and entered. Ah, everyone is here. Right on time, Surzex greeted them. Do you have a mission for us? A stray devil again? Rius asked, hopeful to fight alongside Issei. Not at all. There's going to be a ceremony, Surzex replied. What kind? Asia inquired. It's a surprise. Issei, would you please step forward? Surzex requested. Confused, Issei complied. Surzex handed him a box. When Issei opened it, he found a chess set. The energy it emitted confirmed they were evil pieces, containing a full set of 16, including the king piece. Everyone was astonished. Surzex, is that what I think it is? Issei asked, eyes wide. Yes. All of the higher-ups have decided to give you your own evil pieces as a reward for helping us avoid another great war, and I will not accept your refusal. Issei knew Surzex well enough to understand that once he made a decision, he wouldn't change his mind. He looked to Grafia for support, but her eyes urged him to accept. With a resigned sigh, he said, I accept. Thank you. He bowed in gratitude. There's something you should know, Surzex continued. You also have a king piece. It will increase your power far beyond your expectations. But aren't those rare and illegal? Rius asked. Considering his efforts and the kind of person Issei is, we decided that he should have this power, Grafia explained. Why me of all people? Issei questioned. Because you showed perfect control over yourself and care for those around you, even if they hurt you. You want to protect them, and with this, you'll achieve your goal, Surzex replied. Issei smiled, feeling a sense of acceptance from everyone. You two know me too well. Now, let's move this along, Surzex said, ready to proceed with the ceremony. Issei picked up the king piece from the set and channeled his energy into it. The piece transformed from a glowing red to a mix of red and black, radiating its new energy. The other pieces began to change as well, mutating to resemble the king piece but with lower stats. Concerned looks spread across everyone's faces, except for Kuroka. Akino spoke up, her voice laced with worry. That energy. Is it what we all think it is? Issei met her gaze. I guess there's no point in hiding it. With that, he revealed his 8 fallen angel wings. The group reacted with a mix of emotions, all except Kuroka, who seemed unfazed. I know you all have the same question, but Draig explains it best. Draig? Issei called out. A red gauntlet appeared on Issei's left arm. I'll make it short, Draig. Began. After Issei received the Heart of the Fallen, Kuroka's Senjutsu magic merged his dragon DNA with that of the Fallen to prevent his body from rejecting the heart. His body accepted it and was altered. Issei now possesses the powers of both a Fallen and a dragon. He is the first to belong to both worlds. Rius interjected, but to have 8 wings and yet none of us could sense it? Because Issei only has the wings for now, he has yet to unlock the full powers. I can train him with his dragon abilities, but the powers of a Fallen are outside my expertise, Draig explained. I'll teach him, a voice chimed in from behind them. Everyone turned to see a man in a suit with black hair and golden bangs. Hey, it's you. Sorry I couldn't join you for almost the whole year, Hassel, Issei said. So you knew who I was this whole time? Azazel asked, a hint of surprise in his tone. Yeah. I can sense the power of the Fallen, and yours isn't exactly subtle, Issei replied. Azazel chuckled awkwardly. Well, I'll train you, but I need to see just how powerful you'll become with the king piece. I want to witness it. Alright. Here I go, Issei said, accepting the pawn piece as it merged with his body. In an instant his power surged, becoming 100 times stronger. His 8 wings transformed into 12, larger and more powerful than before. His brown hair turned black with a streak of blood red, and his scara darkened while his iris remained green. The gauntlet on his arm morphed, and a long, thin golden gem floated with red and black energy behind it. Boosted gear new evolution, Draig announced. This power. I feel like I can do anything, Issei exclaimed, exhilarated by his transformation. Surzex observed in awe. Issei, you're almost as strong as I am. This is beyond what I expected. Everyone was amazed by the transformation. Incredible, Azazel said. Before we begin training, come to the Grigori. I want to understand why the pieces mutated. You got stronger but didn't turn into a devil. Since this is a first, we need answers. Can you come by tomorrow? Sure. Some answers would be nice, Issei replied. Kuroka smirked. So you're a dragon, a Fallen, and a king. I think I have a new nickname for you. Oof. How about the Fallen Dragon King? That does have a nice ring to it, Issei admitted. Is it because it suits you or because I said it? Kuroka teased. Why not both? He replied, a smile spreading across his face. Get a room you two, someone joked, causing both of them to blush. Surzex added. Well, now all that's left is for Issei to find members for his peerage. Congrats, Issei. Thank you, everyone, Issei said, smiling at them all. He felt a sense of forgiveness growing within him as everyone returned to their daily routines. Later at Issei's apartment, Kuroka approached him. Hey, Issei, there's something I need to do. I'll be back soon. I have to meet up with some old friends and tell them about me being a free devil now. It's been close to a year since I last saw them, so I'll be gone for a few days. Alright, hon. Call me if you need anything, Issei replied. Kuroka kissed him and left, leaving Issei alone to put his plan into action. Hey, partner, he said, addressing Drake. I know what you're thinking and I say yes, Drake responded. She would be the perfect queen, wouldn't she? Issei mused. She truly would, Drake agreed. Kuroka as my queen. I can't stop smiling at the thought. How about Kuroka as your wife? Drake suggested. Issei's face turned bright red, and his knees shook. That would fit. Bliss. Drake laughed heartily. The next day, Issei teleported to the Grigori. Ah, Issei, welcome to the Grigori, Azazel greeted him. Thanks. It's good to be here, Issei replied as they walked and discussed his upcoming training. Suddenly, another fallen angel approached them. Yo, Barakiel. What's up? Azazel greeted. Hello, Azazel. I need a moment with Issei, Barakiel said. Sure. I'll be right back, Azazel said, stepping away. Issei turned to Barakiel. So how can I help? You have done more than enough, son, Barakiel replied. Beg pardon? Issei asked, confused. You saved Akino. She accepted her fallen side and started talking to me again ever since you disappeared. She and her team were miserable, and I assume it was because of your absence. But I want to know how and why you disappeared, Barakiel explained. I'll show you, but please don't hate Akino. Just know that I'm close to forgiving her, Issei said, his tone earnest. Barakiel's concern deepened, but he kept an open mind as Issei shared his memories. The pain in Barakiel's heart grew as he witnessed what his daughter had become, or at least what she was until a few months ago. I can't believe she would do that after all you did for her. As her father, it's my duty to set her straight, Barakiel said, his voice heavy with emotion. No need. She's been punished enough, and you know that, Issei replied. You're still willing to forgive after all that they did. You continue to amaze me, Issei, Barakiel said, a hint of admiration in his voice. I just want to move on. I was thinking about having her train with us. During her fight with Riser's queen, she barely managed to win. She needs to get stronger. I just recently became a fallen, and even I'm stronger than her and her team combined. In that case, we should train together. Did you just say that you're a fallen angel? Barakiel asked, astonished. Issei spread his 12 wings proudly. I have been for over a month now. Barakiel stared in disbelief. But how? You were a human-turned-devil. Issei explained how he had transformed into a dragon to survive the removal of the evil piece and had the heart of a fallen angel implanted to replace his damaged one. Barakiel listened intently, recalling their previous attempts to use artificial means like blood transfusions and organ transplants, which always ended in rejection. You need sage magic to bond the two different types of DNA, Issei stated. Barakiel was surprised. We never knew sage magic had such power. Issei nodded. Sage users are rare, and they rarely reveal their abilities. It makes sense that no one thought to try it. As their conversation deepened, they remained unaware of Azazel, who stood nearby with a grin, absorbing the valuable information being exchanged. All right, you two, Azazel interjected, breaking their focus. Issei, we need to get going, and Barakiel, so do you. Right, sorry, they both replied. Barakiel returned to his office, reflecting on what he had seen through Issei's memories. He felt a mix of disappointment and sadness, especially regarding his daughter Akino. How could she have been so cruel for so long? Tears filled his eyes as he blamed himself for not being there for her, even though Akino had pushed him away after her mother's death. He thought about Issei's willingness to forgive her and train with her, questioning why he still cared for her when it seemed so unnatural. You truly are a rare soul, Issei, Betrayal murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Issei and Azazel began training to unlock Issei's hidden fallen powers. Let's start by creating a light spear, Azazel instructed. How do I do that? I've tried, but nothing worked, Issei admitted. The trick is to visualize it. Don't just copy any spears you've seen, create your own design. Think about the shape and the type of damage it will cause, Azazel explained. Issei closed his eyes, concentrating. He envisioned a spear with a cyclone tip and 3 edges, designed to cause significant damage if removed from a target. He made the base hollow with 2 sharp spikes resembling cat ears, which would release a small flame for added power. Satisfied with his design, he decided on a color scheme, making it jet black with a blood-red tip. As he created the spear in his palm and swung it around, a slow, dazzling golden flame trailed behind. Azazel was amazed by its beauty and potential. That spear. Wow, he exclaimed. Thanks, Issei replied, a hint of pride in his voice. The tip would be lethal even without its magical properties. But why the hollow base? Azazel asked, curious. With a smirk, Issei ignited the base, releasing maximum move as he threw it at the wall. The spear pierced through wall after wall, causing several fallen angels to scream in surprise. Mother, one shouted. Son of a sea monkey, another cried. Mommy, a third one yelled. One fallen angel, taking a bath, watched in horror as the spear destroyed the floor beneath the tub, causing it to slide downwards. No, 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 he panicked, only to fall through the floor, tub and all. Issei and Azazel watched through the hole, unable to contain their laughter. Issei fell to his knees, while Azazel held his sides, tears of laughter streaming down his face. That was hilarious! Issei exclaimed. Azazel nodded, wiping his eyes as he looked at the wall, which now bore a star-shaped hole with red-hot edges. He thought to himself that he better not get on Issei's bad side. The young man was already stronger than him and had caused all that damage just by following a simple instruction. If he got serious, he could become one of the strongest beings in existence. All right, Issei, you clearly made a powerful spear and know how to use it. Let's move on to physical training, which includes flight, Azazel said. If you say so, Issei replied. Over the next 2 days, Issei mastered his spear and flight, learning to harden and sharpen his feathers for both defense and offense. He used his wings to block attacks and fired his feathers to strike down opponents, with many training dummies falling victim to his newfound skills. Eventually, Betrayal sought some combat action as a way to atone for nearly being impaled 2 days prior. Issei decided to call Aquino, knowing she and Betrayal needed to spend time together to release their frustrations. When Aquino received the call, she was surprised. Issei? I didn't expect to hear from you. How are you? I'm good. How about you? Issei replied. Aquino felt a wave of relief that he was speaking to her without hostility. I'm good now. Listen, I need your help. Do you want to train together? Issei asked. Training? I would like that. It's about time we did some real training together, Aquino responded enthusiastically. Meet me at the Grigori. I'm with Azazel, and I could use a few magic lessons, Issei instructed. I'll be right over, Aquino said before teleporting to the Grigori. Although she had never liked the place, it had started to grow on her since she began reconnecting with her father. Thanks for coming, Aquino, Issei greeted her. I was surprised you called, especially since we hadn't spoken much since you returned, she noted. Yeah, but we're both different people now, so let's get started. We need to get stronger, Issei said. Together, Issei, Aquino, and Betrayal trained, with Issei learning to use elemental magic and Aquino enhancing her holy lightning. Their magic reserves increased, and Betrayal took the opportunity to bond with Aquino, discussing their feelings. Aquino finally accepted that her father's absence was not to blame for her mother's death, it was the actions of those in her clan. She no longer harbored hatred for Betrayal, only regret for having blamed him. They reconciled and rebuilt their father-daughter bond. As the week came to a close, Issei and Aquino trained alone, both exhausted after a rigorous session. Training was tough. But fun, Aquino said, catching her breath. Yeah, we worked hard, but you did more, Issei replied. Akino paused, sensing there was more to his invitation. So, you called me here for more than just training, didn't you? Yes, Issei admitted. I wanted you to talk to your dad, really talk to him, and also to apologize. Apologize? For what? Akino asked, puzzled. For what I said before I left. I used your past against you, Issei confessed. It was a low blow, and for that, Issei felt remorseful. Don't you dare! Akino exclaimed, her gaze fixed on him. I was cruel to you all these years, using training as an excuse to unleash my frustrations on you. You hurt me far less than I deserved, so please don't apologize. No, I really do need to apologize. I was unnecessarily cruel, Issei insisted. Akino, please just stop, she pleaded, pulling him into a hug. He returned the embrace and whispered in her ear, we should get along starting now since both of us are half-breeds. Akino looked at him, a teasing smile on her lips. Why, Issei, are you asking me to be your empress or queen? Kuroka and Rius will get jealous. Issei chuckled softly. Neither. Kuroka is the only one I should be honest with, and I know you won't lie about what happened here. Right. His tone turned serious, prompting Akino to respond with a nervous sound. Besides, I already have my queen, and she's all I need. I was thinking that we could be friends, for real this time, he added. They exchanged a fist bump and then headed home. That sounds good. I'd like that, Akino replied. In a flash, Issei and Akino teleported together, and Akino wore a smile, finally feeling a sense of peace. Issei. Thank you, she said. For what? He asked. For helping me again. Years ago, you convinced me to embrace my fallen side, and now I understand the truth about what really happened. I've finally accepted it, and now all that's left is to do right by you from now on. I'm happy for you, Akino. I really am, Issei replied, feeling genuine warmth for her. Akino nodded and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Hope your queen doesn't get jealous. With a wink, she flew away. Queen. Yeah, that sounds perfect. Thanks, Akino, Issei murmured, realizing he had chosen his first member, Kuroka. The next day, Issei lay in bed, listening to music and contemplating how to use his new abilities and who to add to his peerage. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar presence enter his apartment. Hey hon, welcome back, he greeted. Hey babe, Kuroka replied, running to him and jumping onto his lap, her eyes wide and innocent. Whatever she was about to ask, he knew he wouldn't be able to resist. I know what that look means. So just say it, he said, unable to hide his blush. Well, I went to visit some old friends, and I may have invited them over, Kuroka confessed. May have? That means you definitely invited them, Issei teased. You know me so well, love, she replied, her cat ears twitching. So these friends, they wouldn't happen to be part of the Chaos Brigade? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. Kuroka's ears drooped. You knew? Since when? Since Chiron accidentally blurted it out, he admitted. Do you hate me? Kuroka asked, her voice tinged with worry. Never. I love you, and any friends of yours are always welcome. So when are they coming over? Issei reassured her. Well, the 8 of them are coming next month, Kuroka said. My apartment is only good for 2. Issei exclaimed. Which brings me to the next part of my request, Kuroka said, her expression serious. We need a bigger house, they both said in unison, then laughed. Also, fair warning, 3 of them are crazy strong and are still wanted criminals, so I was hoping you could ask Surzex for help, Kuroka added. I'll see what I can do. So what did you do this week with your friends? Issei asked. We hung out since it's been months since I last met them, Kuroka replied. Why wait so long to visit them? He probed. Oh, I had other prior engagements, she said, running her fingers over his chest, leaning in closer. Just then, Issei received a call from Surzex. Hello, he answered. Issei, I need you and Kuroka to come to my office. As soon as possible, Surzex instructed before hanging up. The urgency in his voice made them alert, and they teleported to his office. Surzex, what's going on? Issei asked, his tone serious, only to find Surzex smiling as if nothing was amiss. Sorry to call you so soon after training, but it couldn't wait, Surzex said. What couldn't? Kuroka asked, confused. Surzex gestured for them to come closer, and with a flick of his wrist, he teleported them to a large house in Kuo, near the school. Why not just ask us to come here directly? We went from one part of town to the underworld only to return to a different part of town, Kuroka questioned. Dramatic effect, Surzex replied with a grin. So you need us to do something? Issei asked. Yes. Enter the house, Surzex instructed. They exchanged glances, feeling several familiar energy signatures as they approached the door. When they opened it, a chorus of voices shouted, Surprise! Huh! They both exclaimed in unison. Welcome to your new home, Grafia announced. Again. Huh! They repeated, still in shock. I'll explain, Rius said, stepping forward. Since you've been back, we all wanted to do something to show you that you're family, so we got you this house. 8 bedrooms, each with separate bathrooms, and 1 large bath just for the 2 of you. Guys, we can't possibly accept this, Kuroka protested. Actually, you both already own it, Grafia clarified. How so? Issei asked, bewildered. After you defeated Riser and became a legend in the underworld, the video went viral. People started requesting stories about you, editing your videos, and even creating a TV show, Grafia explained. All that from one match? Issei asked, astonished. Yes. And since you're the Red Dragon Emperor, you have access to copyrights and royalties. It all paid off nicely, but we kept some of the cash to cover production costs, Grafia added. Just how much are we talking about? Issei inquired. Surzex pulled out a tablet and showed him his bank account. 50 million, he stated. Both Kuroka and Issei nearly lost their composure. Oh no, you don't. None of us want to go through that again, Rius said, grabbing their souls and forcing them back into their bodies. Thanks, Rius, they both said in relief. You're very welcome, Rius replied with a smile. All of this is your personal funds, so use them as you wish, Surzex said. Oh, I have one idea. Drinks on us, people. Let's party, Kuroka exclaimed. Woo! Everyone cheered. They celebrated, laughter and joy filling the air. Surzex and Grafia shared a flirty moment before heading into one of the 8 bedrooms. Asia, Chiron, Kiba, and Aquino were passed out, while Rius was a quiet but honest drunk when asked a question. Issei and Kuroka managed to keep their senses as they enjoyed the festivities. Rius watched them with a smile, her heart warmed by their happiness, while Kuroka excused herself to the restroom. Rius walked over to Issei and Kuroka. Hey, Issei, can I talk to you? Rius asked. Sure, Issei replied. Now that you're a king and all, have you decided on your queen? Rius inquired. Why do you ask? Issei responded, curious. Because if you haven't, then please make me your queen, Rius said earnestly. Issei was taken aback. Rius, are you serious? Yes, I am. Make me your queen, Rius insisted. That's not going to happen. You're a high-class devil with your own peerage, Issei replied firmly. Please, just give me a chance, Rius pleaded. I said no, and that's final. I already have a queen in mind, Issei stated. Is it Kuroka? Rius asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, Issei confirmed. Rius sighed deeply. So, I have no chance to earn your love? No, Rius. I won't fall for you, and I'm not sorry for that, Issei said, his tone resolute. I see. Then I should give up, huh? Probably better for us both, Rius replied, looking down. It's the best thing to do, Issei agreed. Can you at least tell me why you're willing to forgive us so quickly? After 5 years of mistreatment, it would make more sense to hate us, even want us gone, but you don't. Why? Rius asked, searching for answers. Don't get me wrong, I still hate what you guys put me through, but for some reason I still care about you all. I've already forgiven your peerage members, and I'm just about ready to forgive you too, Issei explained. Thank you, Issei. As much as it hurts not being by your side the way I hoped, I can still be there in another way. I just wish I could get a kiss goodbye, Rius said softly. At that moment, Kuroka appeared, having overheard Rius's last comment. That can't happen between you and Issei. Rius looked Kuroka in the eyes, then at her lips. Sorry, but I need closure. Before Kuroka could respond, Rius leaned in and kissed her. Issei dropped his drink in shock. When Rius broke the kiss, Kuroka covered her mouth in surprise. Sorry, but that was as close as I'll ever get to kissing Issei, Rius said before heading to the couch and falling asleep. Both Kuroka and Issei were left stunned. I can't believe she did that, Issei said, still processing the moment. I can. She kissed me, Kuroka replied, shaking her head. There's something you didn't hear about the conversation. She wanted to be my queen, Issei revealed. Are you serious? What did you tell her? Kuroka asked, intrigued. I refused. She's already a high-class devil, and I'm a fallen dragon. It would cause too many problems if the heir of the Gremory clan was demoted to queen by choice, especially to become part of a fallen peerage, Issei explained. So, do you have any ideas on who you will add to your own team? Kuroka asked. Actually about that, Issei said, pulling out his queen piece. I want you to be my queen. But why me? Kuroka questioned, surprised. Why not? You've been with me through my worst and loved me, helped me heal, and so much more that words can't describe. You don't have to say yes if you don't want to, Issei offered. I'm in. I want to be your queen, Kuroka declared. Little did she know, she always had been, but now she would be a literal queen. The queen piece emitted a bright red and golden light, merging with Kuroka. Her 8 fallen wings appeared, and her golden eyes gained thin streaks of red, enhancing her beauty. How do I look? Kuroka asked, her excitement palpable. Issei was left speechless. Do I look that bad? Kuroka asked, concerned. Issei walked over to her, lifted her into his arms, and kissed her passionately. They both pulled away to catch their breath. Issei? Kuroka said, looking into his eyes. You are the most appealing being to exist, and I just don't have the words to describe what I feel for you, Issei confessed, his eyes glistening with emotion. They shared a deep kiss, and Kuroka wrapped her arms around him, feeling euphoric. Issei kissed her cheeks and neck, their connection deepening. Kuroka, feeling overwhelmed, suggested they move to the master bedroom. She locked the door behind them, and they continued where they left off, both eager to share this moment together. After a few moments, a spark ignited in Kuroka's eyes. My turn, she declared with a playful grin. With a swift motion, she playfully removed Issei's breathes, revealing more than she expected. Looks like my little dragon isn't so little after all, she teased. I never was, Issei replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Kuroka, feeling adventurous, decided to explore further. She leaned in closer, and Issei felt a rush of sensations that he had never experienced before. Kuroka was determined to make the moment unforgettable. As she continued, Issei's hands unintentionally brushed against her cat ears, causing her to let out a soft purr. The combination of her playful sounds and the intensity of the moment overwhelmed Issei, and he found himself reaching a peak of excitement. After a brief moment, Kuroka pulled back, taking a deep breath. Issei remained as eager as ever. Kuroka shifted positions, laying back on the bed. Your turn, she invited, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Issei approached her, gently spreading her legs. He began to explore, eliciting soft MMS from Kuroka as he discovered what made her feel good. His confidence grew as he continued, and Kuroka responded with enthusiasm. Please, she urged, her voice filled with anticipation. I'm putting it in now. Let me know if it hurts, Issei said, his tone serious. I can handle it. Just do it already, Kuroka insisted, her eyes pleading. With a deep breath, Issei moved forward, seeking her approval. Kuroka nodded, and he embraced her, feeling a mix of emotions as they shared this NTMT moment. As they continued, the intensity of their connection grew, and the bed shook beneath them. Their shared energy was palpable, and they lost track of time in their exploration of each other. Just as they were nearing their limits, Issei pushed forward, and they both reached a climax together, their bodies responding to the overwhelming sensations. Afterward, they lay together, enjoying the silence and the warmth of the moment. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound interrupted their peace. They exchanged glances, laughter bubbling up as they realized the bed frame had broken. Before they could react further, Asia and Kiba burst into the room, their expressions a mix of shock and surprise. "What happened?" Asia began, but her words trailed off as she took in the scene. Kiba's eyes widened, and they all locked eyes, turning bright red. Asia screamed and dashed out, running straight into the wall in her haste. Issei quickly dressed, while Kuroka covered herself, both still blushing from embarrassment. Kiba looked between them and the broken bed, then broke into applause for Issei. "Nice job," he said, a grin on his face. Issei felt a mix of embarrassment and pride as Kiba left the room. "Was it worth it?" Issei asked, glancing at Kuroka. "Definitely worth it," she replied, her smile radiant. Almost a month passed, and Kuroka's friends were set to arrive. Issei sat on his bed, contemplating how to explain the situation to Surzex when Kuroka joined him. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "How I'll explain the arrival of 8 members of the Chaos Brigade," Issei replied. Kuroka pondered for a moment. "What if we strike a deal with him?" "What do you propose?" Issei inquired. "I could convince them to side with us," she suggested. "That might be our best option. I'll contact Azazel and Surzex, but first, what are their favorite foods?" Issei asked. "Why do you want to know?" Kuroka questioned. "Making their favorite meals will show them they're welcome here," he explained. "After eating nothing but junk in the Chaos Brigade, any home-cooked meal will be appreciated," Kuroka said. "Then we should go grocery shopping a few times since 8 people are coming," Issei decided. They spent the day shopping, gathering everything they would need. Later, Issei contacted Azazel and Surzex for a quick meeting, joined by Serafal and Ajuka. "Thank you all for coming. I won't waste any time. Kuroka used to be part of the Chaos Brigade and knows 8 members. We request that they be allowed to come to Kuo and stay with us," Issei stated. 8 members of the Chaos Brigade? Are you crazy? Everyone exclaimed in unison. "They're willing to cooperate with us in exchange for amnesty, and they might even ally with us," Issei explained. "Kuroka, we trust you, but we know nothing about these 8, Serafal said. "2 of them are Longinus users, as I've been told," Issei added. After some discussion, they agreed to let the visitors come, but they would need to be monitored closely. Issei accepted the terms, hoping his guests would too. As the time approached, Issei began preparing dinner with Kuroka's assistance. They worked quickly, using magic to help them finish just in time. Issei sensed the arrival of 8 people outside, and one of them sent a chill down his spine while another stirred feelings of anger. "Kuroka," he called. "Yes, Issei," she replied. "I think they're here." He opened the front door, ready to greet them. Kuroka stepped forward, welcoming her friends. "Hey guys, glad you could make it. Come on in. Meet my friends, Vale, Chow Chow, Biko, Arthur, his sister La Fei, Ophis, and the 2 girls in hoods are." Kuroka paused, encouraging the girls to remove their hoods. As they did, Issei was taken aback by their appearances. One girl had short blue hair with green highlights, while the other had long chestnut hair tied in twin tails. "That's better. Now they are." Kuroka began, but Issei interrupted. "Irina," he exclaimed in surprise. "Zenobia?" Both girls looked at him, surprised that he knew their names. "Irina, have we met before?" Zenobia shook her head. "You don't look familiar." Issei smiled, knowing that he had changed significantly, especially in appearance. "No, I don't suppose you would. It's been some time now." With a wave of his hand, Issei used magic to transform back into his old human form. "Recognize me now?" Is that you?" they exclaimed in unison. "Yeah. How have you 2 been?" Both girls rushed forward to hug him, their smaller frames enveloping Issei, who was a foot taller. They all shed tears of joy in that moment. "Sorry to break up the moment, but that's my boyfriend," Kuroka interjected. "Also, how do you three know each other? Oh, do I have a story for you? Issei replied. Well, tell me over dinner since it's getting cold, Kuroka suggested. Sure, come on everyone. We clearly need to talk. They all gathered around the dinner table. Let's hear the story, Kuroka prompted. Irina began. Almost 10 years ago, Issei, Zenobia, and I were in the same foster home for a while. The three of us practically became siblings until one day Issei ran away, and we were left at a church. Issei, please tell us why you ran away, Zenobia urged. Because one night at the foster home, I couldn't sleep, so I decided to walk around. I overheard our foster parents discussing sending you two away to that church. I hid in the shadows as they left the room. When I snuck in, I saw the paperwork with your names on it. Before I could find out where you were being sent, they found me and tried to attack. I jumped out the window to escape. By the time I returned, you two were gone and so were they. The house was burned to ashes, taking with it any evidence of where you had been taken. I knew our foster dad, Father Fried, was unstable, but this was beyond anything I expected. Everyone was taken aback by the tragedy of Issei's story. But I'm just happy to have you both back. What happened at the church? We later heard that Father Fried went insane and got himself killed. Zenobia replied, we were actually sold to them. They trained us and used us in an experiment. Issei's expression turned serious. That's because a couple of years ago, I found him trying to harm a nun, so my former team members and I had to stop him. He left us no choice. Was it the Holy Sword project you were part of? Irina looked surprised. How did you know? Because almost 6 years ago I was turned into a devil against my will, and one of my comrades was a test subject in that project until it failed, and they were all murdered except for him. He managed to escape, and I'm glad you did too. Fried was involved in that. La Fei gasped. Zenobia continued, we ran away after we couldn't take it anymore, but we did manage to learn a trick or two. You two wield holy swords, don't you? Issei asked. Irina and Zenobia revealed Excalibur Mimic and Durandal. Please put those away. You know I hate those things, Valis said, his tone serious. Sorry, they replied in unison. The conversation shifted as everyone except Valet and Ophis shared their stories. Arthur and La Fei Pendragon spoke about their life in England, with Arthur revealing he had been forced into an unwanted marriage. Biko, a descendant of Sun Wukong, shared tales of his travels and love for adventure. Cao Cao, despite his arrogance, spoke humbly about the burdens of wielding the true Longinus spear and the expectations that came with it. Kuroka noticed the tension between Issei, Valet, and Ophis. Alright, now that everyone has shared their stories, let's address the main issues here, Kuroka said. Issei nodded. The biggest concern for everyone is that you can all stay here, but under the condition that you ally with us, and you'll no longer be labeled as terrorists. You can live your lives without having to run or hide. Who gave us these conditions? Arthur asked. Serzex, the Devil King, Lady Seraphal, Ajuka, and Azazel. La Fei's eyes widened. All 4 of them agreed? Yes, so what do you say? It's a good deal. Arthur smiled. We accept. That's great. I'm relieved. But I do want to know why you all left the Chaos Brigade, Issei pressed. Because the ones in charge were just using us, shoving the notion of a great cause down our throats and wanting to exploit Ophis's power, Valley explained. Speaking of which, how come the Dragon of Infinity is here? I thought the dimensional gap was her home, Issei inquired. Biko shrugged. Great Red forced her out with his antics. She came to us by chance and stuck around partly because of the fellow dragon. And that brings us to the final topic, Drake. A red gauntlet appeared on Issei's left arm. Hello everyone. Hey Albion, I know you can hear me, Drake greeted. 2 white and blue metallic wings appeared on Vala's back. It's been a while, Red One, Albion replied. I sensed it the moment you arrived, Vala. I knew you were the White Dragon Emperor, Issei said. Valley raised an eyebrow. So you know of our fate? I do, but frankly, I'm not a fan of it, Issei replied. How dare you? Valley exclaimed. Enough, you two, Kuroka interjected. You're right, love. We're having a nice dinner, so let's not fight, Issei said, trying to ease the tension. If you don't mind my asking, how did you two meet? Biko asked. About a year ago, I had recently quit being a devil, and with Drake's help, I became a full-fledged dragon. I stayed in the forest to train, and that's where Kuroka and I met, Issei explained. We just clicked, even though it took a while for me to gain your trust, Kuroka added. Arthur interjected, but there's one thing you didn't mention. What's that? Issei asked, curious. Your fallen angel powers, Arthur stated, looking pointedly at Issei. Everyone turned their attention to Issei, who sighed. I suppose I neglected to mention it, but I think it's only fair that you all know my story since everyone here shared theirs. He glanced at Kuroka, who created a barrier to shield them from prying ears and eyes. Alright, I'll start from the beginning. Issei began to recount his story, sharing the painful memories of his parents' murder, his time in foster homes, surviving on the streets, being betrayed by Rainier, and the torment he endured after being turned into a devil. He spoke of the struggles he faced, hanging on to his second life by a thread after each trial. Coming to his senses after a fierce battle with Riser, Issei had fought hard to expose him and remove the 8 pieces of his power. Transforming into a dragon, he faced numerous challenges, including a confrontation with Kokobile and his fallen army. In a quest for revenge, he was forced to confront Rainier, nearly losing his life to Kokobile's light spear. With Kuroka's help, he replaced his damaged heart with Rainier's, and slowly his former abusive teammates began to turn over a new leaf, seeking forgiveness one by one. As he learned to exercise his new powers, Issei emerged as the first fallen dragon king. The atmosphere in the room was tense, with mixed emotions swirling around. Irina and Zenobia radiated an intense bloodlust, while Arthur looked on in disgust. La Fei was on the verge of tears, and Biko sat with his head in his hands, shrouded in shadow. Ophis remained expressionless, her focus entirely on Issei. Kuroka sensed the fluctuations in Issei's aura as dark memories resurfaced, and Valis struggled to contain his anger. Cao Cao gripped his spear tightly, his hands trembling. Issei broke the silence. And that's my story. Any questions? Zenovia's voice was sharp. Do you mind if I take care of Rius? Irina chimed in. I would love to make her suffer, one small cut at a time. My Excalibur mimic can turn into a tiny needle and oh boy. Tempting, but don't, Issei warned. It'll cause all hell to break loose. Literally. Irina's expression shifted. How can you forgive them for what they did to you? I did it so that I don't become like them, Issei replied earnestly. I want to be happy. His words hung in the air, prompting a moment of silence. After a minute, Issei attempted to lighten the mood. So, who wants cake? It should be done baking. Ophis perked up. Cake? Kuroka smiled. You'll love it, Ophis. I'll bring it, be right back. As Kuroka left, the guys stood up. Valis spoke first. I'll say it before she returns. Issei, Kuroka is our sister by bond, so if you hurt her, we will come after you. If I ever do, then I want you to, Issei replied seriously. If she hated me, then life isn't worth living. Kuroka returned with the cake. Who wants cake? Why are you guys standing? The guys quickly sat back down, trying to act casual. Ophis gazed at the cake, and Issei cut a piece for her. As soon as she took a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. Her usually dull expression transformed into a rare smile, and everyone felt a wave of happiness at the sight of the Dragon of Infinity, now appearing as an adorable little girl with long black hair, enjoying her cake. Ophis declared, Cake is not a lie. It is now my life. Zenobia turned to Kuroka. So, how is your relationship with Issei? Kuroka beamed. The best. We never get mad at each other or argue. It's almost perfect. La Fei raised an eyebrow. Almost. Kuroka. We don't have kids. Yet. This revelation caught everyone's attention. Irina leaned in. So, have you two? Kuroka held her hands apart, indicating a distance. Just then, Issei entered with drinks. The sight of him made Zenobia, Irina, and La Fei blush and faint. Valley looked bewildered. What just happened? Biko pointed out, why do they have nosebleeds? Chow Chow added, and are they smiling? Everyone turned to Kuroka, who was barely containing her laughter. Issei approached her. Kuroka, what did you tell them? Kuroka grinned mischievously. Take a guess. Issei's face turned red. Do. About? Kuroka teased, all 12 inches and the broken bed. Issei dropped the drinks and fell to his knees, along with the others. Arthur exclaimed, No, no, no. Chow Chow scolded, Kuroka, don't go around telling that. Valley added, just no. "'Kay, just no. Biko chimed in, no guy wants to know about another guy's. Well, you know. Kuroka laughed. It's not a hose, it's a dragon. Valley shouted, what did we just say? Kuroka shrugged. Oops. Issei pleaded, please, no more. I'm already embarrassed enough. Kuroka continued to tease. Messing with you guys is fun. Valley, nearly in tears, turned to Issei. Please make your girlfriend stop. I ask you this as a fellow dragon. Please. Okay, Issei conceded. Kuroka, I think they are punished enough. Why not show them what we worked on? Kuroka's eyes lit up. Oh, that's even better. Wake the girls up. I want them to see. As they revived the girls, everyone settled on the couch, eager to hear Kuroka's plan. Okay, this is important, Kuroka began. We should ally with the devils, so we need to show them our powers to earn their trust. Understood? Everyone nodded in agreement. Issei asked, so who's up first? Biko showcased his extending staff and impressive martial arts skills. Arthur, Irina, and Zenobia displayed their swords, Culbrin, Excalibur Mimic, and Durandal, respectively. La Fei demonstrated her magical prowess, while Chow Chow revealed his true Longinus spear. Everyone was aware of Ophus's immense power, but Valley hesitated. Valley? Issei prompted. I'd rather not. I hate my heritage, Valley replied. Kuroka encouraged him. Issei, even we don't know just how strong he is. Valley, you need to give us a chance, Issei urged. Believe me when I say that you won't like it, Valley warned. Tell you what, Issei proposed. Show us and I'll show you my full power. Then we'll spar in due time. Sounds fair, Valley agreed, though everyone thought he was a battle maniac. As Issei and Valley faced each other, they revealed their wings simultaneously. Issei's scara turned black, his eyes glowed green, and focused flames erupted from his horns. His 12 black wings, each with a red center, were a sight to behold. Valley's appearance remained unchanged, but his 10 devil wings captivated half the audience, while the other half focused on Issei. Valley finally declared, my full name is Valley Lucifer, a descendant of the original Lucifer. Issei nodded, respecting Valley's privacy. You hid your last name for a good reason, so I won't pry. Thank you. Now will you honor your agreement? Valley asked. Yeah, Valley, Issei affirmed. Kuroka chimed in. Ahem, why should you two show off when I can too? Of course, Issei replied. Kuroka took center stage, spreading her 8 wings, which flickered with red and gold flames. Her beauty captivated everyone, even Ophus gasped in awe. Unable to contain himself, Issei kissed Kuroka after she powered down. The girls blushed at the sight, and they both broke off their kiss upon noticing the stares. Biko quipped, please don't stop on our account. It was getting good, oh. Irina hit him on the head. Zip it. Arthur remarked, Issei, you really do love her. Issei responded, love? What we have is greater than some human word. Kuroka teased, a flirt even in the presence of others. Issei shrugged. You know I have nothing to hide. Kuroka smiled. I just love being your queen. La Fei rolled her eyes. Geez, get a room you two. Kuroka winked. Then you'll have to wait for at least an hour if you know what I mean. Once again, everyone turned red, and Issei chuckled. All right, Kuroka, you've tortured them enough. There are 8 bedrooms in the house, and Kuroka and I occupy one of them. Everyone else is free to choose their rooms. Irina and Zenobia share a room, while Office and La Fei share another. The guys sleep in separate rooms, of course. The next morning, everyone was having breakfast except for Issei and Kuroka, which led to some concern about their absence. Valley stood up from the table. "I'll go check on them." Just then, Issei appeared from behind, carrying Kuroka on his back. "Kuroka, are you feeling all right?" "Issei, what did you do to her?" Valley asked. Kuroka chuckled. "Better question, what hasn't he done to me? I can't feel my legs." Chow Chow interjected, "It's 8 in the morning, come on guys." Issei and Kuroka exchanged glances before replying in unison, "We're not sorry." As they enjoyed coffee and breakfast with everyone, they shared stories and experiences, feeling like family. At one point, Office sat on Issei's lap, happily munching on sweets. Eventually, it was time for them to meet the 3 Devil Kings and the Governor-General of the Fallen, Azazel. They teleported to Surzex's office and began discussing an alliance. Thankfully, they reached an agreement without any issues. Vala being a Lucifer was a surprising but positive revelation. "I'm glad everything went well," Serafal said. "I have a suggestion. There will be a party to celebrate Serorg Bale's promotion to high-class devil and the start of the raiding game." "He's finally a king, huh? I suppose it was only a matter of time," Issei remarked. Azazel added, "A cousin to the Gremory clan without any special powers becoming king. Quite a rare feat." "Indeed," Kuroka agreed. Surzex continued, "Even Lord Odin is coming to congratulate him personally. Serorg's personality earns him respect and admiration from everyone." Issei nodded. "I know that from personal experience. He and I are similar. I didn't have any special powers either, but he was kind to me as a fellow devil. He earned my respect right there." Zenobia asked, "What's a raiding game?" Ajuka explained, "It's a tournament where teams fight to win, to put it simply. You can all join, but there is an issue. Irina, Zenobia, and Arthur, you 3 wield holy swords, but you are still human and thus limited in the fight. I don't want anyone to take unnecessary risks." Chow Chow added, "I'm also human, and so is La Fei." "True," Ajuka conceded, "but you wield the true Longinus, the most powerful sacred gear. One cut from that, and no devil will survive. La Fei can perform a great variety of magic, and her reserves are equal to a high-class devil. She has a chance to fight and survive." Irina asked, "Can only devils join, or can fallen angels join too?" Graphia responded, "It's an open tournament. You make a name for yourselves as you win. All you need to do is register as a king or any other piece in a team. You don't have to become a devil or a fallen." "In that case, Issei, I want to join your peerage," Irina declared. "Same," Zenobia chimed in. "Can I?" La Fei asked. "Guys, let's talk about this," Issei suggested. Surzex added, "You have a month until the raiding game. That's enough time to train." Vale grinned. "I love a good fight. Who's participating?" Serafal replied, "Bale, Phoenix, my sister Sona, Rius, and you guys. So far. The Norse might join next time since they want to see how it works now that the Great War has ended." "But Rius doesn't have a full peerage yet," Issei pointed out. "Yeah, about that," Surzex said with a chuckle. "Oh boy, here it comes," Issei muttered. "Rius asked me to talk to you about that. She's wondering if you would be willing to team up with her," Surzex explained. Issei hesitated. "What do you guys say?" Most of the group hesitated to answer. Kuroka broke the silence. "I think we should talk to them about it. We don't have a full peerage either, so teaming up might work." "Why can't I say no to you?" Issei asked, exasperated. "Because you love me too much," Kuroka teased. "Too true," Issei admitted. Everyone cleared their throats, prompting an apology from both of them. Chow Chow added, "We will also know just how strong they are." Arthur nodded. "This would be a good chance to test our strength." Surzex continued, "Also, Issei, we found out what Shalba was up to. He was trying to enhance devils to the point where they weren't devils anymore, but super devils." "I don't like the sound of that," Issei said, concerned. "Super devils are what we are at our current power level. That's one of the reasons we were selected to lead the devils," Surzex explained. Kuroka smiled. I'm glad you guys did. The people love you. You're too kind, Ajuka replied. Vala suggested. Alright, how about we go home and decide who registers as which piece? We need to become a full team. Everyone agreed. As all 10 of them teleported to Issei's new house, they found 5 people already waiting for them. Should I start by putting salt lines under the doors and windows now if you're going to start breaking in, Rius? Issei joked. Sorry, we just wanted to surprise you, Rius replied. Breaking and entering? Definitely a surprise. Not, Issei retorted. Oh hush, you're upsetting her, Kuroka said. Okay, fine, but I'm putting some barriers up later, Issei warned. Rius smiled. So these are your new friends? Nice to meet you all. I'm Rius Gremory. Akino introduced herself. My name is Akino Himejima, I'm her queen. Asia Argento, her bishop, Asia added. Kiba Yudo, her knight, Kiba said. Chiron Tujo, Rook, Chiron finished. Everyone returned their greetings coldly, except for Chiron, whose warmth was a stark contrast. The names reminded Issei's friends of his past, and they had second thoughts about joining Rius now that they could put faces to the names of Issei's former team. Rius noticed the tension. They know, don't they? In order to make an alliance, we all had to share our stories. No lies, no details skipped over, Issei explained. I see, Rius said, saddened that even more people were aware of her past actions. The killing intent radiating from Irina and Zenobia was palpable. Let's start. We only have 1 month until the games, Issei said. You 5, meet Valley, Biko, Arthur, Lafay, Chow Chow, Irina, Zenobia, and Ophis. Akino's eyes widened. The Dragon of Infinity? That Ophis? Yup, the one and only, Kuroka confirmed. Issei continued, I know you guys are nervous, but Ophis isn't the only reason, is it? Kiba spoke up. The 4 holy power signatures in this room are terrifying. Chow Chow reassured them, we wield the true Longinus and 3 holy swords, but fear not, we only use them on our enemies. We are allies here, so no need to fret. Thank you, Kiba replied, visibly relieved. Vale added, I'm also the White Dragon Emperor, FYI. Team Rius started to sweat, realizing the strength of their new allies. They needed to change the topic quickly. Akino suggested, should we start planning? We can begin by assessing each other's strengths and then decide who will register as which piece. Valley chimed in, I suggest sparring. It's the best way to get to know each other's abilities. Issei agreed, sure. The basement door leads to a training dimension. Let's start there. Everyone made their way to the training area. Arthur and Kiba were evenly matched, learning from each other despite their different techniques. Irina and Zenobia engaged in their usual battles, while Ophis sat quietly watching. Asia, Lafay, and Akino practiced magic, as Asia needed to learn new abilities beyond healing and basic spells. Biko gave Chiron a tough challenge with his martial arts, proving to be superior to her combat skills. Kuroka and Rius trained in close combat, with Kuroka struggling to hold back. Her sage flame magic overwhelmed Rius's power of destruction due to the sheer difference in energy, leaving Rius bruised and beaten. Are you all right? Kuroka asked, concern in her voice. I'm down for the moment, Rius replied, trying to catch her breath. Kuroka began to heal Rius's injuries using her sage magic. If I had to guess, it felt like you were almost trying to kill me. Sorry. I'm not used to this new queen power yet, Kuroka admitted. We both know that's not the only reason, Rius said, a hint of sadness in her tone. Kuroka sighed. You're right. Part of me is still angry at you. I can't blame you for that. The girls with the Excalibur and Durandal, their killing intent was strong. Who are they? Kuroka shared their story, and Rius felt tears welling up as she learned that those 2 were the only friends Issei had in his childhood, only to lose them again. Did Issei ever have a happy time in his childhood? Rius asked, her voice trembling. Only when Irina and Zenobia were around, even though it was brief. I saw his memories, and it hurt to see him rarely smile, Kuroka replied. Can you read my memories? Maybe you can show him that I truly regret what I did to him and that I wasn't lying when he disappeared. Sure, Kuroka said, calling for Issei, who soon appeared. What's going on? Issei asked. Kuroka placed her palm on both their heads, allowing them to see each other's memories. Issei witnessed Rius's memories, the pain she caused him, which ignited his anger. He saw the moment he left through her eyes, experiencing her feelings, her nightmares, and her regrets. He felt her attempts to remove the light spear from his chest, refusing Kuroka's help. All of it was real, but the memories of her arrogance and the way she treated him only fueled his frustration. Meanwhile, Rius experienced Issei's memories, the trauma of losing his parents, the horrors of the orphanage, and the pain he endured. She felt as if 100 fires were burning inside her as she witnessed his struggles and the loneliness he faced. The intensity of his emotions overwhelmed her, and she found herself in the presence of Drake, feeling his suppressed rage. Greetings, Gremory. You saw it all, didn't you? Drake's voice echoed in her mind. Rius couldn't respond, lost in the turmoil of emotions. Drake continued, That's Issei's rage you feel. It's best to leave, Gremory. My self-control is running thin. Suddenly, Rius was forced out of the vision, and both Issei and Rius opened their eyes. Issei radiated anger, while Rius struggled to control her breathing, overwhelmed by the experience. Tears streamed down her face as she caught her breath. The others watched as Issei's bloodlust slowly dissipated, leaving a visibly shaken Rius on the ground. Kuroka gestured for everyone to keep their distance. Why, Kuroka? Issei asked, his voice laced with anger. I'm sorry, Issei, but it had to be done. You both needed to see and feel everything, otherwise, you would never heal from that level of damage, Kuroka explained. Drake added, You need to heal. Sometimes the healing process is more painful than the wound itself. Issei took a deep breath, calming himself. Rius, are you okay? No, she sobbed, still shaken. Kuroka encouraged, You two should talk. Go outside. They stepped out of the training area, standing in silence for a moment. Don't worry, everyone. It's all good, Kuroka reassured the others before they returned to training. So, you really were telling the truth about the nightmares and everything else, Issei said, breaking the silence. Yeah. Was I a monster? Rius asked, her voice barely above a whisper. You saw my memories, so you already know, he replied. I want to hear it from you, Rius insisted. Yes. I saw you exactly as you saw yourself in my memories, Issei confirmed. Compared to what you went through, my pain is nothing. Nothing, Rius said, her voice filled with regret. Issei sighed. Maybe it was a mistake that you saw them. It was a mistake treating you like that and letting you die. Rius admitted, her voice breaking. Issei paused, reflecting on her words. I spoke to Drake in the sacred gear. Even he's furious. Dragons tend to hold grudges, Rius noted. You held a grudge before turning into one, but your anger truly reflects that of a dragon. I'm not sure how we're still alive, Issei said. Because Surzex, Sona, Graphia, and Serorg are the reasons. I respect them as they respected me. 3 of them are your family, and I didn't want to hurt them by killing you. Mother Nature knows I wanted to with every fiber of my being, but I'm over it now. You can thank Kuroka for that. If she hadn't been there, I would have lost control and caused chaos. She is the reason I managed to let it all go. He smiled, a hint of blush creeping onto his cheeks. So you really do love her, Rius observed. I love her more than anything, Issei replied earnestly. She's the reason I want to find peace and happiness. I know I'll never be truly happy if I don't let go of my anger. It's not easy, believe me. Rius's expression shifted. So there's really no chance for me? No, he answered firmly. While he had forgiven her, the anger still lingered. It's okay, Rius said, her voice steady despite the pain. I had my chance years ago and blew it. I shouldn't complain, no matter how much it hurts. Issei remained silent, contemplating her words. Issei, I just want you to be a part of our lives, including mine. I've learned my lesson, Rius continued. Have you now? he asked, raising an eyebrow. I felt everything you went through all at once. You faced it all alone, and we were the cause of half of it. I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you. You can hurt me if you want to, just please forgive me. Issei thought to himself, so she finally understands. Kuroka, you work miracles. I know, Rius. You really did. Does that mean you forgive me? She asked, hope flickering in her eyes. Under one condition, he replied, and Rius's heart sank at the uncertainty. Let me register as your pawn, but it's only a one-time thing. I'm only doing this so I can fight Riser and Sarorg. If you fought them, you'd be in trouble. Also, stop breaking into my house, and that goes for your team too. Tears of relief and joy filled Rius's eyes as she laughed and jumped into his arms, hugging him tightly. Anything you want. Issei embraced her back, and they both felt a sense of peace at last. He gently patted her back and ran his fingers through her silky hair, enjoying the moment. You know, it's kind of pathetic now that I think about it, Rius mused. What is? Issei asked, curious. That I was willing to become your queen or pawn or even your Aris if it meant you would forgive me. Having two lovers would have been kind of fun, even if all I was to you was a plaything. Polygamy isn't for me, Issei replied. I'm happy to have one lover, two is way too much. How come? Rius inquired. I'd be robbing someone of their potential life partner, and Kuroka will always be number one. I can't hurt her like Riser hurt you. I really wish I had gotten to know you better back then. Who knew you were such a deep thinker and considerate? Rius said, admiration in her voice. Being in love does one of two things. It can make you foolish or wise. It's up to you to decide. Now, let's get back to training. This is becoming a bit too sentimental for me. Hey, if you're going to be my pawn, what about the others? Rius asked. Kuroka can become your bishop, Biko as a rook, and Arthur as a knight. I'll be your only pawn since that's what everyone in the underworld knows so far. The others won't participate yet, they just want to observe for now. But I know they hate us. Will they actually join? Rius questioned. I'll talk to them. It'll be okay, Red. As they joined the others, both Issei and Rius looked happier. Kuroka approached them, her curiosity piqued. So, Issei, how did it go? I've forgiven her. Now I can finally move on, and so can she, Issei replied. You two took over an hour. Did something happen? Kuroka pressed. Between Rius and me? Not at all, he said, trying to keep it light. Then why does she have her scent all over you? Kuroka's keen sense of smell picked up on it, annoyance creeping into her tone. It was just a long, platonic hug, but if you hate it so much, I'll go shower, Issei offered. Wise choice, Kuroka said, her expression softening. Care to join me? He asked playfully. Absolutely, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm causing a stir among the others. The sudden outburst disrupted everyone's focus, leading to chaos as those practicing magic lost control, resulting in an explosion that left them covered in soot. Issei and Kuroka decided to leave to avoid trouble and enjoyed some time together in the tub. As night fell, everyone else went to bed from exhaustion, except for Kuroka, who had fallen asleep from sheer fatigue. With the night still young, Issei decided to take a walk and grab some ramen from a nearby stall, his favorite place since he was a devil. As he ordered a bowl of ramen, a young woman with a bob cut approached him. Hey, Issei. Fancy seeing you here, Sona greeted him. Hey, Sona. I used to come here all the time. What brings you here? Issei asked. I love the ramen here. I've been coming for a year now, she replied. After I left, right? Issei recalled. Yes. After your disappearance, your former team would come here frequently, hoping you would show up, even when they thought you were gone for good. Saji missed you the most, you know. Being a fellow pawn and all. Yeah, I missed you guys too. Sorry for putting you through that, Issei said, regret in his voice. Don't be. But if you want to make it up to me, how about a game of chess? You're quite the smart fellow, so let's see if you can beat me, Sona challenged. I would love to play a game of chess. We can catch up while we play, Issei agreed. Let's play in the student council office. I can get us in, Sona suggested. After finishing their ramen, They paid and headed to the student council office, where they set up the board. "What have you been up to for the past few months?" Sona asked, moving her pawn. "I got promoted to king," Issei replied, moving his pawn. "Yes, I heard from my sister. Congrats on being the first fallen dragon king," Sona acknowledged, moving another pawn. "Thanks. I already have a queen," Issei said, moving his knight. "It's Kuroka, isn't it?" she guessed, moving another pawn. "Yes. Who else could it be?" Issei replied, moving another pawn. "I heard Rius was willing to demote herself to be your queen," Sona noted, moving her bishop. "She was willing to be a pawn or even my Thetis," Issei added, moving his knight. "Oh geez," Sona said, surprised. Sona clearly wanted to be by Issei's side as they played chess. She moved her knight and captured his pawn. "I rejected her advances, and she has accepted that I don't love her like that," Issei said, moving his bishop to take out her pawn. "What about the others?" Sona inquired, moving her rook. "Chiron, Kaneko, is more open now, and Asia is doing better," Issei replied, moving his other knight to capture another pawn. "And Akino?" Sona asked, taking out a pawn with her bishop. "We trained in the Grigori and she's bonding with her dad again," Issei said, capturing her bishop with his rook. "So she overcame her past?" Sona moved her other knight and took out a pawn. "Yeah. I've forgiven all of them, but it'll be like before," Issei said, using his bishop to take out her knight. "You just took out my knight," Sona remarked, moving another pawn. "Speaking of taking out knights, are Kiba and Tsubaki dating yet?" Issei asked, capturing her pawn with his own. "I've caught them flirting a couple of times. Ever since you forgave him, he's become a better person," Sona noted, moving her rook. "Did all the girls fawn over him for the past year?" Issei asked, taking out her knight with another rook. "So, about your new friends," Sona said, moving her rook and capturing a pawn. "Two of them are basically my sisters from one of the foster homes we used to be in. The rest are good friends. That's all I can say until the raiding game is over," Issei explained, moving his rook to take out another pawn. "Understandable, can't risk losing," Sona agreed, moving her queen. "Glad you understand." "Also, checkmate," Issei declared. "What?" Sona looked at the board and realized her mistake. She had accidentally moved her queen into the path of Issei's rook. She face-bombed. "I win," Issei said with a smile. "I'm rarely ever beaten," Sona admitted. "Almost nothing looks more orderly than chess pieces before a match starts. The first move, however, begins a spiral into chaos. After both players move, 400 possible board setups exist. After the second pair of turns, there are 197,742 possible games, and after 3 moves, 121 million. At every turn, players chart a progressively more distinctive path, and each game evolves into one that has probably never been played before. With stats like these, one can only win for so long, no matter how good they are," Issei explained. "You amaze me, Hayudo," Sona said. "Well, we should get going. Both our teams are probably waiting for us," Issei replied. "It was interesting to play against you. We should do this again," Sona suggested. "I'd be delighted," Issei said as they both headed home. As Issei opened his door, Kuroka was sitting there, waiting for him. "So, where did you go all by yourself?" Kuroka asked. "I had ramen. I ran into Sona there, and we had a game of chess. I won and filled her in on what's been happening. She is a friend after all," Issei explained. "You had ramen without me and with another woman?" Kuroka pouted, using her kitten face, which made Issei feel guilty. "That's annoying and lovable at the same time." "Okay, fine, I'll take you to get some ramen." "Come on," Issei relented. "Naya!" Kuroka exclaimed happily. 1 week until the raiding game, and teams Riser, Sona, Bale, and Rius were all participating. Team Rius consisted of Rius as king, Akino as queen, Biko and Chiron as rooks, Kiba and Arthur as knights, Asia and Kuroka as bishops, Issei as the only pawn. "I can't begin to tell you how much this means to me." "Thank you all," Rius said to her team. "But there are 2 problems. 1. Humans can't enter unless they are rare exceptions, and 2. If we become devils, then we can't use our swords, Arthur pointed out. Then join my peerage. I'm not a devil. Irina and Zenobia want in, Issei suggested. Yup, Irina and Zenobia agreed. Then I'll be a pawn, Arthur decided. Same here, Chow Chow added. I'm staying as I am, and so is Ophis, Valley stated. I'm good as a rook, Biko said. Bishop please, La Fei requested. As you all wish, Issei replied, taking out his pieces. A bishop piece merged with La Fei, a rook piece merged with Biko, 2 knight pieces merged with Irina and Zenobia, and 4 pawn pieces merged with Arthur and the other 4 with Chow Chow. All of them now had wings like Issei's, but no other physical changes occurred, their abilities boosted in correspondence with their pieces, and all of them had 3 sets of wings. Nice, Ophis commented. I don't feel any different, Biko said. Throw a punch towards me, Issei instructed. What? Why? Biko asked, confused. Just do it, Issei insisted. If you say so, Biko replied, throwing a punch. Issei caught it, but the force released a shockwave that pushed La Fei onto the couch while everyone else covered their faces. And that wasn't even your full strength, you held back, Issei noted. DMN, Biko said, surprised. Wow, Irina exclaimed. Irina and Zenobia, since you're both knights, your speed has increased tenfold, so learn to control and use it. La Fei, since you're a bishop, your magical powers have increased to almost Kuroka's level. Arthur and Chow Chow, being pawns makes you both dangerous since you can promote to any piece except king, Issei explained. I think everyone picked the perfect piece for themselves, Kuroka remarked. I agree. Arthur and Chow Chow can do more than just wield weapons. Both are excellent fighters and can use magic. Their weapons are just their primary choices, Vale added. My team is almost complete, just 1 bishop and rook remain. I also found out who we will be fighting. Our match is up first against Riser, and it's Sona Citri versus Serg Bale. She's in for a tough match, Issei said. That's rude. But true, Kuroka acknowledged. So about this Riser guy, is he strong? Vale asked. I beat him using my balance breaker without boosting, and the same with Kokabeel, so compared to us, no he's not, Issei replied. You didn't boost your power? Not bad, Vale said, impressed. Although I haven't used my balance breaker since I defeated Kokabeel, Issei added. Issei, you had no choice back then due to the heart transplant, but now that your new heart is stronger than ever, you can go all out, Drake encouraged. Then let's see if your balance breaker has changed, Kuroka suggested. I think now is also a good time to train. Yo, Vale want to spar? Issei proposed. Now you're talking, Vale replied eagerly. Oh geez. We better put up a few barriers just in case, then we should talk to Rius, Kuroka said. Issei and Vale stood facing each other, the tension palpable in the air. I've been waiting for this, Vale declared, a determined glint in his eyes. Then let's skip the formalities and go all out, Issei replied, his resolve unwavering. In unison, they activated their balance breakers, their armors strikingly similar yet distinct in color, Vale's gleaming white and blue, while Issei's was a fiery red with black accents. Without hesitation, they launched into a fierce assault, carefully controlling their power to avoid breaking the barriers around them. Issei, armed with his light spears, aimed to inflict maximum damage while evading direct contact. You nearly caught me off guard, Vale remarked, a hint of challenge in his voice. Looks like I'll have to risk breaking the barriers to win. With a surge of energy, Vale powered up, showcasing his true skill as he landed several blows on Issei, shattering parts of his armor. Divide x5, Albion's voice echoed in Vale's mind, and Issei felt his strength wane as Vale continued his relentless assault, burying him under rubble. Issei's thoughts raced. If only I could access my promotion abilities like before. I need that power. I need it. Then do it, Issei. Show him what we can do. Drake urged. Boost. Issei shouted, feeling his strength surge once more. Do you still have fight left in you? Vale taunted. Boost. Boost. Boost x30. Issei roared, feeling the power coursing through him. Promotion. Sonic Welsh Knight. Issei propelled himself from the rubble, moving at supersonic speeds. His armor transformed, becoming sleeker and more aerodynamic. Promote to Rook, he announced, and Drake responded, change solid impact. His armor morphed again, now bulkier and more formidable. Issei charged forward, his fist powered by elbow thrusters. Valley attempted to dodge but was caught off guard, taking a direct hit that sent him flying, half of his armor shattered. Promote to Bishop, Issei called out, and twin cannons emerged from his shoulders, his tail anchoring him to the ground for stability. Boost X10, he commanded. Drake fire. 2 beams of pure energy shot forth, striking Valley directly and obliterating his armor. DMN. I lost. You're stronger than I thought, Valley admitted, his tone respectful as Issei's armor dissipated. Thanks, I'm exhausted, Issei replied, collapsing to his knees, breathless. So how long have you had that ability? Valley inquired, extending a hand to help Issei up. Just a moment ago, Issei answered, accepting Valley's assistance. You're crazy. I like that, Valley said, impressed. Promoting armor to that extent was unexpected, Issei remarked. We're part of the supernatural, even the most senseless things make sense to us, Issei added with a grin. Well, you're not wrong, Valley agreed. Our fight was short, Issei noted. Because we just started sparring. No plans, no tricks, Valley replied. Yeah. I honestly enjoyed it, Issei admitted. Suddenly, Ophis appeared, catching both of them off guard. That was a good fight, she said, her presence commanding attention. You've been here the whole time? Issei asked, surprised. Yes, Ophis confirmed. Hey, there's something I need to know. How did you end up in the Chaos Brigade? Issei questioned. I used to be their leader, but I grew bored, Ophis explained. Valley nodded knowingly. Yeah, you get used to it. Ophis, would you like some chocolate? Issei offered. Sure, she replied, and he handed her what she desired. As the first match of Team Rius against Riser approached, the team members made their way to the waiting room. Guys, wait. Rius called out, prompting them to stop and turn. I was thinking about our team name. Instead of Team Gremory, how about Team Red, she suggested. How come? Issei asked, curious. Because the Gremories aren't the only ones associated with Red. Since you made your debut as the Red Dragon Emperor, it's only right that you and this whole team be part of it, Rius explained, her modesty shining through. Everyone smiled at her suggestion. I like that idea. Aquino chimed in. If that's what you want, then so be it, Rius, Issei agreed, understanding her deeper intentions. They waited for the announcement, which finally came from Azazel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first rating game since the end of the Great War. Without further delay, we will begin the first match, Team Rius versus Team Riser. Each team will have 5 minutes to strategize. Begin. So, anyone got any ideas? I want to hear your opinions, Rius prompted. I'll take on the bishops, Kuroka volunteered. Her queen is mine to fight. This time, I'm ready for her, Aquino added confidently. So basically, it'll be like before. Issei noted. Yeah, everyone agreed. But this time, they won't hold back, Kiba remarked. Neither will we, Chiron added, determination in her voice. This time, I'll use my sage magic if needed. Save it for the Bale team. I fear we will need it there, Kuroka advised. Fine, Chiron conceded. Leave Riser to me. I know he's been training since our last fight and wants a rematch, Issei declared. I wouldn't mind having a crack at him, Kuroka said. You'd certainly give him a run for his money, but I can tell from the look in his eyes that he wants me since I broke his ego, Issei replied. That was badass, Rius complimented. Time's up, guys, Biko announced. All teams, prepare to battle. 3, 2, 1, fight. Azazel declared. Riser made the first move, charging straight toward Issei. I'm glad you're back, Red Dragon Emperor. I've wanted a rematch for almost a whole year now, Riser said, a fierce grin on his face. I can see you mean business this time, no holding back? Issei asked, ready for the challenge. I'm not making that mistake again, Riser replied with a laugh. You've certainly changed, Riser, Issei observed. As have you, Issei, in more ways than one. You're hiding your power level, Riser noted. When you reach a certain level, it becomes hard to conceal, Issei explained. Guys, the match has started, Rius reminded them. Sorry, Rius, my bad. Now then, shall we? Riser said, his focus shifting back to the fight. Sure. Guys, you know the plan. Don't hold back, Issei instructed. Right? Everyone affirmed. Arthur and Kiba charged at Riser's knights, the clash of steel ringing out. Chiron and Biko engaged the Rooks in fierce combat, shockwaves rippling through the air. Aquino soared into the sky against the Bomb Queen, the sounds of explosions and thunder echoing as they ascended, Aquino unleashing her light spears. Asia stayed with Rius as she wasn't a fighter, while Kuroka clearly was. Using her sage powers, which were enhanced by the Queen Piece, she managed to inflict significant damage. The crowd cheered for both teams, impressed by how they held their own against Riser and his team. Riser proposed, "How about we make a deal to make things more interesting?" Issei asked, "Like what?" "If I lose, my little sister Ravel, who will soon be a free bishop, will join you. She has taken an interest in your team, Issei. We both know that Lady Kuroka isn't really your bishop, Rius." Rius looked surprised. "You knew?" Riser nodded. "Her powers are similar to Issei's. She's his queen, isn't she?" "Just keep quiet for now," Issei interjected. "Only Ravel and I figured it out and agreed to keep quiet until we knew the whole story," Riser explained. Rius remarked, "You really have changed. After my pride, or should I say my ego, was shattered, I was finally able to see clearly. I'm sorry, Rius, for everything. I apologize to you as well, Red Dragon." Issei asked, "And if you win? Then we get to have a sparring match every now and then. Deal?" "Oh, my friend would be joining us as well," Issei added. "Perfect," Riser replied. Asia interjected, "Guys, the crowd is staring at us." "Then let's go, Riser," Issei said, and both flew off into the distance. "Balance break," Issei declared as he entered his balance breaker and launched a punch at Riser, who caught it. "Please stop holding back. You have the boosted gear, so use it," Riser encouraged. "All right then. Boost X18. Issei shouted. He unleashed a full-on assault, but any damage Riser sustained healed instantly. Riser released his flame wings, radiating an incredible aura. The heat was so intense that even Issei felt it through his armor. Riser continued to power up, transforming into a magnificent bird of fire, a phoenix. "So, you trained the whole time since we last fought. I'll show you new powers as well," Issei declared, unleashing his 12 fallen wings and creating his signature light spear. Riser was taken aback. "What the? Didn't see that coming, did you?" Issei smirked. "But you're a devil. How can you create a light spear?" Riser questioned. "I haven't been a devil for almost a year now," Issei replied confidently. The crowd erupted in excitement at the display of power from both fighters. Riser acknowledged, "You're really a unique existence." "I am the first fallen dragon king," Issei proclaimed. "Then let's fight like kings," Riser challenged, and both charged at each other. Issei used his spear to block Riser's talons, which were hot enough to cut through steel. Riser unleashed gale force winds mixed with flames, creating a fire tornado that sucked Issei in. He boosted his defense but was still caught in the flames, which consumed the oxygen. Thinking quickly, Issei used his strong fallen wings to create a counter-tornado, canceling out the flames. Riser launched flaming feathers like bullets, overwhelming Issei. He hardened his fallen wings for defense, but they could only hold for so long. The relentless barrage pierced through his wings and armor, wounding him. Rius rushed over to help. "No. This is my fight," Issei insisted. "Issei," Rius said, concerned. Issei pushed himself back up, boosting his power again and again. "Promote tonight." Draig's voice echoed, Welsh Sonic Boost Knight. Now in aerodynamic thin armor, Issei flew at supersonic speeds, creating a sonic boom that captured everyone's attention. The fighting paused as the crowd watched in awe. Issei boosted his speed further and impaled Riser with his light spear. He promoted to Rook and punched Riser back into the air. Then, promoting to Bishop, he fired 2 energy beams at Riser, who fell to the ground and reverted to his original form. Issei stood over him, holding a light spear above his head. "Give up?" Issei asked. Riser sighed. "Looks like you have beaten me once again." "Yes, I surrender," Azazel announced. Riser Phoenix has surrendered. Team Red wins. This was truly a spectacular match, no holding back. Give it up for Team Red and our legend, the Red Dragon Emperor, aka the Fallen Dragon King. The crowd erupted in cheers. Irina, Zenobia, Chow Chow, Vale, and even Ophis celebrated, with Ophis simply waving a small red flag. Azazel continued, "Tomorrow's match is Team Citri versus Team Bale. Team Citri is known for their tactics and planning, while Team Bale is a walking powerhouse. Who will win? Find out tomorrow." The next day, Team Red, along with Irina, Zenobia, Chow Chow, Vale, and Ophis, were invited to sit with the Devil Kings to watch the match between Citri and Bale. "I wonder how Saji will do against them," Issei mused. "Who?" Kuroka asked. "He's a sacred gear user on Sona's team. He's the pawn and so far the only guy on her team," Issei explained. "So the blonde guy must be him. I can sense a dragon in him as well," Kuroka noted. Seraphal added, "His sacred gear holds Viritra, the poison dragon." "I knew it," Ophis said while sitting on Issei's lap, enjoying chocolate. The sight of the Dragon of Infinity in the form of a little girl on his lap was amusing yet awkward for everyone around. As the atmosphere grew tense, everyone was relieved when the match began. Azazel announced, "Welcome to the second match. Today it's Team Bale versus Team Citri. Each team has 5 minutes to plan. Your time starts now." Both teams began strategizing. Team Bale consisted of Serorg as king, Keisha Abaddon as queen, Coriana and Mistita as bishops, Liban and Baruka as knights, Gendoma and Ladora as rooks. One mysterious pawn wearing a hood and a mask. Issei remarked, "That pawn is new and dangerous." Valis speculated, "A sacred gear user?" Kuroka replied, "Maybe." Team Citri included Sona Citri as king, Tsubaki as queen, Momo and Rhea as bishops, Tomo as her only knight, Tsubasa as her only rook, Saji as her only pawn. Seraphal expressed her concern, "I really wish she had a full peerage." Serzex reassured her, "Sona will be all right. Have faith." Seraphal sighed, "We both know that the power difference is too much between them. As a Devil King, I have to face facts." Issei recalled a recent chess match with a cunning opponent. "I played chess with her a while back. She'll put up a good fight." Rius raised an eyebrow. "When did you two hang out?" "After we had ramen at our favorite spot." "Oh, how I missed that taste," Issei replied, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Kuroka chimed in, "Now I want ramen." Serzex suggested, "How about we all check out that place after the match?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Azazel announced, "Begin the match." Sona created several magic-based traps, and Saji promoted to queen, summoning his sacred gear, a black gauntlet on both arms, his eyes turning purple. "That's new," Issei noted. Aquino added, "Father mentioned that one of Sona's team members was at the Grigori, but he didn't tell me why. Now we know. Clearly, Saji had an upgrade." As Team Sona began to fight Team Bale, Serorg and his pawn remained inactive. Sona asked, "Why aren't you and your pawn fighting?" Serorg replied, "I'm sorry, Sona, but I can't tell you that." "Why not?" Sona pressed. "Would you share your secrets with your opponent?" Serorg countered. "Fair enough," Sona conceded. Sona's only rook struggled against Serorg's 2 rooks, one of which was a golem. Eventually, her pawn retired, followed by her knight. Saji was about to engage Coriana when she unexpectedly began to remove her clothing. Everyone was taken aback and Sei stammered, What are you doing?" Coriana smiled playfully. "I'm seducing you, obviously," Saji tried to cover his eyes but couldn't resist peeking. Sudi, just take her out. Sona shouted. Like on a date? That's not a bad idea, Saji replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. Sona's face turned red with embarrassment. No. I meant eliminate her. Serorg, did you know about this? Sir shrugged. Honestly no. She said she would handle Saji but didn't tell me how. Sorry. Coriana leaned closer, asking, so what do you say? Want to go out? Saji responded, only after you put your clothes back on first. Done. You can take them off later, she teased. Saji's face flushed. Viritra chimed in, oh she's good. Saji, if you won't ask her out, I'll take over your body and do it myself. The guys in the arena whistled, and Saji turned bright red, clearly smitten. Serorg sighed, Coriana, retire, please. This is too much. Embarrassed, Serorg couldn't believe this was happening during his first raiding game. Sona, frustrated, smacked Saji to bring him back to reality. The fight continued until only Sona and Saji remained. Saji attempted to fight Serorg, but his attacks were ineffective. One punch from Serorg sent Saji crashing into the wall, leaving him injured. Sona realized her chances were slim and surrendered. Team Bale wins. Now it's Team Gremory versus Team Bale in tomorrow's match. See you all at the finals, folks, Azazel announced. Issei remarked, just one punch. Asia commented, scary. Kiba said, I'm going to check on Tsubaki. I'll come with you. I'll check on Saji. Hey Rius, Sona could use a friend right now. You coming? Issei asked. Sure, Rius replied. The three headed to the infirmary, where the rooks, bishop, and knight were. Passed out. Saji was getting his bones reconstructed, while Tsubaki had only minor injuries. Rius rushed into the infirmary just as Kiba was about to follow. Hold up, Issei said. What's up? Kiba asked. Issei summoned his boosted gear and transferred a few boosts to Kiba. Whoa, what a boost! But why? Kiba wondered. You'll need it for what's about to happen if you know what I mean, Issei replied with a grin. Kiba looked confused. What? Just take your time when it comes to the deed, Issei advised. Kiba sighed. Thanks, man. Follow her lead. You'll be grateful. See ya, Issei said as Kiba went to Tsubaki. Their conversation led them to the janitor's closet for some privacy. Meanwhile, Issei waited in the waiting room until a nurse informed him he could visit Saji. Hey, Saji, Issei greeted. Hey, buddy. Saji replied cheerfully. You're in a really good mood for a guy who got his bones broken from one punch, Issei noted. Well, nothing can hurt a guy in love, man, Saji said with a grin. Pretty sure that's the large dose of morphine talking. So, Coriana, huh? One hell of a way to confess, Issei remarked. She's bold and just gorgeous, Saji admitted. I'll say, she was quite bold. I thought you liked Sona, Issei teased. It's more of a platonic love. She is my himser after all, Saji explained, admiring the walls around him. They continued their chat, and afterward, everyone went out for ramen. At Issei's house, they discussed their plans. He punched Saji, and Sona saw just how strong Serorg is, but we all know he's stronger than that, Issei said. Rius added, he's my cousin, his abilities are not normal. He didn't inherit any abilities from his bloodline, so he trained to become the man he is today and the head of his family. Kuroka noted, what about his pawn? His aura was powerful and felt like it could become more. Aquino suggested, let's check the news on the raiding game. The media has ways to bring forth information on almost anyone. They pulled out their phones, specifically designed for this purpose. Headlines flashed, Bale wins, Rius Gremory's pawn beats High Devil King Riser, the Red Dragon Emperor is a powerful fallen with 12 wings. Has Rius been hiding this all along? Issei's armor promotions a first in Red Dragon Emperor history. He may be the strongest Red Dragon Emperor yet. Coriana stripped in front of everyone to get a date? Serorg's response, no comment. Who is his new pawn, and why doesn't he fight? So many headlines, yet no answers. Chiron sighed, that was a bust. Asia agreed, Yeah, it was a waste, but Coriana definitely took some of the attention off us. Issei expressed gratitude. I'm thankful for that because I wanted to keep this ability as a trump card against him, but now he knows and he'll be ready. Rius inquired. About that, how are you able to use promote when you're a king? Were you planning on using it against us if we ever fought in a match? Issei replied. First answer, I've had this ability since I sparred with Valley. Second answer, there's a 50-50 chance whether or not I use it. Rius pressed. Meaning? Issei concluded, you're not strong enough for me to waste my energy by using that ability. Issei smirked as he conjured a small spear, spinning it effortlessly between his fingers. His expression radiated confidence, hinting at the seriousness of his intent. Yeah, that's fair, Aquino replied, crossing her arms. Rius winced slightly. That stung a bit. Ouch. But I still want to know who that pawn is, Issei said, letting the spear vanish. Same here, Azazel added, stepping into the conversation. Valley raised an eyebrow. When did you get here, old man? Show some respect, you young brat. The door was open, you should lock it sometimes, Azazel retorted. Like that would stop you, Kuroka chimed in. True. I'd barge in anyway, Azazel admitted. But back on topic. I sense a power in that pawn that rivals the heavenly dragons. Draig's voice echoed in Issei's mind. His power feels familiar, but I can't quite place it. Keep thinking, Draig, Issei encouraged. Albion added, even I can't remember, it's been a few hundred years. Chow Chow interjected, if Valley and I could participate in the battle, we'd stand a better chance if he turns out to be too strong. If we had known about this, we probably could have joined you, Valley agreed. I appreciate the offer, but it won't be necessary. This is just a game, not a life-or-death match. Yes, injuries are part of it, but not death. Sarorg will definitely control his pawn, Rius explained. That's an excellent point. Worst-case scenario, we lose the match. It's not like it'll be the only time we fight. We don't have much to lose, Kiba added. Except for our reputation, Rius reminded him. Yeah. Except that, Kiba conceded. So, Kiba, how did it go earlier with you-know-who? Issei asked, a teasing grin on his face. Kiba turned bright red. It was bliss. Kuroka raised an eyebrow. Issei, what's he talking about? Oh, I just gave him a bit of a boost for. Well, you know, Issei replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. You didn't, Kuroka said, incredulous. He did, and now she's limping but happy, Kiba admitted, still blushing. Too much information, Rius said, shaking her head. Not you too, Valley groaned. Issei laughed. I knew you could do it, Romeo. High five. Ah, forget it. High five, Kiba said, giving in. Kuroka smirked. Looks like Tsubaki is getting some action too. Yeah, sure, rub it in my face, Rius said, rolling her eyes. Kuroka teased. You're still not over him? You had your chance, but you blew it. Azazel struggled to contain his laughter. Enough already. Please. Look at poor Asia, she fainted. You can still see the mark on her head from when she ran into the wall after catching you too, Chow Chow remarked. Kiba nodded. Yeah, and now she wants more as soon as she can walk properly again, so Issei. I got you covered. Just let me know when you need a boost. Just remember to be careful, Issei said. Draig chimed in, oh come on. Albion teased, hey Draig, maybe you should rename your boost. Kuroka added playfully, or don't use protection, it feels better. Speaking of which, Issei. I know what we're going to be doing later, Issei replied, a grin on his face. Till I can't walk, babe, Kuroka said flirtatiously. Enough with the talk, everyone exclaimed in unison. Irina sighed, we can't take much more of it. Zenobia added, you're making us feel like we're missing out. Aquino suggested, then why not join Issei? Sorry, but Issei isn't into polygamy, Kuroka said, smirking. She's right. I'm perfectly happy with her, and no one can come close. Sorry, Issei stated firmly. Do you really have to remind me? Rius asked, a hint of frustration in her voice. I'm not sorry, Issei replied with a cheeky grin. Finally, Azazel burst into laughter, unable to hold it in any longer. Okay, moving on, Arthur said, trying to redirect the conversation. So what's the plan? Vale asked. I'll handle Serorg since I'm the one who can match him in brute strength, but that pawn. Just who is he? Issei pondered. There's no point dwelling on it if we can only improvise, Chiron said. I suppose that's true, Kuroka agreed. Then we just hope for the best, Zenobia concluded. The next day, just before the match, Team Gremory, now called Team Red, stood in front of Team Bale, all eyes on Serorg and his pawn. Welcome to the third and final match, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're anxious to see these two strong teams fight. We can feel the tension in the air, so let's get to it. Today's game will be different. Each team can send out 1 or 2 members. The members have been selected by the people. Both teams, please enter the field, Azazel announced. They took their positions opposite each other. Yo, Issei, you ready? Sarah called out. Hell yeah, Issei replied confidently. After I saw your promotion ability, I had to have a trump card of my own, Serorg said. You mean your pawn? Yeah, I figured you'd do something like that, Issei responded. Let's hope you only fight one of us. Otherwise, you're a dead man, Serorg warned. Someone's getting cocky, Issei remarked. Alright folks, enough trash talk. Let's start. The first fight will be an all-night battle as per the request of our viewers. Begin. Azazel declared. The 4 knights clashed their blades immediately, showcasing their skill and grace as sparks flew with every strike. Kiba found himself battling Liban when he noticed a smirk on his opponent's face. Suddenly, he felt the gravity intensify, forcing him to his knees. What the hell? Kiba exclaimed. That's my sacred gear. I can amplify the gravity on my target as long as I can see them, Liban explained smugly. Seeing Kiba in trouble, Arthur quickly drew his sword, Kulbrin, increasing its energy to intimidate Serorg's other knight. He took him out just before he could strike Kiba. Thanks, Arthur, Kiba said relieved. Happy to help, Arthur replied. Alright, Knights of Team Red win, Azazel announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Up next is Queen versus Queen, Azazel continued as both queens stepped forward. Begin, he commanded. I won't hold back, Keisha, Akino declared. Neither will I, Keisha replied. Akino spread her fallen and devil wings, taking to the sky. Wasting no time, she gathered her holy lightning and unleashed a massive bolt. Keisha smiled, opening a hole to absorb the attack. What? Akino exclaimed in surprise. It's my signature ability, Hole, Keisha explained. Akino shot more lightning and even a light spear, only for them to be esigi into the holes as well. I can send them right back, Keisha said, opening a hole behind Akino and unleashing the lightning back at her. The attack hit Akino, leaving a significant gash on her abdomen, but she remained airborne. As they say, spit don't swallow, but I think you should have swallowed it. But is that all you got? Akino taunted. Keisha smirked. Looks like you forgot about the spear. Oh no, Darke. Akino cried out as the spear struck her. Being part devil made her vulnerable to her own spear, and she fell to the ground, unable to continue. Azazel announced, the winner is Keisha Abaddon. Rius exclaimed, no, not you Akino. Issei questioned, what was with all the innuendo? Why so cocky? Chiron suggested, maybe training with you made her overconfident. Kuroka added, even if she wasn't cocky, I doubt she could have won. She's a magic user and a long-range one at that. Sorry, Rius, but this wasn't a winning situation. Her team was visibly upset about the loss. Azazel continued, up next is a full-on Rook battle. All 4 rooks entered the field. Are you ready? Azazel asked. Chiron took the opportunity to power up. Her cat tail split into 2, and her cat ears appeared, showcasing the results of her training with Kuroka. Biko readied himself, while Serorg's golem prepared, and the other rook followed Chiron's lead, beginning to transform into a dragon. Azazel remarked, what a surprise. It seems that Serorg's rook is one of the extinct 72 pillars, known for taming dragons, and very few could become dragons themselves. Chiron and Biko were now on high alert. These two would be tough to beat. Chiron attacked first, punching the golem repeatedly, but it remained unmoved. Biko noted, he didn't even flinch. The golem stood there, seemingly gloating. Chiron replied, it'll take effect soon. Biko asked, you used senjutsu on his chakra points, didn't you? Chiron smirked, for a monkey you're smart. Biko shot back, zip it, pee-pee cat. The dragon rook unleashed a fire breath, which Chiron easily dodged. It flew toward Biko and punched him, and he struggled to hold his ground. Meanwhile, Chiron continued her relentless assault on the golem. Eventually, the golem's strength waned, its movements becoming sluggish. Chiron seized the opportunity and knocked it out with a powerful punch. Biko used his staff to launch himself over the dragon and landed behind it, knocking it over after taking out its legs. Before he could attack, the dragon rook retaliated with a fire breath, forcing him back. Seeking cover, Biko knew he wasn't immune to flames. Chiron stealthily approached the dragon rook and struck him in the spine. The dragon rook retaliated with a tail swipe, sending her crashing to the ground. As it began to stomp on her, her cries of pain nearly prompted Kuroka to intervene. Just in time, Biko tackled the rook into the trees and rushed to Chiron's side. You okay? He asked. Chiron struggled to her feet. In pain, but I still have a little fight left in me. The dragon rook appeared battered and bruised, barely hanging on. I have an idea, Biko said. Grab onto my staff, and I'll give you a boost. Right? Chiron replied, taking hold of his staff. Biko swung it in a full circle, then extended it, using the centrifugal force to send Chiron flying toward the dragon rook. With her newfound speed and strength, she was unstoppable. She kicked the dragon in the chest, breaking its ribs and incapacitating it. Azazel announced, and the winners are the rooks of Team Red. Chiron fell to her knees, exhausted. Biko picked her up and offered her a ride on his back. Thanks. That was a good move, she said. Which one? The final attack or carrying you? Biko teased. Figure it out, monkey. Pee-pee cat. Kuroka commented, I can't tell if they're flirting or insulting each other. Issei chuckled, it's a bit of both. Azazel continued, alright, so up next we have. Oh no. This is clearly what the audience demanded, and each team will receive one Phoenix Tear. From Team Red, the pawn Issei and Bishop Kuroka faced Serorg and his pawn. Team Red gasped, what? Serorg smirked, looks like it's the worst-case scenario for you. Issei retorted, it's the other way around, bub. Azazel signaled, begin. Serorg's pawn stepped forward and removed its hood. Shall I aim her? The pawn asked. Yes, Serorg replied. The pawn smiled, and his body began to change shape. His limbs became more animal-like, claws sprouting from his fingers and toes. His hair grew longer, and his head transformed into that of a large cat. He continued to grow until he towered over 3 meters tall, becoming a massive golden lion. Meet my pawn, the Nemean lion, Serorg declared. The crowd erupted in excitement. Azazel exclaimed, the Lion of Nemea? Here. Issei gasped, oh no. He doesn't wield a sacred gear, he is one. Kuroka asked, what? Azazel explained, for those who don't know, the Nemean lion was the last of the 13 LBRS of Hercules. It is now a sacred gear that can transform from lion into an axe powerful enough to split the planet in half, but it's been missing for over 500 years. It's also one of the 13 Longinus sacred gears. Serorg continued, I was fortunate enough to find him and tame him with my own will and power. Azazel said, Demon. Begin. Kuroka instructed, you handle Serorg, I'll take care of the lion. Issei grinned, I love a good cat fight. Kuroka replied, babe. Issei interrupted, I know. Balance break. Issei activated his balance breaker, transforming into a rook. His bulky armor was designed for full-on physical attacks. Kuroka unleashed her 8 wings and used her magic to keep the lion on its toes. Issei and Serorg engaged in a fierce fistfight, both delivering blows but neither backing down. Bits of Issei's armor flew off as he boosted his power, gaining the upper hand. Sarorg struggled to keep up and was soon sent crashing into a wall after one of Issei's boosted punches. Just as Issei prepared to finish him off, he was tackled by the lion, damaging his armor. "Mister, please use me," the lion urged. Sarorg replied, "I told you no. I'll only use that if there's a threat to the underworld." Issei chimed in, "Do it." Everyone turned to look at Issei. Kuroka exclaimed, "Are you nuts?" Issei admitted, "A little bit." Sarorg questioned, "You can't be serious." Issei affirmed, "I very much am. I want to beat you at your best, so do it." Kuroka sighed, "You really are an idiot." Issei grinned, "And yet you love me because I'm your idiot." Sarorg declared, "So you want me to beat you at my best? It'll make you regret saying that." Balance break. The lion merged with Sarorg, transforming into armor. Sarorg now wore golden armor emblazoned with the mark of the Nemean lion on his chest, complete with a large golden mane. His power surged, and Issei sensed it, realizing he couldn't afford to let Sarorg strike first. Issei boosted his power and sent a powerful fist right into Sarorg's face, but it had no effect. "Oh no," Issei muttered, crossing his arms as he braced for the incoming attack. Sarorg retaliated, sending Issei flying through a boulder and into the trees, leaving his armor shattered. As Sarorg approached, ready to finish the fight, he was suddenly hit by a barrage of magical and elemental attacks. Kuroka stood defiantly between Sarorg and Issei. "He's too strong. Move," Issei urged. "We're both fighting him. You're not alone anymore," Kuroka replied, her determination unwavering. Sarorg smirked. "Admirable, but you should listen to him. You can't beat me." Kuroka refused to budge, and in an instant, Sarorg appeared behind her, knocking her out cold. Issei's heart sank as he watched Kuroka fall to the ground, his mind racing with the worst possibilities. Had Sarorg killed her? Rage surged within him as he rose to his feet, while Sarorg stepped back, eyeing the motionless Kuroka. "How dare you? That's my Kuroka!" Issei shouted, his power amplifying uncontrollably. The arena trembled under the intensity of his energy. "I'll beat you until there's nothing left. Promotion, Queen." His armor transformed once again, now embodying the attributes of his previous promotions. The air crackled with his fury as he soared into the sky, unleashing a series of energy bombs from the wings mounted on his armor. The blast struck true, cracking Sarorg's golden armor. Issei dove down, narrowly missing his target as the battle raged on. Meanwhile, Kuroka began to stir, disoriented at first, but Issei's energy pulled her back to consciousness. She saw the state he was in and realized he was on the brink of being consumed by his anger. "Issei, sweetie, you won. I'm here, so please calm down." "For me," she called out gently. Her voice reached him, and his armor began to dissipate. "Kuroka? You're okay," he said, relief flooding through him. "Yes, I'm right here, love. This is a game, not life or death," she reassured him, leaning in to kiss him. He kissed her back, grounding himself in the moment. Turning to Sarorg, Issei asked, "Hey, you doing okay?" Sarorg chuckled, "No. I'm not. I'm doing great. That was one heck of a fight, Issei. You really lived up to the hype. I can't fight anymore, Red Dragon Emperor. You win." Azazel's voice rang out, "I can't believe it. The winner is Team Red." The crowd erupted in cheers as Issei helped Sarorg to his feet and skirted him back to his team. "Thanks," Sarorg said. "No problem. Just don't ever make me go through that again," Issei replied. "Did you think I killed her?" Sarorg asked, concern in his voice. "Yeah," Issei admitted. "I would never." "Sorry to scare you," Sarorg said. "It's okay. I'm just happy she's all right," Issei reassured him. "So what's the story about you being a fallen and her?" Sarorg inquired. "That's a story for another time. Perhaps over a drink," Issei suggested. "Deal." After dropping Sarorg off, Issei returned to his team, where they congratulated him. Rius hugged him tightly, thanking him repeatedly for the victory. Team Red had won the first rating game. "So, Issei, now that you guys won, what's next? Surzex asked. Actually, there's something I want to talk about, but just the two of us, Issei replied. Kuroka interjected, you guys aren't going to a strip club, are you? Kuroka and Grafia emitted a fierce aura. No. We choose life. They both exclaimed, hugging each other tightly. Ladies and gentlemen, your Devil King and Red Dragon Emperor. The announcer declared as the crowd celebrated. Meanwhile, Ajuka was deep in thought, having unlocked the secrets left by Shalba but feeling that something was still missing. Are you okay there, Ajuka? Serafal asked. Oh yes, I'm fine, he replied, though Grafia was not convinced. You sure don't look like it, she said. Ajuka sighed. I just have this feeling like we missed something. Shalba was working on enhancements, but why? Most have an aptitude for certain abilities, and training is the best way. Why enhance them by force? What was his goal? That's what I've been thinking. If he weren't dead, we could ask him, Azazel added. Let's hope it's nothing serious, Ajuka said. Well, you guys have fun. I'm meeting Issei at the Grigori. I want to study that new ability of his, Azazel said before leaving. Back with Issei and the others, he announced, All right guys, I'm meeting the old crow at the Grigori. He wants to study my promotion ability. All right, everyone replied in unison. Kuroka's expression turned serious. Now that he's gone, there's something I need to know. Her tone worried the others. What is it? Lafay asked. Issei's birthday. I know almost everything about him, his taste in music, food, movies, etc., but not his birthday. I've asked him, but he just goes silent, Kuroka explained. That's not a good sign, Arthur noted. Irina and Zenobia, you two are practically his sisters from the foster home. Did he ever tell you? Kuroka asked. Now that you mention it, he didn't, Zenobia replied. He never said anything about it, Irina added. DMN it, Kuroka muttered. Maybe his old team can tell us. 5 years is a long time to get to know someone, Vala suggested. I'll go ask them, Irina volunteered. Thanks, Irina. I'll try to do some digging, Kuroka said. Irina went to visit Rius at the ORC and knocked on the door. Come in, Rius called. Hey, Rius, Irina greeted her. Hey, Irina. What brings you here? Rius asked. I want to know about Issei's birthday. Specifically the date, Irina replied. Rius's eyes widened. She realized that, after 5 years, she knew very little about Issei. The others were in the same boat. His school admission papers had a false date, with only the year being accurate. I'm sorry, Irina? I don't know. We only know the year, Rius admitted. Then how do we find out? Irina pressed, determination in her voice. I'll start looking into it and I'll call you, Rius promised. Okay, thanks. Rius, Irina said, leaving to return to her team. Rius immediately went online, searching all the hospitals in Kuo town for a list of every child born from the start of the year 2002. You're really hellbent on finding out, Aquino remarked. Of course I am. He was there to celebrate ours, but never once did we think about him. It's time we fix that, Rius declared. Better late than never, Kiba added. I'll help. Asia nodded in agreement. Chiron chimed in, I'll help my brother. Aquino added, I'll make some coffee, we'll be here for a while. As Team Rius began researching on their phones and laptops, Issei arrived at the Grigori, greeted warmly by Barakil and Azazel. Hey guys, he said. Congratulations on beating Serorg, Issei, my boy, Barakil replied. Thanks, Issei responded. All right, Issei, I want you to show me one of the evil pieces you have left, Azazel instructed. Only the rook and bishop remain, Issei informed him. Either is fine, Azazel said. Issei handed Azazel the rook piece, which he examined using a scanner. Interesting, Azazel remarked. My theory was correct. You absorbed the properties of the 8 pawn pieces after rejecting them, and those properties were later transferred to the king piece since the evil pieces are the original containers. But why did they mutate? Issei asked. It's because they adapted to your fallen and dragon powers. After transferring to the king piece, The other pieces followed suit, amplifying their attributes to the point that even your balance breaker would carry those traits. It's an appealing and unique occurrence. Appealing, huh? Issei mused, glancing at the Rook piece, its colors reminding him of his one true love. I know that look on your face, Azazel noted. Huh? Issei replied, confused. You really do love her, don't you? You want to marry her? Azazel pressed. There's no point in lying. Yeah, I would love nothing more. I need a favor. You want me to go ring shopping with you? You'd better ask Graphia, Azazel teased. Not shopping for a ring, I need you to make a necklace, Issei clarified. Wow, I went from being a scientist and fallen governor general to a jeweler just like that, Azazel said, shaking his head. It's a one-time thing, Issei insisted. Come now, we can do this young lad one small favor. We both know how he feels, Barrakiel encouraged. Okay, fine, you win. So what do you have in mind? Azazel asked. Well, Issei began. Back with Team Issei and Team Rius, they gathered to cross-reference their findings. Find anything useful? Chow Chow inquired. Yeah, humans breed like rabbits, Kiba replied. Oh, you're not wrong, Valley added. No, there are too many children even searching using name filters, Kiba insisted. Issei teleported home. Hey guys, what's up? He greeted. Nothing, everyone replied, looking evasive. Issei raised an eyebrow. I know you're lying, but I'm a bit busy. Does anyone still have my old pawn pieces? I have two, Aquino said. I need one. It's for a test, Issei explained. Aquino tossed him a pawn piece, and Issei caught it with a smile. Now you're up to something. Care to share, lover? Kuroka teased. Issei walked up to Kuroka and kissed her gently. You'll find out soon, hon. I'll be back as soon as I can, he promised. With that, Issei created a portal and stepped through. He's rarely ever that excited, maybe other than in bed, Kuroka joked. For the love of Mother Nature, enough with the jokes, everyone exclaimed. Kuroka laughed heartily. Issei teleported back to the Grigori and handed Azazel the pawn piece. There's one more thing I need, some of your scales, Azazel said. Why? Issei asked. Dragon scales are almost indestructible, so I'll make a chain out of them, Azazel explained. All right, Issei agreed. He carefully pulled off some of his scales, knowing they would take time to grow back. Azazel began melting them down, which took a while since Issei's scales were resistant to heat. Using the Rook piece, Azazel managed to copy some of its attributes into the pawn piece. Issei used his magic to transform it into a thin, long diamond. It turned out just as he hoped. After a while, the scales melted down and turned into molten liquid. Azazel poured it into a mold and let it cool, which took over an hour. Together, they crafted a stunning necklace, a reddish-black chain with a golden gem featuring a swirling red and black pattern, a creation that only those Issei loved could truly appreciate. Dimon, that was hard work, Azazel admitted. But worth it, Issei replied, grinning. Yeah, I'll admit. Well, you've been here for hours. Your friends are waiting for you, Azazel reminded him. Thanks for everything, old man, Issei said gratefully. Happy to help, kiddo, Azazel replied. Issei returned home, feeling giddy. He hid the necklace in his jacket pocket and entered through the door. Whoa, what happened to you guys? What's with all the phones and laptops? He asked, noticing everyone was deep in research. Valley responded, truth be told, we were looking up your BARG certificate. Why? Issei questioned. Because we want to know when your birthday is, Rius explained. Again, why? Issei asked, puzzled. What do you mean, why? Because no one knows, and it's important to you and us, Irina said earnestly. Issei's giddiness faded as he looked through their research and noticed the dates. So you guys went through all the hospital lists in Kuo from almost 20 years ago? You're dedicated, I'll give you that, but you won't find it in any of the lists of the Kuo hospitals, he said. What do you mean? Biko asked. I wasn't born here. I was born in a village where my mother's late parents lived. My BRH records were misplaced soon after I was put in foster care for obvious reasons. Sorry you guys wasted your time, Issei explained. Then only you know when your birthday is, Zenobia concluded. Yup, but it's not important now, Issei replied. Come on man, we spent hours looking for that one bit of info. Please tell us, Kiba urged. Okay, but promise that you won't do anything about it, Issei said reluctantly. No promises, now spill it, Rius insisted. Fine. Today, Issei revealed. What? Everyone exclaimed in shock. It's today, and not for long since it's only a few hours until the day ends, he confirmed. Oh, like that will stop us. Chiron, you know what to do, Kuroka said with a grin. On it, Chiron replied. Don't you dare do what I think you're about to do, Issei warned. Sorry, bro, too many against you. Just give in, Valis said, smirking. Issei sighed. Forget it. Let's just celebrate. Everyone began to party, and Rius called Surzex, Graphia, Sona, Ajuka, Serafal, Barakil, and Azazel to join them. They all arrived within minutes, bringing cakes and plenty of drinks. The celebration escalated, and soon everyone was having a great time. Issei managed to control his drinking, ensuring he would remember the night while enjoying some cake. So, enjoying the cake? Chiron picked it, Kuroka said, watching him. She's a lover of all sweets, making her the expert, Issei replied. You got a little bit of cake on your face, Kuroka pointed out playfully. She leaned in and gently licked the cake off Issei's face, a playful gesture that made him smile. Looks like the dragon is ready once again, Kuroka teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Issei suggested, let's go to our room. I need to show you something, and it's not what you think. They entered the room, and Issei pulled out a small box from his jacket. Kuroka looked surprised. What the? Issei smiled. It's for you. Azazel and I worked on it. As she opened the box, Kuroka fell to her knees, mesmerized by the most appealing piece of jewelry she had ever seen. This is for me, she asked, her voice filled with awe. Yes, Issei confirmed. The gem is made from the old pawn piece I took from Akino, and the chain is made from some of my scales. Kuroka's eyes widened. That's why you were gone for so long. Yeah. Try it on, he encouraged. Without hesitation, Kuroka put it on. The gem began to glow, radiating a warm light reminiscent of the flames she produced when she became a queen. Issei. Yeah. Do it. Make me your mate. Issei hesitated. Wait, you're talking about the mating bond. There's no going back once it's done. I don't care. I wouldn't want to go back, so please do it. Kuroka, filled with determination, leaned closer to him. Please. I want this. I honestly feel the same, I have for a while now, Issei admitted. Then why not tell me about it? Because I'm afraid that you'll love me one day and never again the next. I've lost too many loved ones too quickly, so I just want to make sure. You were afraid. That's why you took so long to admit that we're dating. Yeah. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Prove to me that you want me just as much as I want you. Anything for my queen. I'm forever yours, my king. Issei began to kiss her neck, creating a bond between them as he transferred a part of his soul into her. Kuroka reciprocated, sending a piece of her soul into him as well. A mark of a dragon appeared over Kuroka's chest, while a cat-like mark appeared on Issei's. The bond was complete, unbreakable even by death. They could feel each other's emotions and sense each other's presence anywhere. They gazed into each other's eyes. Kuroka, I love you. I love you too. Issei and Kuroka were now officially mates, and the fallen Dragon King had found a partner who would be his reason for living. The next morning, Kuroka awoke feeling happier than ever. She remembered becoming Issei's mate and noticed 3 things that proved it: her mark, her glowing necklace, and Issei himself, smiling in his sleep. She glanced at the clock and saw it was past 10 a.m., but she was too happy to care and snuggled closer to Issei. Even in his sleep, he sensed her presence and embraced her. Their peaceful moment was interrupted when La Fei knocked on the door. Hey, what's up? Kuroka called out. Breakfast is ready. You guys coming? La Fei replied. Kuroka looked at the still sleeping Issei. Nah, I think I'll stay here a bit longer. I'm happy here. La Fei noticed the genuine joy radiating from Kuroka. All right then, I'll tell the others. Thanks, La Fei. As La Fei left, Kuroka lay back in bed, touching the cat mark on Issei's chest. She glimpsed his memories, including the recent moments of the necklace being made. Flashback. Issei had said, "So this gorgeous light can only be seen by those I love, huh?" Azazel chuckled. "Yeah, even I can see it a little bit. You must really care for me." "Well, we are drinking buddies after all," Issei joked. "Your girl will love it." "I hope so. But only one thing worries me," Azazel added. "I know what you're going to say. What if my former team members can't see the light and they figure out what it means?" "Exactly. It'll hurt them. I may have forgiven them, but loving them is another story. Chiron will definitely be able to see it since I see her as my little sister now, but the others, especially her. A part of them should expect this much. They may have changed for the better, but 5 years of hardship will leave a lot of pent-up anger." I let it out. I held nothing back. But still, the memories linger like phantom pain. It reduced after I forgave them, but it's all still there. And nothing can be done about it. What's done is done. You have friends now, and a girlfriend who might even become the mother of your children one day. Having kids with her would be the best thing to ever happen, but I don't deserve that honor. Just being in love with someone like her is. I can't even describe it. You don't have to. You took a piece of your dark past and made something one of a kind, all for her. That my boy is pure love. And you shouldn't worry about whether the others see it. If they do, they know they are loved, and Kuroka will always be number one. If they don't, then they know where they stand. That's actually good advice. It helped a lot. Thanks, Azazel. Now go give your girl her present." End of dream. Kuroka held her necklace, and it glowed brightly the moment she touched it, causing Issei to stir awake. "Someone extinguished the sun," he mumbled, half asleep. Kuroka, undeterred, grabbed both his hands and pinned him on his back, kissing him deeply. Issei awoke fully, enjoying the unexpected wake-up call. They broke the kiss, needing to breathe. "That was one incredible wake-up call and I loved it," Issei said, smiling. "You took a part of your dark past and created something appealing for me, and I love you, Issei." Kuroka exclaimed, laying on him and letting her emotions flow. Hey, Issei comforted her gently. Kuroka looked at Issei with concern, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Why are you crying?" she asked softly. "I saw your memories from yesterday," she continued. "Do you really not care how your old team might feel?" Issei shook his head, his expression earnest. "I only care about what you think and feel. You didn't happen to see anything else from my memories, did you?" Kuroka smirked slightly. "Like the part about wanting kids and not believing you deserve that?" "Yeah, that," Issei admitted, looking down. "I saw it all, and believe me when I say you do deserve to be happy. As for kids, well, I kind of want a lot of them." "How many?" Issei asked, intrigued. "As many as possible," Kuroka replied. "There are so few of us Nikomata left." Issei's smirk returned. "Wait, for real? What happened to everyone?" Kuroka's expression turned somber. "The Great War took many of us. Chiron and I are just 2 of the few dozen remaining." Issei's eyes sparkled with determination. "Looks like we will be getting busy then. When do we start?" "In time," Kuroka said, standing up and slipping into her kimono, which barely concealed her dragon mark. She seemed eager to show it off. Issei stepped closer, admiring her. "Wow." Kuroka blushed, playfully nudging him. "Enough teasing, let's go, lover." They joined the others for breakfast, where Kuroka's mark drew attention. Issei explained its significance, revealing his own mark as well. The group congratulated them, and amidst the chatter, Issei sent a message to Surzex and Graphia, requesting a meeting. When the time came, Issei approached them after his team had a day off. "So, what's going on?" Surzex asked. "I want to use that favor, but it's a 2-part favor," Issei explained. "Interesting. Go on," Surzex encouraged. "I want to ask Kuroka to marry me." Graphia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Surzex chuckled, surprised. I can't believe my little brother wants to get married so soon. I'm ready for it, Issei affirmed. She even wants kids, but I believe marriage comes first. So, big sis, I'll need your help finding the perfect ring, and Surzex, would you officiate the ceremony? It would be my honor, Issei, Surzex replied. Grafia chimed in, I know the perfect place for the ring. When do we start? Looking? It's best if you take Irina and Zenobia with you. They know her taste in jewelry better than I do, Issei suggested. That's a good idea, Grafia agreed. I'll distract her while you all prepare the setup. This needs to be a surprise, so we should take our time. We just became mates, so why rush? Issei said. You really have grown up, Issei, Grafia remarked. It was about time I did and I'm glad, he replied. All right then, Grafia, go with the girls and look for the ring. I'll talk to the others about the perfect setup, Surzex instructed. Issei, I'll send the ring to you when we find it, Grafia promised. Issei nodded. Now let's hope I can control my excitement enough that she won't suspect anything. With the mating bond? Good luck with that. Best not to let her see your memories like before, Surzex advised. Better lock them up to be safe, Issei agreed. Grafia was quick to act. Let's start right away. I'll message La Fei as well, we don't want to leave her out. Grafia met the girls at a cafe, sharing the plan, and they nearly squealed with joy. Meanwhile, Surzex contacted Issei's team to arrange a distraction for Kuroka. They decided to carry out the proposal after the party celebrating their recent victory in the raiding game, giving them plenty of time to keep Kuroka unsuspecting. Eventually, Grafia found the perfect ring, a solid gold band with a flawless diamond surrounded by rubies and sapphires. Issei kept the ring in a pocket dimension only he could access. The guys suggested he take Kuroka on a date while they prepared the decorations, music, and food for when they returned home. The day of the celebration arrived, and everyone looked quite fashionable. As Team Red entered, they were greeted warmly, though some were shocked to see Cao Cao holding the true Longinus. The crowd tensed, but Issei quickly reassured them. Everyone, please calm down. He's on our side and doesn't want to harm anyone, he said firmly. Surzex added, I can vouch for him, he's part of my brother Issei's team. The crowd gasped in surprise. Issei looked at Surzex, a bit taken aback. Surzex, we're doing this? Right here? Yes, we are, Surzex confirmed, raising his voice to gather attention. Ladies and gentlemen, today is not just a celebration of my little brother winning the raiding game but also his official debut as a high-class devil, even though I promoted him a while ago. Gasps echoed through the room. What? Bale and Citri exclaimed in disbelief. Issei shrugged, a grin on his face. Surprise. Riser chimed in, about time. Sona asked, You knew? Riser nodded. He was too powerful to be just a pawn. It's only natural that someone would see that in time. Yo Issei, meet my sister Ravel. Ravel stepped forward, a warm smile on her face. It's an honor to meet you, Red Dragon Emperor. Issei returned the smile. The pleasure is all mine. Please just call me Issei. Ravel handed him a small box. This is for you, a gesture of goodwill. Issei looked at the box in surprise. Phoenix tears? I can't possibly accept this, Ravel. Riser insisted, no need to be modest, Issei. Consider it a small token of appreciation for helping us. All right then, if you both insist. Thank you, Issei said, accepting the gift. Ravel, come meet the rest of the team. As Ravel introduced herself, Kuroka asked, So Ravel, what made you want to join us? Because a part of me feels like it's my responsibility to help make things right for what my brother did, Ravel replied, her voice tinged with emotion. Issei shook his head. That's not your responsibility, Ravel. It was his choices, not your burden. Don't force yourself. Kuroka nodded in agreement. We treat each other like family, so if you want to be free of your burdens, you're more than welcome. If you still wish to achieve great things, do it your way and we'll help. Ravel's eyes glistened with gratitude. Thank you all so much. Welcome to the family, Ravel, Issei said warmly. Biko raised a concern. I only have one question. She's a phoenix, so if she accepts Issei's bishop piece, won't she become a fallen? That's a choice Ravel must make, Arthur replied thoughtfully. Chiron added, you really are smarter than you look, monkey. Ravel looked determined as she spoke. I'm okay with it. I'll miss being a phoenix, but I want freedom even more. Issei, always the one to think outside the box, chimed in, what if you could have both? Rius raised an eyebrow, curious. What are you talking about, Issei? He explained, think about it. My pieces evolved to fit me and my team. Why not modify the bishop piece a little? Aquino was intrigued. You can actually do that? I can try, Issei replied confidently. With a focused effort, Issei manipulated the bishop piece, ensuring it wouldn't completely transform Ravel from a phoenix to a fallen. The piece began to glow with a mix of black and golden energy as it merged with her. Ravel gasped in awe as her golden flame wings intertwined with black flames. Whoa, she exclaimed. Issei smiled, I'm the first fallen dragon king, and you're the first fallen phoenix. Ravel asked, and I'm still part phoenix? Yes, Issei confirmed. If you ever want to return to being a pure phoenix, just let me know. I designed the piece so it doesn't bind to your soul like the others. You wanted freedom, so why stay tied to one team? La Fei nodded in approval. That's some good thinking. Valley chuckled. Azazel will have a field day with that. Kiba suddenly alerted everyone. Guys, look sharp. Lord Odin is here and he's coming our way. Issei's eyes widened. The All-Father Odin? Odin approached, a proud smile on his face. Red Dragon Emperor Issei. Congratulations on becoming king officially and forming a team. And who is this? He gestured toward Kuroka. Issei introduced her. She's my queen, Kuroka, and my mate. Rius looked surprised. Mate? Odin nodded, his respect evident. Just like that you have my respect. Oh, and I almost forgot. This is Rosweiss, my #1 Valkyrie. Rosweiss, with her long silky silver hair and turquoise eyes, greeted everyone with a warm smile. Pleased to meet you all. Valley was the first to respond, surprising everyone. He tried to hide a blush, clearly struggling. Odin continued, I wanted to congratulate you personally and discuss an alliance with the Fallen and Devils. Surzex has already agreed, but I hope to start with the Fallen Dragon King to create an alliance with the dragons as well. Draig spoke up, I can tell your intentions are pure, All-Father. I would like to work together. What do you say, partner? Issei nodded. The peace of everyone is my goal too, so yes, you can count me in. Odin smiled. This is a moment that could change our future for the better. Suddenly, Ophis interrupted, not for long. Incoming. Issei looked confused. What? A portal opened in the ballroom, and Arthur exclaimed, Norse magical circle. Odin's expression darkened. Loki! Loki, the MSTR of mischief, stepped through the portal. I won't let peace exist, old man. Ragnarok is coming. Odin scolded him, You foolish boy, ending the world will do no good. Go back. Loki defiantly replied, Like hell. Odin created a barrier around Loki, sealing him in. It won't hold him for long. We only have a few minutes. Surzex urged, We need to evacuate. Issei insisted, Let us fight him. We have 3 Longinus users right here. Serorg added, What about me? Issei replied, You're one of our last lines of. Like you said, you'll use the lion if the underworld is in trouble, and now it is. Surzex offered, I'll help fight. Kuroka interjected, No. Stay with the others and create a barrier. You have the power, and so do the other devil kings. Valley asked Ophis, Will you help? Ophis replied, I only observe. Rius declared, We'll help. We won't sit by and let you do all the work anymore. Issei warned, You know he can kill you. Rius responded, Better to die fighting than be a coward. Fine. So, is everyone ready? Issei asked. Everyone affirmed, Yeah. Odin said, I'll call Thor and tell him to send Mjolnir. It's powerful enough to defeat Loki. Issei and Valley are strong enough to lift it. I'm sorry, but I can't bring myself to fight my son. Forgive me. Zenobia reassured him, All Father Odin, it's his choice. I'm sure you tried your best to teach him the right things. Irina added, We can handle him. We just need to move him and ourselves far enough to avoid hurting others in the crossfire. Azazel volunteered, I'll teleport you all and Loki to the barren lands a couple of miles out. Chiron warned, The seal is cracking. Azazel quickly teleported everyone, including Loki, to a safe distance. The seal broke soon after. Loki sneered, Din that old fool. What? Odin and the devil fools send mere children? That's just insulting. Rosweiss appeared at their location, pleading, Loki, please stop. Odin might still forgive you. Loki scoffed and retaliated with a magic blast that sent her flying back. Vala caught her just in time. Are you all right? He asked, concern in his eyes. Rosweiss blushed and replied, Weiss, I'm fine. Thank you. Issei confronted Loki, You're going down. Loki grinned, Bring it on. Balance break. Issei shouted, Balance break. Valley echoed. Loki laughed, The heavenly dragons actually working together? Truly a sign for Ragnarok to come sooner than later. Issei warned, Keep making jokes, Loki, because they will be your last. Loki taunted, Why not continue to make them after my friends take care of you and your team? With a wave of his hand, Loki summoned 3 large wolves, one towering at 10 meters tall, and the other 2 at 5 and 3 meters. He also conjured 2 giant serpent clones of the Midgard serpent, each over 1,000 meters in length. Asia gasped, Oh no. Aquino echoed her sentiment, You can say that again. Rius cautioned everyone, Be careful. Those are his children, and Fenrir's fangs can kill gods. Issei exclaimed, Wait, did you just say they are his kids? Yeah, Rius confirmed. Issei grimaced, Loki is. That's just wrong. Vale added, No wonder you're the problem child. That's just messed up. Kuroka, unable to contain herself, turned away, feeling nauseous. Are you all right, love? Issei asked, concerned. Yeah, I'm just feeling a bit sick after that revelation, Kuroka replied. Before Issei could inquire further, Loki erupted in anger. How dare you Mulinquims mock me like that? Issei smirked. Then how would you like us to mock you? We take requests. Rius chuckled. Remind you of anyone? Back in the ballroom, Riser sneezed, feeling as if someone had insulted him. Returning to Loki, he declared, I will kill you myself, boy, while he takes care of the rest. With a flourish, Loki created a magic circle, summoning a figure clad in purple armor with long brown hair. The sight of him made Kuroka's blood boil. You! She shouted, her anger palpable. How are you still alive, Shalba? Shalba smirked. No thanks to you. Now that I'm back, I'll deal with you and your sister. Kuroka's power flared as her wings spread wide. Touch her, and I'll finish what I started, she warned, her voice steady. Hold on, Kuroka, Issei said, trying to calm her. He wants to make you angry, and you're letting him get to you. Kuroka took a deep breath, controlling her anger. You're right. Should we split up? Yes, Issei replied. Team Gremory will hold off one of the serpents. Revel, Lafay, Arthur, and Biko can handle the other. Irina, Zenobia, Chow Chow, Vale, and Rosweiss can take care of the mutts. Kuroka, you handle Shalba, and I'll take on Loki. Finally, I get payback for everything you've put me through, Kuroka said, determination in her eyes. Shalba smirked. Don't think it'll be so easy, you demon cat. You're not the only one who's been enhanced. You may have become stronger, but so have I. Kuroka spread her 8 wings and powered up, feeling the surge of energy. Issei boosted his power 10-fold and transferred it to her. Her strength soared beyond her imagination, but she knew it was only temporary. You better end this fight quickly, Vala warned. But his death will be slow and painful, Kuroka replied with a fierce grin. Meanwhile, Team Rius was engaged in a fierce battle against one of the serpents. It took all their strength just to hold their ground against a mere clone, which was nowhere near the power of the original. Kiba's sword could only scratch the scales, while Akino's lightning and light spears barely held it back. Rius utilized her powers of destruction, causing significant damage, but it was only in small amounts. Their energy was rapidly depleting. Chiron tapped into her Nikomata powers, pushing herself to new heights. Her training had transformed her, and she now resembled Kuroka before she became Issei's queen. Using her sage magic, she targeted the serpent's spine, forcing it down repeatedly until it finally succumbed to sleep. Ravel, Arthur, Biko, and La Fei fought fiercely against their serpent. La Fei unleashed spell after spell, while Arthur focused on creating a weak spot on the serpent's side. Ravel's unique golden-black flames burned fiercely, causing immense pain to the serpent. Biko soared high into the sky, diving down to strike the serpent's weak spot with his staff, causing severe internal damage. After a combined effort, Ravel created a massive pillar of black flames and sent it through the serpent's mouth, incinerating it from the inside out, leaving nothing but bones that soon turned to ash. Exhausted, the team regrouped. Ravel, was that you who turned that snake into bones? Rius asked, impressed. With the help of my team, yes, Ravel replied, catching her breath. Nice job, Chiron added. Biko looked at Chiron, noticing her transformation. Is that you? Different. You look good. Thanks. Nice job crushing its organs, Chiron replied, both of them blushing at the awkward compliment. Kiba rolled his eyes. Oh, for the love of... Just go out already, geez. Biko protested. Come on, guys, it's not like that. Asia chimed in. Oh please, even I know you two like each other. Is it that obvious? Chiron asked, surprised. Yes, Akino confirmed, smirking. Biko took a deep breath. Chiron, will you go out with me? Sure, she replied, smiling. Woohoo! Biko cheered. In the distance, Chow Chow called out, guys, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we could use some help here. On our way, Arthur responded as they rushed to assist. Chow Chow and the others were battling one of Fenrir's children, who proved to be much stronger than the serpent clones. Irina and Zenobia faced another, while Vale and Rosweiss took on Fenrir himself. Rosweiss summoned the chains of Gleipnir to bind Fenrir, and Vale helped by dividing Fenrir's power. That worked perfectly, Vale said, satisfied. Yes, we make a good team, Rosweiss agreed. Meanwhile, Issei and Kuroka were locked in a fierce struggle against Loki and Shalba. Issei used his queen form to hold his ground against Loki, but he knew he couldn't last forever. Kuroka was faring better, fiercely countering Shalba's attacks and targeting his chakra points, rendering him unable to use magic. What have you done to me? Shalba gasped, panic rising in his voice. You should worry about what I'm going to do next, Kuroka replied, her eyes blazing with determination. With a swift motion, she dug her claws into his gut, delivering a fatal blow. Shalba's life slipped away slowly, and Kuroka savored her long-awaited revenge. Loki watched in horror as Shalba fell, realizing he had underestimated everyone. He knew he would lose if he faced them all. As Issei prepared to unleash his power, Loki shouted, "Enough!" A shockwave knocked Issei to the ground, his armor badly damaged. Enough of this foolishness, Loki declared, binding Issei with a spell and conjuring a sword. Just as he was about to strike, Kuroka tackled him, trying to protect Issei. Loki regained his footing and cast a powerful gravity spell, pinning the others to the ground. Kuroka managed to evade the spell and rushed to free Issei. Not so fast, Loki said, smacking her into a rock and binding her. Get away from her! Issei shouted, anger surging through him. But, is she special to you? Loki taunted, a sinister grin on his face. Get away! Issei yelled, desperation in his voice. Loki laughed, I see now. She's your mate, isn't she? As he attempted to remove Kuroka's clothing, she shouted defiantly, Don't you dare touch me. Loki's laughter echoed as he reveled in the chaos around him. I must commend you, Dragon Emperor. Your mate is truly stunning. Loki began to move his fingers over her body, a smirk on his face. Yes, very nice. Not bad at all for a Nikomata. What was that you said about me mating with animals? Do you wish to be on the receiving end, little cat? Leave my sister alone. Chiron shouted, her voice filled with anger. Another one. Not bad either. I think I'll keep you two around and let the rest of you perish when Ragnarok comes. Loki continued to touch Kuroka, who shuddered with each movement. Loki, I'm warning you for the last time. Go! Issei yelled, his voice echoing with fury. Oh, come now. You don't mind sharing, do you? Loki taunted, his hands moving over Kuroka's abdomen before he paused. It seems that you have already been bred. Such a waste. A disgrace to use such a body to carry the seed of a filthy fallen dragon. This revelation caught everyone's attention. What? Kuroka, is it true? I'm going to be a dad. Issei asked, his voice trembling. Yeah. I didn't want you to find out this way, Kuroka admitted, her expression pained. Everyone remained under the heavy gravity spell, unable to move. Even Vale and Chow Chow were shocked by the revelation. No, Red Dragon. You won't be a father, Loki declared, grabbing his sword and stabbing Kuroka. She screamed, and so did the others. Loki laughed maniacally as Kuroka fell to the ground, motionless. Issei watched in horror, everything around him moving in slow motion as he saw Kuroka lying there, bleeding, clutching her wound. She looked towards him, a tear escaping her eye. In that moment Issei snapped. A massive power erupted from within him, breaking the binding spell. Slowly, he rose and walked towards Kuroka, while Loki was still too busy laughing to notice. Issei, using whatever sense he had left, pulled out a phoenix tear and used it to heal Kuroka. She was physically restored, but the emotional scars of what had happened would remain. Kuroka wept as Issei spoke, his tone frightening even her. You're all right now. I'm here, but I need you to do one thing. Free the others and run away. What do you? Kuroka began, but then she saw the fury in Issei's eyes. Drake, what's happened to Issei? She asked, concern flooding her voice. He can't hear me and I can't stop him. He's about to activate it. Run, Demenit, run. Drake warned. Fear gripped Kuroka as she got up and adjusted her clothes. With her powers restored from the phoenix tear, she approached the others. Loki was distracted, and his grip on the gravity spell weakened enough for Kuroka to undo it. The others stood up, astonished to see Kuroka unharmed, but then they all felt it, the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Issei. Is that really him? Vale asked, disbelief in his voice. We have to leave now. It's happening and we can't stop it, Kuroka urged. You don't mean? Chow Chow started, realization dawning on him. Yes. It's the Juggernaut drive, and we'll die if we stay here. Finally, Loki noticed the malicious aura behind him. He turned to see Issei, and what he saw was the stuff of nightmares. What in the name of Asgard? Loki muttered, fear creeping into his voice. What are you? He demanded as several green orbs of light appeared around Issei, who was unleashing an aura so dark that it seemed to absorb the light around him. I, who shall awaken. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principle of domination from God. I mock the infinite and grieve over the dream. I shall become the red dragon of domination. I shall drown you into the depths of crimson purgatory. Juggernaut drive. Issei's armor self-repaired, and all 12 of his wings spread out. His horns released a long jet of flame that ignited the air around him, creating an explosive sound. The armor transformed from solid metal to an almost organic form, shifting from red to black with red cracks that pulsed with power. Issei grew in size until he towered at 15 meters tall. Loki's face turned pale with fear. A god was now afraid. Issei roared in his Juggernaut drive, releasing a wave of energy that stretched for miles. In a panic, Loki searched for a way to escape. He glimpsed Fenrir and his pups, releasing the chains binding them. Fenrir and Runts, attack now, he commanded, hoping their fangs would kill Issei. However, the wolves hesitated, cowering in fear at the sight of Issei, who was now far more powerful than their Attack, Demenit! Loki shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. The wolves shrank back, showing SBMSN in exchange for mercy. Issei turned his gaze back to Loki, giving him the same look. In a desperate attempt to flee, Loki tried to run, but Issei was faster, seemingly teleporting with his speed alone. Loki attacked, but his spells only served to anger Issei further. With a swift motion, Issei sent Loki flying through several rocks. He used his speed again, appearing right behind him, and with a surge of power he punched Loki into the ground, creating a massive crater. If it weren't for his Asgardian durability, Loki would have met a quick end. Instead, he found himself begging for death as he was tossed around like a rag doll. His pride shattered, and his ego scattered. He felt humiliated by the being he had once looked down upon. Issei continued to torment him, grabbing Loki by the side of his head and dragging him through the gravel, the force and friction tearing at his skin. Loki screamed, unable to withstand the pain, while Issei sought to make him suffer even more. The voices of past boosted gear users echoed in Issei's mind, urging him on, more pain. Make him experience true pain. Issei separated numerous feathers from his wings, transforming them into thin wires that he forced through Loki's body, cauterizing any unwanted internal bleeding. The wires penetrated his skin and reached his spine, carefully separating the bones from the spinal cord. Loki's shrieks of agony echoed for miles as Issei unleashed his wrath. Issei was focused, avoiding all vital spots while targeting every nerve. He was just getting started, directing his energy into Loki. The adrenaline coursed through him, keeping him alert and aware. Loki was trembling from the pain, unable to scream or breathe. Issei glanced at the still-burning bones of the serpent clone and had an idea. He created his signature light spear and struck Loki through the shoulder, then moved toward the flames. Vale, Kuroka, Rius, and Surzex arrived just in time to witness the horror unfolding. The sound of Loki's anguished cries echoed in the air. Loki could only focus on two things: the pain and Issei's determined face, the face of the Dragon Emperor who had brought him to this moment. Surzex was horrified at the sight. "What have you done?" he whispered, unable to look away. Vale exclaimed, "This is insane." Rius fainted, and Surzex caught her. Kuroka looked at Issei, concern etched on her face. Loki's expression was one of pure torment. Issei continued to apply pressure, methodically burning Loki's limbs before moving to his torso. The stench was overwhelming, and Surzex had to turn away, feeling sick. Finally, Loki lay still, and Issei let out a victorious roar. He walked over to Fenrir and the pups, who were still cowering in fear. Holding Loki's defeated form before them, he commanded, "Eat." The three wolves, driven by hunger, quickly devoured the remains, leaving nothing but bones behind. They bowed their heads in SBMSN to Issei. Kuroka turned to the others. "We have to bring him back." Vale nodded. "But how?" "He's more powerful than I imagined." Rosweiss suggested, "What if we all try together?" Surzex formulated a plan. "I can slow him down while Rosweiss uses the chains of Gleipnir to bind him. Vale, you can divide his power, and Kuroka, only your voice can reach him." "I know this is a lot to ask, but we need you." Kuroka replied firmly, "I won't lose him again. Let's do it." Surzex teleported Rius to the others, and they executed their plan. Surzex called out to Issei, trying to get his attention. Issei, not recognizing him, unleashed a barrage of fire and energy blasts. Surzex dodged, careful not to hurt his brother. Rosweiss sent the chains toward Issei, attempting to bind him, but they struggled to hold. "Vale now," Rosweiss urged. Vale transformed, declaring, "I am the heavenly dragon who lost all to the principle of domination. I shall become the white dragon that tempts the path to domination." With that, Vale charged at Issei, using his strength to rip through Issei's armor. Issei broke free, and Vale had to retreat. "Divide X70. Vale shouted, releasing a surge of power that overwhelmed him, forcing him back to his regular form. "Kuroka, it's your turn," Vale said urgently. Issei had shrunk back down but was still partially in the Juggernaut drive. Kuroka clung to him, pleading, "Issei, you have to come back. You won. You beat Loki, now just come back to me." The marks on their chests began to glow, and Issei released a massive fire breath into the sky, igniting it. As the energy drained, the armor cracked and fell apart. Issei opened his eyes, returning to his senses. Issei? Thank heaven you're back! Kuroka exclaimed. Valley and Surzex exchanged glances, relieved yet concerned. I'm back to my old self, Issei said, looking around. Do you remember what happened? Not all of it, he admitted. Just bits and pieces. Kuroka, did we lose them? Our unborn children. Surzex and Valley shared a somber look, and Surzex's heart sank. Kuroka's expression turned pained. I'm sorry, Issei, but I can't sense them either. We lost them. Issei's heart shattered. No, 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 he cried, unleashing a few dragon shots at the remnants of Loki, destroying any trace left behind. They fell into each other's arms, tears flowing freely. The others, sensing Issei's aura had shifted, approached cautiously. Rius looked at Surzex, worry etched on her face. Surzex shed a tear, confirming their worst fears. They all sat beside Issei and Kuroka, mourning the loss of what could have been. Rosweiss, unable to contain her emotions, joined in the sorrow, and Valley offered her comfort. The three small wolves approached, showing SBMsen as they walked over to Issei and Kuroka, placing their paws gently on them in a gesture of support. They understood the pain and wanted to comfort them. After the ordeal, they all returned home, but in the distance, Ophis watched, her expression unreadable. She felt a stirring of empathy for the suffering dragon, something she rarely experienced. Ophis was frustrated and opened a tear in the fabric of reality, stepping into the dimensional gap. Before her loomed Great Red, a massive red dragon measuring around 1,000 meters with 4 wings. What do you want, Ophis? Great Red inquired. I need your help to end our suffering, Ophis replied. To see you asking for my help is a sign that there's a great threat. What do you need? Great Red asked. Meanwhile, in the ballroom, Issei and Kuroka walked through the crowd in silence, their expressions indicating they wished to be left alone. Kuroka placed her hand over her womb, where she had been injured, and many attendees had already seen the events unfold on the screens. Sona and Sarorg approached Rius, and they all sat together, having endured a lot. As Team Issei departed, Surzex announced the recent events to everyone, including Odin. Unable to contain his emotions, Odin wept, blaming himself for being weak. He felt that if he had been a better father or had tried harder to help Loki, things might have turned out differently. Issei and Kuroka's loss weighed heavily on him, as he realized he was the reason they had lost their unborn child. Everyone returned home to process the tragedy. Issei and Kuroka mourned in their room, while the others sat alone in the dining room. Rosweiss chose to stay with them, following Odin's orders. Valley received a message from Ophis that stirred his anger, prompting him to leave, with Rosweiss following to ensure he didn't act recklessly. The group took turns checking on Issei and Kuroka, offering their support. They mourned together, and even the wolves remained by their side. A month passed, and while life began to return to normal for others, Issei and Kuroka still struggled. What are you thinking about, Issei? Kuroka asked. I'm thinking about Odin and what I'll say when I face him. I killed his son, and I don't regret it because he nearly killed you and took our unborn child. I just don't know if I'm in the wrong or the right anymore, Issei admitted. He did try to bring Ragnarok upon us, Kuroka reminded him. I know, but still, I took away a man's son. I don't know how that will affect our alliance with Asgard, Issei replied, his guilt weighing heavily on him. Kuroka observed the wolves, who had shrunk to the size of small dogs and sat on their laps. You know, they seem to like you more than they cared for Loki. They haven't left our side since the fight. Yeah, and it helps ease the pain. They may be legendary beasts, but they still crave companionship, Issei said. Why not make them our familiars? Kuroka suggested. If that's what they want, Issei replied. The wolves approached Issei, settling on his lap. I can only have one familiar, you know. I can take one of the little ones, but who will take care of the third? Kuroka asked. We'll let him decide, Issei said. A family meeting will solve that, Kuroka concluded. Yeah, let's go see the others. We've ignored them for a whole month, Issei agreed. The couple emerged from their rooms and called everyone, who came running. You called? Biko asked. There's an important issue we need to discuss, Kuroka stated. Which is? Ravel inquired. Adopting one of the three wolves as a familiar, Issei explained. That's quite the surprise. Having one of the legendary beasts as a familiar sounds like a joke, Vale remarked. It's not a joke. Fenrir chose me, and one of the runts chose Kuroka, but who will the third one choose? Issei said. The third wolf wandered among the group before finally choosing Vale. Well, Vale, looks like you're his Hemher now, Kuroka said. I guess I am, Vale replied. So, Biko, I heard you asked out my sister, Kuroka said, noticing Biko's nervousness. Well, yeah, I did, Biko admitted, sweating. And what did she say? Kuroka pressed. She said yes, Biko replied, relief washing over him. Good. Be good to her or else. Well, you can imagine what will happen, Kuroka warned, causing Biko and the others to back away in mock fear. Of course, I will be good, I promise, Biko assured her. Kuroka returned to her usual self. Okay, perfect. So, who's hungry? You guys go ahead and eat. I have some errands to run, Vale stated. You mean your date with a certain silver-haired Valkyrie? Issei teased. Everyone chimed in with playful oohs. I do like her, Vale admitted. We're happy for you, Vale, Arthur said. I think we should start renovations. We'll need a few more rooms since Ravel joined the team and needs a place to stay, Issei suggested. I'm happy sharing a room, Issei, Ravel replied. It's up to you. We're building extra rooms regardless, Issei concluded. If you want to use one as your own, then it's fine. Ravel thanked them, and Chow Chow asked Biko and Vale if they had gone on any dates yet. Biko replied that after the fight with Loki, no one had the will to go out. Vale mentioned that he had just met Rosweiss back then, so he didn't want to make things awkward. La Fei encouraged him to ask her out, noting that they clearly liked each other. Vale admitted he didn't know how to approach it and got flustered around her. Irina suggested making a grand gesture, while Zenobia recalled how Issei had made a glowing necklace for Kuroka. Issei chimed in that Azazel could help. Vale then proposed a double date with Biko, and Biko eagerly agreed. Things seemed to be returning to normal, but Issei still dreaded talking to Odin. He and Vale visited Azazel, who welcomed them warmly. As they shared their plan, Azazel was more than happy to assist. He crafted a set of earrings from the leftover gems used to create Kuroka's necklace, and Vale infused some of his hair into them as a substitute for scales. The delicate earrings were now silver and red. When the time came, Issei and Kuroka went on a date to the park, where their familiars played together in their miniature forms. Kuroka and Issei couldn't help but envision a future with children of their own playing alongside Fenrir and the little one. Issei asked Kuroka if she was thinking what he was thinking, to which she confirmed they could sense each other's thoughts. She expressed her longing to try having kids. Meanwhile, Biko and Chiron enjoyed a double date with Vale and Rosweiss. After the movie, they parted ways. Vale asked Rosweiss if she enjoyed the film, and she replied that Deadpool 2 was hilarious, especially the fourth wall breaks. Vale noted her taste in movies and complimented her as a woman of culture. As they walked, Rosweiss leaned against Vale, and he decided it was now or never. He presented her with a small box, which she opened to reveal appealing earrings. She was touched and thanked him, noting that he didn't have to do that. Vale explained that he wanted to show his gratitude for her help, and as she put on the earrings, he admired how they complemented her delicate features and sparkling turquoise eyes. Vale, overwhelmed by her beauty, told her she was too appealing to describe. Rosweiss, feeling sweetly flattered, kissed him, and Vale returned her feelings, having waited for that moment for a while. Later, Vale headed home while Rosweiss stayed in a hotel room, continuing her job of sending reports about Issei and Kuroka, which was part of her reason for staying on Earth. After their date, Issei and Kuroka returned to the forest where they first met, a place that held special memories for them. As the sun began to set, Issei pulled out a box from his pocket dimension and asked Kuroka to marry him. She was speechless at first, but as tears of joy filled her eyes, she finally exclaimed, "Yes, I'll marry you." Issei, filled with joy, placed the ring on her finger, and they shared a passionate embrace, marking a perfect end to their date. On his way home, Valley encountered Ophis, who told him it was time. Valley became serious and agreed to make it quick. They entered the dimensional gap and met with Great Red, who proposed combining their powers to create nightmares for their enemy. Valley was impressed by the idea, and Ophis agreed that it was an excellent plan. Great Red unleashed a powerful fireball, destroying everything in sight. A figure emerged from the rubble, and Valley greeted him. It was Rizim Lucifer, who seemed surprised to see them. Valley confronted him about sending Loki, and Rizim admitted he hadn't returned yet. Ophis informed him that Loki was dead. Valley expressed his anger, stating that Rizim had hurt his family. Rizim smirked, boasting about forcing a choice on a young girl to obtain the Holy Grail, which he claimed could alter reality. Great Red and Ophis combined their powers and shot a small bullet of energy at Rizim. Distracted, he raised a shield too late, and Valley, now in his balance breaker, attacked from behind. The bullet struck Rizim, causing him to fall and convulse in fear as nightmares invaded his mind. Ophis suggested taking him to the Devil Kings, but Valley paused to pick up the Holy Grail Rizim had dropped. He ventured into the hidden lab beneath the headquarters, where he found the girl on the table, barely alive after her sacred gear had been forcefully removed. Placing the Grail on her, it merged with her once again, showing immediate signs of improvement. Valley looked around and noticed a small vampire in a cage. "Hey, you okay? What's your name?" Valley asked gently. "My name is Gasper, sir. Please don't hurt me or Valerie," the vampire replied, his voice trembling. "I'm not here to hurt you or your friend. I'm here to free you." "Rizim can't hurt you anymore," Valley assured him. "Is Valerie going to be okay?" Gasper asked, concern etched on his face. "She'll be fine. Do you two have a home?" Valley inquired. "No, sir. Rizim destroyed it when we tried to escape," Gasper admitted, his eyes downcast. "Then come with me. My family and friends would love to have you in their home," Valley offered. Gasper nodded, and together they freed Valerie. Ophis took Rizim to Surzex, along with Valerie and Gasper. The Great Red said his farewell and returned to the dimensional gap. Upon arriving at Surzex's office, Ophis dropped Rizim before him. "Is that Rizim Lucifer?" Surzex asked, his eyes narrowing. "Yes. My grandfather and the leader of the Chaos Brigade. He sent Loki," Valley explained. "I'll call Odin immediately. He needs to know this," Surzex said, reaching for his phone. He called Odin, along with Azazel and the Devil Kings, urging them to come right away. "He'll be here soon. Now who are your friends?" Surzex asked, turning his attention back to Valley. "The sleeping girl is Valerie, and this is Gasper. They lost their home to Rizim," Valley introduced. "A pleasure to meet you, sir," Gasper said shyly. "Likewise, Gasper," Surzex replied, finding the young vampire adorable. He thought about their living situation. "Gasper, I'm sorry for what Rizim did to you and Valerie. I hope you will accept my offer to help you find a new home. My sister is a devil like I am and would treat you like family. You don't have to decide right away. Take your time," Surzex said kindly. "As long as Valerie is with me, then I'm happy, sir," Gasper responded. "Glad to hear it, Gasper," Surzex smiled. Valerie began to stir, and as she gathered her wits, Surzex filled her in on the events. He then called Rius and her team, who arrived in just 2 minutes. "Rius, there are 2 people who need a home, and I think being part of your team would be perfect. Meet Gasper and Valerie," Surzex said. The introductions continued, and the two quickly hit it off with Rius and her team. Both Valerie and Gasper accepted her proposal to join her peerage, with Gasper becoming her second bishop and Valerie her pawn. Valley then called Issei and the others, including Rosweiss. As they arrived, Odin appeared at the same time. Issei felt a wave of dread wash over him. Graphia, Ajuka, Serafal, and Azazel also joined them. "Hello, everyone," Odin greeted, his voice heavy with emotion. It was clear he was still heartbroken over Loki. Issei avoided making eye contact. "I'm glad everyone is here." Valley and Ophis brought forth the end of the Chaos Brigade. The man squirming on the floor is Rizim Lucifer, the head of the Chaos Brigade. He also made Loki attack us, Surzex announced. Gasps filled the room as everyone processed the information. But why? Ajuka asked, bewildered. My grandfather, Rizim, was one of the old Devil Kings, a direct descendant of the original Lucifer. He wanted the new ones gone by using the Holy Grail, and that's where Valerie comes in since she wields it. He also planned to release Trihexa, aka. I found that in his notes, Valley explained. Azazel choked on his drink. But Rizim being a direct descendant is very strong. How did you manage to do this to him? Seraphal questioned. Valley recounted what he, Ophis, and the Great Red had done. If everyone would excuse me, I need to speak with the Red Dragon Emperor alone, please, Odin said, his tone serious. Issei stiffened at the request. Odin led Issei into a separate room, and the doors sealed shut behind them. No one dared to follow, knowing this conversation was between them. The silence was palpable. All-Father, Issei began. I don't blame you, Issei Hyudo. Loki was my son and my responsibility. I placed that burden on you and your family because I was too weak in every way that mattered. My weaknesses caused the loss of your unborn child and nearly your mate. Nothing can make up for that, and I am truly sorry, Odin said, his voice filled with sorrow. But why don't you hate me? I killed him, I burned him alive and fed him to the wolves. So why don't you hate me? Why not kill me? Hurt me to get some revenge or something, Issei asked, his voice breaking. No, Issei. Loki made his choices that led him to his fate. He was always the black sheep of the family. Yes, I lost my son, but you lost your unborn child, and every soul nearly perished if Loki had unleashed Ragnarok. I am partly to blame for that. If I had tried harder to stop Loki, things might have been different, Odin replied, his eyes filled with regret. Issei remained silent, absorbing the weight of Odin's words. His brother Thor treated Loki like a brother and hoped he would change for the better. It's clear that Loki was a dark soul who was meant to end up the way he did. I can only hope you can find it in your heart to forgive this foolish old man, Odin continued. There's nothing for me to forgive when you did nothing wrong, Issei said softly. Tears of regret streamed down Odin's face. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Issei stepped forward and hugged Odin tightly, repeating, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Issei also cried, releasing all his frustrations, and Odin embraced him in return. There's something I would like to ask you to do for me, Issei, Odin said after a moment. Anything, just name it, Issei replied. Please take Rosweiss into your team. I can tell just by looking at her that she's happier here with the White Dragon Emperor, Odin requested. Only if you come to the wedding and visit us when Kuroka and I have children, Issei added. You're getting married at such a young age? That's wonderful. Odin smiled, his mood lifting slightly. Very well, I accept your terms, Issei. Thank you, Issei said, feeling a sense of relief. I also heard that you, Kuroka, and Valley adopted the wolves, Odin mentioned. Truth be told, they chose us. All they wanted was to stop fighting and enjoy themselves with those they care about, Issei explained. You continue to amaze me and everyone in Asgard. To kill a god and make legendary beasts your familiars. Truly the stuff of legends. Now tell me, where have you planned to get married? Odin asked. Not sure yet, Issei admitted. How about Asgard? Odin suggested. Wait, are you sure about that? Issei asked, surprised. I am, Odin confirmed. I'm grateful for the offer, but... Issei hesitated. Worry not. Thor and I had a talk. He feels the same way and holds no ill will towards you. He would love to meet you, Odin reassured him. Do you mind if I talk it over with the others? I had already asked Surzex to marry us off, Issei said. Of course, my boy, Odin replied. Both shared a heartfelt hug before walking out the door together. Everyone was gathered, and the tense atmosphere had dissipated. Both Issei and Odin had found a sense of peace. The group waited for one of them to speak, and Kuroka felt relieved that Issei was unharmed. Odin broke the silence. I apologize for keeping you all waiting. I'll get straight to the point. I hold no grudge against Issei, and the alliance with Surzex will remain intact. I assume that's what you expected to hear. Surzex nodded, a mix of relief and confusion on his face. Honestly, I am relieved and confused at the same time. Odin continued, anyone would be. I accepted my mistake in not managing my son's actions. I placed my responsibilities on the young ones, and they paid the price for it. For that, Kuroka and Issei, I am truly sorry. Kuroka shook her head. There's nothing to forgive. Odin smiled softly. Those are the same words Issei said. You can have your wedding in Asgard as a way to start making things right. The room fell silent, then erupted in surprise. A wedding in Asgard? A wedding? Kuroka displayed her ring proudly. Issei nodded. He offered, and I wanted to ask if you all were okay with it. Grafia suddenly grabbed Issei by the collar of his jacket. You already proposed and didn't tell us? Everyone except Odin, Rosweiss, and Ophis echoed their disbelief. Yeah, why didn't you tell us? Irina chimed in. All of us girls went shopping for that ring together, and you didn't even tell us. Kuroka said yes. When did you propose and where? Details, please. Issei scratched his head. I proposed at our favorite spot in the forest. Kuroka smiled. He did it just as the sun set. It was quite romantic. La Fei raised an eyebrow. Wait, sunset? As in yesterday? Issei nodded. Yeah. Why? Rosweiss added, and you didn't tell them, Issei? At that moment, Issei realized he had made a mistake. Oops. Grafia looked furious. I'm going to kill you. Rius crossed her arms. You all went ring shopping without us? Chiron smirked. Accurately, without you three. Rius, Aquino, and Asia turned to Chiron, surprised. You knew. Chiron shrugged. I helped pick the ring. This revelation cast a shadow over the three girls. Issei quickly added, and it was a great choice, Chiron. Thanks, bro, Chiron replied, trying to lighten the mood. Odin chuckled at the scene. He noticed Rosweiss and Valley sharing a laugh in the corner and approached them. Rosweiss, I need you to do one last thing for me. Of course, Allfather, but what do you mean by one last thing? Rosweiss asked. Be happy. Join Issei's peerage and leave your role as my guard. Choose your own path. I believe you already know what you want, Odin said, glancing at Valley. But Allfather, I'm a Valkyrie sworn to protect Asgard, Rosweiss protested. You have fulfilled that duty. Loki was always the biggest threat to our home, and now that he's gone for good, you can live your life. Valley, I trust you to take care of her. She may have been my guard, but I recognize an appealing soul when I see one. Take care, my dear. I must return now. Tears welled in Rosweiss's eyes. Thank you, Allfather. And thank you. Everyone in this room will have songs sung in their names, including you, the only Valkyrie who helped stop Loki and Fenrir. With that, Odin teleported away, and the others bid him farewell. Seraphal suddenly spoke up, looking hurt. Guys, I wasn't included in the ring search either. Everyone exchanged glances, realizing they had overlooked her feelings. Kuroka quickly suggested, how about all of us girls go looking for bridal and bridesmaids' dresses together? Just us girls while the guys look for suits. Grafia's eyes sparkled with excitement. When do we start? Kuroka smiled. In a month or two. I want to enjoy being engaged a little longer. Ravel nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's best to savor every moment. As everyone began to leave, Ajuka and Azazel asked Issei to visit them at the lab later. Soon, only Issei and Rius remained. Rius, Issei called. So you're getting married and so soon. Just last year, you were a thin, scrawny guy, and now look at you, high class, in love and getting married, Rius remarked. Yeah. Quite the change, Issei replied. Sit. Am I invited to the wedding? Rius asked hesitantly. Of course you are. Why would you ask that? Issei responded. Because I know about the gem Kuroka wears. The amount of light you can see from it depends on how much you love someone, Rius explained. Issei hesitated, unsure of how to respond. I overheard the others talking about it. They could all see it, but I couldn't. Rius continued, her voice trembling. Rius. Issei began. Do you not love me, not even a little bit? Just a little bit isn't too much to ask, is it? Rius's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Rius. Issei called, his voice firm, catching her attention. Do you have the pawn piece? He asked. Always, she replied, pulling it from her pocket. Issei took the pawn piece from her and transferred some of his energy into it. Now you do the same. All right, Rius said, following his instructions. The pawn piece transformed into a black and crimson hue, leaving Rius confused. It has both of our signatures on it, so we are linked to a small extent. If you're ever in trouble, hold the piece and call my name. I'll be there, Issei assured her. So, are you my pawn again in a way? Rius asked. No more like partners and fellow kings. See you around, Brett. Take care of Gasper and Valerie. You have a chance to do right by them. With that, Issei teleported home, leaving Rius alone. She looked at the glowing pawn piece and smiled. Thank you, Issei. Kuroka, be good to him. I sure wasn't. As time passed, everyone felt at peace, knowing that Trihexa wouldn't be released and that Rizim had become a mere shadow of his former self. He was used as an example for anyone who wished to cause trouble, leading to a significant drop in the crime rate. During subsequent meetings between the leaders of the devils, fallen angels, and Odin, they grew closer, solidifying their alliance. After a month or two, the happy couple began preparing for their wedding. The guys had already chosen their suits, but the girls took their time shopping. Issei, Vale, and Gasper used the time to train. Gasper asked, "What's the way to get stronger?" Issei replied, "Well, one trick is to pretend you're stronger than your opponent." "Is that what you do?" Gasper inquired. "Oh no. My power is no illusion. I can easily defeat you," Issei said with a grin. Gasper's eyes widened in surprise. 0_0. Vale, Albion, and Drake shared a laugh at the exchange. Gasper then asked, "So, will you accept his offer to get married in Asgard?" Issei pondered for a moment. "Honestly, I'm not sure. For Odin to be so kind after what I did feels wrong if I accept, but I hurt him, and if I refuse, it would insult him." Drake chimed in, "It is quite the dilemma." Albion added, "Issei, what if Kuroka says yes? Would you do it for her sake?" Vale asked, his gaze steady. Issei nodded firmly. "I would do anything for her." "Odin offered it to both of you," Vale continued. "Yeah. He did," Issei replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. As their conversation unfolded, some of the girls returned. Kuroka smiled as she approached. "We're back, you guys." "Hey babe, there's something I need to talk to you about," Issei said, his expression serious. Kuroka raised an eyebrow. "It's about Odin's offer, isn't it? You know me so well. I need to know, is it the right thing to accept it?" Issei asked. Kuroka considered his words. "I can see how you feel after what happened, and I think we should. It might do some good that we can't even imagine." Vale nodded. "That is a possibility." Drake chimed in, "You should do it, partner." "For once, I agree with Drake," Albion added. "All right then, if you all say so. Getting married in Asgard. I never imagined I would get such an honor," Issei said, his excitement growing. Vale smirked. "Believe it. Even Rossweiss thinks it's the best thing ever." "Oh, that reminds me, back at the office, Odin asked me to tell you this." "Tell me what?" Issei inquired. "Accept Rossweiss into your team," Vale replied. "Wait, what?" Issei was taken aback. Vale explained Odin's wishes and how Rossweiss was happier there. Issei was constantly surprised by Odin's kindness. If she's happier here, then so be it. "I owe Odin a lot, and this is a good start," Issei said, determination in his voice. Vale quickly texted Rossweiss the good news, and she arrived almost immediately. "Is it true? You want me in your peerage?" Rossweiss asked, her eyes sparkling. "Yes." 3 reasons why, Issei began. 1. Odin wants you to be happy. 2. You yourself want this. 3. Vale clearly loves you, and that makes you family. Those earrings were custom made just for you, courtesy of Vale. Vale shot Issei a glare for revealing his secret. Issei took out his rook piece. Welcome to the family, Rizim. Thank you for accepting me, Rizim said, her voice filled with gratitude. As the rook piece merged with her, 3 pairs of black fallen wings emerged, flecked with silver. Valley watched in awe. Feeling exhilarated, Rizim began to fly. She glanced at Valley, who gestured for her to join him. With a flourish, he spread his 10 devil wings and soared upward. So these earrings were custom-made, huh? Rizim asked, a playful smile on her lips. Yes. I wanted to give you something appealing and unique, Valley replied, his tone sincere. Well then come back to the house. It's finished and now has extra rooms, so let's check them out, she suggested, winking at him. Valley smirked and agreed, and they flew home together. Once inside one of the rooms, Rizim turned to Valley. Close your eyes for a few minutes and don't open them until I tell you, she instructed. Okay, sure, Valley replied, covering his eyes. He heard the sound of clothes rustling and couldn't resist peeking. When he finally opened his eyes, his jaw dropped at the sight before him. Hello, he exclaimed. Valley, I told you not to open your eyes yet, you naughty devil, Rizim teased. Now that you saw it, how do I look? She asked, a playful glint in her eyes. Wow. Just wow, Valley managed to say. Now let's have a little fun, Rizim said, her tone mischievous. Meanwhile, in the next room, Ravel and Chiron were blushing and shaking, overhearing the playful banter. Hey, I got a surprise for you. Check this out, Kuroka called to Issei. Ho ho holy Issei, Issei responded, excitement evident in his voice. Come and unwrap your present, lover, Kuroka urged. The atmosphere was charged with energy, and Ravel's cheeks flushed as she caught fire with embarrassment, while Chiron's tail stiffened, her mind racing with ideas for later. As the day came to a close, Issei decided to visit Odin to discuss the offer. He expressed his hesitations, and Odin smiled at his honesty. I insist that you get married in Asgard, Odin said warmly. All right, I'll accept your offer, but we want you to be the grandfather to our kids when we have them, Issei replied. I would love that, Issei. Having 1 or 2 little ones playing around would be nice, Odin said, his eyes twinkling. There might be more than 1 or 2, we want a big family over time, Issei added. Odin chuckled. The more, the merrier, my boy. Also, Rizim joined us. She and Valley are happy together, Issei informed him. I'm glad to hear it. So when is the wedding? Odin asked. In 2 weeks from today, Issei replied. Then I'll see you all there. The hall is grand and large enough for everyone. Just come to Asgard and see for yourself, we will handle the decorations, Odin assured him. Thank you, Allfather, Issei said gratefully. And thank you for making me a part of your family, my boy, Odin replied, embracing Issei warmly. They parted ways, preparing for the upcoming wedding. The decorations were complete, and the time had come. The happy couple stood before their friends and family, officially married in both Asgard and the underworld, with Surzex and Odin officiating the ceremony. The event was perfect, filled with joy and laughter. Chiron served as the maid of honor, while Gasper was the ring-bearer. The 3 wolves and the lion of Nemea played in the open fields, and even Ophis and Great Red joined the celebration, initially startling some guests but soon becoming part of the fun. Everyone danced and enjoyed themselves, and the newly married couple watched Valley and Rizim dance, secretly hoping for their own future. Celtic markings appeared on Valley's hands, while small devil wing-like markings emerged on Rizim's back, accentuated by her backless dress. Kuroka leaned closer to Issei. Looks like another wedding isn't too far off. Yeah. I wonder how he will propose. I hope it's better than my original plans, Issei mused. Original plans? Kuroka asked, intrigued. I wanted to propose at home, but that felt too cliché. Then maybe at the party before Loki, but I didn't, Issei explained. How come? Kuroka inquired. Because that moment was ours alone. If I did it in front of so many people, the peer pressure would have been cruel. I didn't want any outside force making you say yes or no. It was your choice alone to make, Issei said earnestly. You really do amaze me, lover, Kuroka replied, her heart swelling with affection. The place where Issei and Kuroka got engaged was truly special. Yes, it was the perfect place, and if it wasn't, we would have made it so, Issei said, smiling at Kuroka. Kuroka then handed him a small box. Curiously, Issei opened it to find a PRY test inside, and his eyes widened in disbelief. No way, he exclaimed. Yup, Kuroka replied, her excitement evident. They were going to be parents. Ha! Our family just got a whole lot bigger, Issei said, his joy radiating as Kuroka beamed back at him. Just then, Surzex and Grafia arrived. How are the newly married doing? Surzex asked, noticing Issei's grin. In response, Issei held up the PRY test, and both Surzex and Grafia struggled to contain their laughter. Kuroka then asked, would you be their godfather? Grafia chimed in, and I can be their godmother if that's all right with you. Both? We would love to, they replied enthusiastically. I always wanted to be a godmother, Grafia admitted, her usual composed demeanor fading in the excitement of the moment. Odin appeared, curious about the commotion. What's going on here? He inquired. Allfather, you're about to become a grandfather, Issei announced, unable to hide his happiness. The drummer among the musicians couldn't resist the moment and played a light-hearted beat. I like the sound of that. Congrats, you too, Odin said, a proud smile on his face. Thank you, Issei and Kuroka replied in unison. The joyous news spread quickly, and soon everyone was congratulating them and cheering them on. The warriors of Asgard bowed in respect to Issei, the fallen dragon king, a god-slayer and tamer of Fenrir. Songs were composed about all who had participated in stopping Loki, and they all became legends in their own right. As time passed, Issei and Kuroka enjoyed their honeymoon. Issei visited Azazel to learn more about the Juggernaut drive, discovering that his king piece allowed him to use it without sacrificing his life force, though there was a time limit. He could only activate it once a month. Soon after, Issei and Kuroka welcomed 5 children, most of whom were girls with tiny fallen wings and cute cat ears, while their son inherited features from both dragons and fallen beings. Valley and Rosweiss also married after 2 years and had 2 children of their own. Kiba and Tsubaki got engaged, as did Biko and Chiron 3 years later. Odin was now a proud grandfather, and the children adored him. The wolves played with them and kept them safe. Members of Team Rius became like aunts and uncles to the kids, while Gasper and Valerie took on the role of elder siblings by bond. The remaining members of Team Issei formed close ties with Team Rius, leading to Arthur and Chow Chow dating Rius and Aquino, respectively. Eventually, Chow Chow, Arthur, and La Fei became devils to enjoy longer lives, while Saji and Coriana married and had 3 children of their own. As supernatural beings, they all lived long, happy lives together.